Coming up towards the top of the hour here today, as we are almost at 16 hours to go. I'm Justin Pretzel, alongside me is Nathan Richards, as we get set to go for our next stretch. We hope you're enjoying today's coverage of Race for a Cause 24 as we begin our second part here on RaceSpot. All of this bringing funding to belong to LGBTQ plus Youth Ireland. So far, it's been an interesting day so far, especially when it comes to fuel strategies. The dominant drivers from earlier still staying dominant. The race chatter, for whatever reason, just had a bunch of meowing and barking sounds. In other words, the field is in a very good mood, Nathan, so far.
Yes, indeed. Hello, Justin. Great to be alongside you. And it was like I was saying to Craig earlier, everybody seems quite happy. Us up here in the commentary box, everybody out on track, and all those in the community as well, having chats in the Discord server. It's great to see everybody having a chat and getting along, which is what this is all about. I mean, I've hosted a couple of charity events on the F1 game, and the thing is, every time, it's everyone having a bit of fun. Even if you're finishing last in the race, or you're not competing that high in terms of your performances and those around you, it doesn't matter because you're there for fun, and that's the main thing about raising money for charity. We've had a couple of donations come through over the past half an hour. We're now at €3,466 out of our goal of €6,199.69. If people are thinking, why such an odd goal donation? That's because that was what they raised last time out, so we're going to try and beat what we raised in 2025.
See, the last donation was from Clancy, I believe. That was a €15 donation for the raffle. Also supporting Lead Paw. Shout out to two of the teammates as well, and Ari and Nexi, that were a part of that donation as well. So we're early on in terms of just before the 16 hours to go mark. Right now, some of the battles are starting to form up. Who Wants a Soda, who had some off tracks recently, is currently holding on to a 2-second cushion. Right now is amongst one of the battles at the moment. There's also been a lot when it comes to the content side, when it comes to preparation for the series. One of the tools that every broadcaster and many different drivers utilizes is something called a spotter guide. For those who have never seen the spotter guide, essentially it's a picture of all the cars in part that lets you be able to visualize who's on the team, what the car looks like, and be able to then have a handheld version of that, or a digital version in some circumstances, to be able to track who's in the car, as well as where that car may be when you're looking out at, say, a feed like this. I know it's dark outside, so it's a different circumstance. But Ivory, who is the one who's helped create that, you see those spotter guides now on screen, now joining us. Know you put in a lot of work when it comes to the graphics details. Talk to us about the efforts you put in to make sure we have all the details needed to visualize and track your competitors.
Well, the spotter guide took me about, I want to say 40 to 50 hours to make. It was a lot of collecting liveries and launching the iRacing simulator over and over and over again with people's different numbers, their rim colors, taking a screenshot of them and putting them all on this page. I haven't really seen anything like this, on iRacing at all. I made one that had all the cars on it. I made it class-based. I put a track map, how many cars were in there. I just wanted to make something that I would find useful, and I think that my fellow racers would find useful. And so I kind of took it upon myself as the Prismatic Motorsports graphic designer to sort of just make the spotter guide for this event.
Just out of curiosity, how big are these files? Because from our producer, Hugo Weiss, he mentioned that they were a lot bigger than you realized in a production environment.
So I learned that Photoshop actually has a different file format called a PSB, which is where your document is over 4 gigabytes when you save it. And I found that out with both the templates and also the actual spotter guide. I had to save them as PSBs. But I figured out that Photoshop also compresses it a lot when I export it. So I made what I called the Ultra version, which is a version that is 14,490 pixels by 20,480 pixels. It is 72 pixels per inch, which means it's about 5 meters wide and 8 meters tall if you were to print it out pixel by pixel.
So in other words, as tall as a building?
No, not that tall.
But yeah, you can get to the point where you see on our feed, you can zoom in on one specific car. Specifically, we have, for example, Orlando Outlaws Esports, the exact details to the minute pixel if you wanted to be able to look at these cars. So talk to us about the process that you went about actually shooting each of these photos. You mentioned that did take a lot of work as well to go for each individual livery.
Yeah, so what I did is I started with a template of each car. I painted each car white, I put the number 00 on it, and I launched Thruxton Circuit over and over and over again. Because of the airfield that's in the middle, you can drive onto it, and it's a relatively flat surface that you can just kind of park on. And I saved a custom camera that would always be side on with the same dimensions, the same characteristics, and I would just drive it to relatively the same spot. I would then make the template of it, and I would just painstakingly spend probably up to 40 minutes per car just cutting each one out with my little tool in Photoshop, and it was very annoying, but I think it was worth it. But then once I had all my templates done, I would then collect all the liveries of every single competitor, which was a little bit of a pain, but we got there eventually, and it all got made by the time that the race came. And I would apply that livery, and then I would change the wheel colors, I would change the number, and I would drive it back onto the circuit about where I parked the templates. I would take the screenshot again, now with the livery applied, and then all I would do is just create a clipping mask over the other car that I had already cut out as a template. I'd throw on a couple adjustments like the custom windows that I put onto it, and it was kind of a seamless process. It's just that it took a really long time to get those templates made.
It's an interesting process, absolutely, and overall, how has it been in general being able to work on an event such as this here for 2026? Now, third time, believe, we've seen Race for a Cause in its history.
Well, I only joined the Prismatic staff after Race for a Cause last year, so this is my first time doing anything for the event. But I've been the graphic designer since about June last year, and they kind of, the team at Prismatic, they just kind of let me just have free reign as much as I really want to. They're just we want media made, just make something good. And I remember Georgie McKay would always tell me they would just be go graphics girl, and I'd just be okay, and then I'd make my thing. But when it comes to this event, it's a lot different because there's a lot more I need to cover, there's a lot of people I need to account for, and there's just a lot of responsibilities behind brand identity and other sponsors that I need to represent, and not misrepresenting them or making them look bad, or just handling them as I should in a very proper way.
Absolutely fun to have you here in the broadcast booth and be able to talk a little bit about the spotter guides here. Also, what is your overall opinion on what you expect to see yourself from the rest of this event as we make our way through the night conditions in towards the middle hours?
I really need to improve on not getting so flustered. I had a really rough start to my stints, and I need to bounce back from that because it kind of got into my head, but I know I'm plenty capable of doing a whole lot better. They were a little bit nightmarish, but we'll power through.
Yeah, your car, once the drivers believe we've seen pop up once the 98 machine here so far in this event. For reference, that car doing pretty solid in terms of your run order. So overall, it's been an interesting time. In other words, pretty solid is second place, by the way, at this point on the racetrack.
Yeah, I can't complain.
So, yes, I was about to say. Almost lost track of numbers for a split second, but was about to say, anything else you'd like to add before we let you get back to your team?
No, I just hope that you guys in the commentary box really enjoy the spotter guide, and hopefully it's helpful, and anyone else who wants to follow along uses it because it's a tool to be used, and I'm really glad that it was received really well when I released it.
Congratulations once again on all the effort put in for the spotter side. Good luck the rest of the way. Your team looking to be in a steady spot for at least the podium positions right now.
Thank you.
That's Ivory joining us over in the broadcast booth. Thank them for taking the time to speak with us here, especially being seen for the 98 machine over the course of this one. Ivory Balfour, specifically the full name of our competitor. So, as we go about here at Galaxy Racing, while we were looking away here, Nathan, having a little bit of trouble again. Remember, they've had to fix meatball flags already. That was a big twitch.
Oh, straight into the tyre barriers as well. There was so much space around, but unfortunately, the BMW was glued onto the tyre barrier as they went onto the brakes there. But then again, it's going to happen a lot around Le Mans in the dark. It's a horrible track to drive in the day. And that's also, oh my, that's a big crash for the Doug Henson Racing yellow car. Dear me. that was something, and I don't know how they've got that thing moving again. Here's the onboard of what happened. It's like heading into the braking zone. Oh, they've lost the rear, and then after that, the brakes don't do anything once you've lost the rear. So they shoot into the barrier at full speed, and somehow the car was moving again. So I don't know what it's made out of, but it's certainly something that's not breakable easily.
Yeah, that's going to require a bit of more repairs in that situation. Absolutely here. Rachel right now, Coley right now riding along in the midst of the night time. We still follow along with. And the thing about when it comes to circuit is the visual side of things as we go about here is the more you go about when it's so dark here, and especially since it's much darker, for drivers like Foxbody, you might not realize you're on the racing surface. You hit the grass and you crash.
That's scary because I think a lot of the times as well, even though you've got headlights, parts of the track you're not going to see. As this is the onboard here with Foxbody. And, well, it was a bump, wasn't it? Not even the grass. They just went over a bump, and that's just an instant killer in your race. And that's going to be a tow back to the pit lane and probably a couple of laps lost for car 143. But yeah, like I was saying earlier with Craig, I drove around here in the day and the night. In the day it's horrible, at night it's 10 times worse. It is such a difficult track. So first of all, to these drivers, well done, especially to those that are doing it solo or those that have done a lot of hours on track. But then it also makes you realise, when you see it on a sim racing game, how much worse it must be for those that drive the track in real life for the 24 hours of Le Mans. I mean, I couldn't imagine that experience. I'd imagine it's cool, but I'd imagine as well it's very scary in the dark. It just puts into perspective how difficult racing is, and you know, people say, oh, it's not as good because it's not Formula One. I'd say aspects of this are probably harder because there's a lot more to take into consideration, especially when it's dark and things can just appear in front of you out of nowhere like it does in the rain.
Yeah, and I know that was a concern for some of the drivers potentially of weather. Weather is not in the forecast for the entire event at this point. I don't know why everyone is meowing on the radio again, but apparently they are still doing that, by the way. I think the race control just said, if you keep doing it, we're going to give you a drive-through.
Well, a good thing is I can't hear it because I'm not in the game. I'm looking up for the broadcast feed, so I don't hear meowing. That's why at first when you put the message in, I was like, what are you on about? Because I can't hear any meowing. Makes sense. You've got it in the game. No, that's interesting. Is it the same team that keep meowing, or is it different ones all joining in?
Yeah, there's a few of them joining in, let's put it that way. So they have given warnings to please clear the comms, because not everyone, I think, is taking part in the meowing. But in all seriousness, though, for the competitors as we go about here, it's going to get really interesting, I think, at least to me, how a lot of these stints go. You're talking about, for Prismatic at the very least, the number counter I have at least shows a 1 pit stop difference there. Some of the teams have pit as many as 13 times over the course of this race. Remember, some teams that had to have a drive-through that are up at the front so far just in hypercar alone. How do you, in terms of that, really balance things out, especially knowing with this type of race, it's been very unpredictable in some circumstances how the leads really fared out?
Yeah, definitely. And I think over the course of the race, you've had teams pit 13 times in 9 hours. It's going to get worse than that as well, especially when we get to, you know, the graveyard shift for those in the UK, because I think there's a lot of Europeans taking part here in this event. And, you know, it'll be around 5-6 hours time where they'll start to get tired. So that's when you're going to see more limousines coming through. It happens to the best of us. So those that have drivers from Australia and America or Canada, etc., will be very happy that they can go and sleep so they can drive. You know, because obviously you're going to be very tired otherwise. But no, I think it's one of those where, because of the amount of crashes and the mixed ability, even if you're just slow but you're consistent and you're not crashing, you've got to be right up near the top because everybody else is running into issues. So it's sometimes about not being really quick, but just being consistent, just being comfortable in driving the car, and that rewards you a lot more than binning it 4 times in 5 hours, for example. So I think that the worst part is why you're going to see some teams that are so quick and were really far down because of a mistake. They'll lose a couple of laps from pitting for damage. Then they're out of the race, even though they're really quick. So then some teams will feel really hard done by. which is what makes it such an interesting race, because you never know who's going to win. You can see somebody on pole by a second in quali and fly away and be a minute ahead after 2 hours. Guarantee you they're not going to win by the end.
Yes, indeed. And it really is going to see a lot of shuffles as we go about here in some of the circumstances. But keep in mind, the attrition rate for the most part has also, I've noticed, been very low. Only 2 cars are out of the entire race at the moment. Scrubs Go Racing Revival and Yellow Vision. Yellow Vision was because of a VR issue. Now Scrubs had an incident a while back in terms of the run, about 10 laps to the next car in terms of their interval. Who wants a soda? Just had more problems. What happened here? They missed the corner.
Oh dear me, that is a heavy miss into the corner. I'm not sure if they had some sort of issue or if they just clearly missed the braking zone. But not good at all for car 48, who will rejoin and continue on, as we do have a couple of pit stops coming through though. And that is car 77 who are in, and that's the leaders of the LMP2 class. So they've gone into the pit lane from the lead, which will give car 56, the Queen's design team, the lead of this one. Of course, they'll go in and we'll see whereabouts they come out. As also we do see car 557, car 28, 65 all head in as well. So Batesman, Dove and McNichol are all in, and we'll see them head back out into the race. And then of course another thing as well to focus on over 24 hours is racing strategy as well. If you're not a team that's crashing all the while and you're quite consistent, then you've got to play your strategy correct to make sure you don't run out of fuel, or make sure you don't have too much. And that's something that takes a lot of time to do, especially when it's just constant for 24 hours. Eventually that's going to get tiring, and the numbers are just going to be in your brain, and you're like, I don't know what numbers I'm looking at. I'm just hoping that I'll put the right number in.
Yep, absolutely. See, pit stops underway for Over the Top, by the way. That's expected with their offset. I'm still really surprised on how things have worked out there. I think, though, the thing is for Over the Top, they're going to be in a spot where you're talking about 2 pit stops more than everybody else, at least in the LMP2 race lead. Nathan, they've really started to save the fuel. They built such a gap where, arguably, when they have the lead, when everyone else then pits, it's going to be very hard for a lot of the competitors to then close up. Same can be said, by the way, for GT3 lead, where right now Alex Gal, for his sake, can pit and do whatever he wants to do. They're a lap ahead.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's a good thing, isn't it? If you can have such a strong lead, and then you've not got to worry about the strategy as much, that's perfect, because then you don't have that stress on, oh, if we pitted too early, we pitted too late. You're like, no matter what happens, we've got the lead, no matter what, which is perfect for Alex Gal in car 64 in terms of moving forward and holding on to that lead. But then again, as quickly as you have that lead, it can go away. You get into a crash now with a hypercar or an LMP2, or you bin it yourself, you're going to lose that lead immediately. So you've got to be very confident, but not too overconfident. You can't sit here and say, oh, we're a lap ahead with 15 hours to go, we're going to win the race. Because if you do that, I guarantee you won't. So you've just got to always put yourself into a position of, it's possible that we can lose, it's possible that we can crash. Just so then you can keep all of your options open when it comes to strategy and driver swaps and even more. As we do look at the gaps, so it's obviously 1 minute and 16 between the top 2, 48 seconds between the top 2 in the LMP2 category, and then of course over a lap between those in the GT3s, which is around 4 minutes of a lead. So that is a big lead to build up around this circuit. So we do have 15 hours and 46 minutes to go. We have had a couple of donations come in, as we're now at 3,496, so over halfway now to our main goal.
Yeah, really great to see the donations still flowing on in. A couple have come through since the last time we get the shout-outs. Lindsay Wilson, 10 euros came on through. Fresh from the fridge, put in 20 euros. Congratulations and thank you for those to donate. Again, I know some people want to also take part of that raffle that's going on with Hunchenfeld, with GT Omega, with M2 Motorsport, wants those supporting as well. But many already know that the main reason to donate is the cause in of itself, Nathan, in particular, when it comes to belong to. Always important to be able to raise funds for charity, and better yet, raise funds in this case for an organization around since 2003 that works with LGBTQ plus young people from 14 to 23 years old. Be able to advocate for them, be able to campaign on their behalf, offer specialized use services. So many major things that come on through when it comes to the services Ballon2 provides.
Yes, definitely. Of course, you know, the LGBTQ representation still isn't where it should be at the moment around the whole world. And I think being able to help those who are still young and, you know, are still starting to get into those experiences and being told, actually, you know what, you might be young, but we can help you get through this, whereas some people 30, 40 years ago would have no way through. It's great to help some of those younger to, you know, kind of fight through the difficult times a little bit earlier. Of course, it'll always be difficult, but, you know, have that support so when they become an adult or, you know, when they get older, that they haven't got to worry as much as they would have done before. Of course, I can't speak from experience, but I know a lot of people who are part of the community, and, you know, it will help a lot of people, especially in a growing generation of young people in the LGBTQ scene.
That's why so many people want to take part and be able to donate to the cause here, especially for the course of this race at the moment. But we continue to go about and watch along with Queen's Design, who is currently on the racetrack. They have an expected pit stop coming up. Actually, right now behind the wheel, Empire continuing to look steady. It seems like all the drivers, at least to me, Nathan, have looked pretty steady when it comes to Queen's Design on the pace. As you said themselves earlier today, the goal is simple. Just run their own race at this point.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's the case for most drivers because there's not many battles for position going on. So it's just about just running cleanly, not getting involved in contact and just being consistent with the lap times, especially when you've got so long left in the race. There's no point getting frustrated and annoyed now and then ruining your race. You might as well, you know, continue on and know that there's always an opportunity there. As Broken Eggs Cooking are, well, I'd say they are cooking in P2 at the moment, with Amy Niogi in the car in that McLaren, making their way down towards the first couple of corners again. And we've been told that the radio's quite wild. I can't hear it, but I can see one of our producers put a message in the chats, and it's if that's what it represents, I wouldn't want to hear what's going on right now.
Yeah, this has been pretty wild since jumping to the server about 20 minutes before the start of the stint so far. But really, as some of the drivers are saying, you never know what happens over the course of a race. I believe that's Vivid Racing. Right. Just had a driver say that on the radio. But you see right now, 10th spot, Mario Bly has a car off the racetrack. In fact, look out, watch out. That's dark.
That was scary, very scary, but luckily they both continue on, but that could have ended a lot differently. And that's an example of you might not be doing anything wrong, but anything can happen, and that could have easily been a tow back to the pits for both cars.
Yeah, that could have been a bad spot for them, but able to get around. As I was about to say before some of the wildness popped up here, your opinions on the new updates so far on iRacing we've seen in the past couple weeks. Now we have a couple weeks with some of the model changes here and there for some of the cars. How do you feel that's factored into, say, the road course racing scene here when it comes to what we're seeing today?
See, I'm not too sure because I don't drive iRacing that much. I know there's been a lot of changes, and I have a lot of friends who play the game a lot, and they always either complain or are very happy about all the changes in the game. But no, I wouldn't say I can speak from experience of the changes that are happening. But given that, I have just joined an iRacing team. I'm not the best. I'm only 1.5k R8, and I'm trying to get a little bit more involved in the racing scene so I can learn some more. So hopefully, ask me in a year's time, and I'll know a lot more. But no, it's so difficult to get into the scene, especially as someone that doesn't drive very often. I'm more used to like the Formula One side, so it's nice that there's teams out there to help with you know, drivers that aren't as good to kind of develop and learn a bit more about the game, because you get this perspective of watching it like we do and talking about it, but then you get a whole different perspective when you're in the car or at least operating with a team.
Definitely agree with you on that, as someone who's worked with teams in the past and ran with them. Having the right environment really helpful in terms of your driver development. And there are a lot of those types of teams, you could say, that are a part of this field too, that you have groups of friends or groups of teams that have historically brought in drivers earlier on in their iRacing careers to help them learn. So having that sort of a situation can really develop you as a competitor if you find the right place to be.
Yes, definitely. definitely for sure. And I'm hoping that I can take part in some of the endurance races, because I've said to Craig earlier, I did 24 Hours of Daytona a couple of years ago. That was an interesting experience, but since then I've not really stepped into much racing. I've done a little bit of the rookie class races, like your Formula V's and your Mazdas, Toyota GR86s, but I'm yet to really step into your hypercars and stuff. That's something I really want to get into in the future. They look so fun to drive, but also a challenge, and as well, and that's what I want to set myself, a good challenge to become at least competent in driving these cars. And maybe next year I'll be here. You never know what goes on in the world of sim racing and how quickly things can change. But no, it looks like a really fun event to be part of. Whether you're a driver, you're a spotter, or you're helping out behind the scenes, or like us here in the commentary booth, it's always a great event to be part of. So it's a big thanks to Prismatic Motorsports again for hosting this brilliant event.
Just had a penalty come over to the radio, by the way. 48, who wants a soda? 10-second penalty for causing a caution. Peter Enzor will have to bring the car back down to the lane, and this will cost them the top 5 likely.
Yep, definitely. That's not good at all. If they've cost more time, P5 at the moment. Of course, they had a spin earlier on, and well, it went straight on. It wasn't really a spin, it was a lock-up, and luckily didn't hit the barriers. But now being to the pit lane, as we get told there's more meowing coming through. There's a few more cars are in. I think Alex Gow was in as well, the leader of the GT3 class. We've got Peter Ensor in as well here for Who Wants a Soda, and there was another couple of drivers in as well who've been in and out the pits while we've been speaking here. A lot of the hypercars I've noticed have been in recently, so they must be coming to the end of their general stint times. And I'd imagine we'll see more of the GT3s coming as Andrew Pike, part of the 999, of course, the team with TSRC. So I imagine if he'll make a swap over as well, and we'll see someone jump into that car, or if he continues on in that one. As here we do see Chloe Mugford in the 41 car, of course, leading the race comfortably in Taylor Mills Racing, of course, have won it before, and looking at the moment to be quite comfortable again, as they're a minute ahead of Prismatic Motorsports Athena, who seem to be quite quick on pace and don't seem to be losing much to Taylor Mills Racing. But when you've got a 1 minute and 17-second gap, I suppose you're not worrying about pushing more on the time, are you?
Yeah, I guess so in this situation. Remember, for those who tuned in early on to the race, it was the type of day where you had Taylor Mills Racing get a jump start, originally passed the leader off the initial green flag, then spun out, then came back and recovered the lead after Who Wants a Soda spun out. Now we've pulled away at this point by a minute and 17 seconds. Just an emotional first 3-4 hours, you can argue, for the 41. But now, finally get to really solidify the raw speed they showcased in the Sebring 12, and we're seeing here today.
Yes, certainly. As just looking through as well at some of the gaps we have, I mean, your top 12 in your GTPs is separated by 6 laps at the moment. You know, the top 4, top 5, it's 2 laps. So it's not actually that big of a gap, really. All it takes is for the top 2 to make 2 mistakes, and you're bringing those behind back into it immediately. And with so long to go, 15.5 hours, I don't think anybody that's any less than 4 laps behind can be considered out of it yet. I really think they could get back involved. Especially the likes of Arctic Sim Racing, Who Wants a Soda, Dogbox Racing Alpha. They're all 2 laps behind. Big opportunity later on to get themselves back into it. And then, of course, looking down as well into the likes of the GT3 class. However, that's a really big gap. The top 15 is separated by 12 laps. So maybe at that point it's a bit of a stretch of getting back involved. But then again, I think those who were 2 or 3 laps behind do have an opportunity to get back into it.
Absolutely. You see that cushion, by the way, is 6 seconds right now for over the top, over the rest of the field, with how things solidified over the course of this run. About 6 minutes away from the midway portion of today's race. So, as we approach halfway on the clock in real life, getting ready to make a Canara commentator swap here at the broadcast booth. Nathan, quick final thoughts before you swap away.
So far it's been brilliant. I'm loving to see that everybody's getting involved. We've had some great battles, but also the strategy as well, because every team here all has a chance, especially those in the top 5, to get back involved. And obviously I'll be back in a couple of hours' time. I think by the time I come back, there'll probably be a few position swaps already, which is great to see. So yeah, it's been great so far. And of course, once again, a big thanks to the team for setting up this charity event to help, to benefit belong to LGBTQ+ Youth Ireland.
Absolutely. So on that note, it's 4:30. Nathan Richards will now swap out of the booth. Let's welcome in Ron Mons into the booth once again. Hello, Ron. Welcome back. Are you ready to see what happens here as one of our drivers has technical issues? The rest of the field currently working its way forward towards the midway portion of 15 hours to go.
After about an hour off of this show, I returned to just the sound of meowing. I see drivers getting abducted by a UFO. We're running off into the darkness, but we still got the same top-class drivers out there on the racetrack. And seeing that goal get ever closer, that €6,199 goal get ever closer for all of the people who have donated here thus far in this event. But JP, I'm looking forward to it. It's been a fun one up to this point. The first stint that I had on this show, the other 3.5 hours earlier, has been a treat, and I'm looking forward to it. I think we're going to have some fun as we run off into the midnight shift.
I think so too, especially with how things are getting wild over the course of the night. There's a fair amount of separations that have popped up for battles, yes, but still a lot to think about and play about for a lot of the drivers. We just had a donation of €50 come on through. Sarah Van Fiepelen, believe that's how it's pronounced, saying, let's go with a heart emoji. Yeah, let's go indeed. In terms of your donations here, thank you once again to Sarah for your donation. But as things continue to stand here, Ron, a lot of these gaps continue to remain pretty decent, but a lot of these cars are not necessarily racing the positions in terms of side-by-side contact. They're racing the deltas to secure said positions right now.
Yeah, no, this is kind of like just like a phony race in a sense. The racers are kind of battling each other like a Bluetooth battle. You know, they're figuring out, okay, here's what I need to do to gain the time. Here's what I don't need to do so I don't lose out on any time. These drivers are more so having to battle with their own iRacing relative than they are doing with one another. Now, that isn't to say that the battles out there on the racetrack are non-existent. They aren't. We've got one on screen right now. This is number 57, the Myra United VRT Purple McLaren, currently running 9th at the moment in GT3. You've got the Fevin Racing number 420 BMW right in tow. Now, last time I saw this 57 was after an incident that they were involved in, heading off into Indianapolis, lost the front bumper, lost the front hood. The suspension geometry was slightly awry, so they are off the tail end of the rest of the competitors in GT3. I believe they're one lap down entirely to your current 8th place runner in class, who's John Bacho behind the wheel of I believe that's the Henson effort, the Doug Henson Racing number 87 Mustang. But right now we are seeing these drivers who may have had some setbacks earlier on try to find their form once again in what is going to be an extended night phase here at this track. We're usually so used to how the racing goes in the real life Le Mans 24, where it's held in the summer, the nighttime period is truncated a lot, especially compared to the Daytona 24 held in the dog days of winter. Here, though, we're in spring, so it's not going to be the longest dark period in the world, but will be slightly longer to what usual viewers of the Le Mans 24 are used to.
That could definitely say when it comes to the French countryside, absolutely. By the way, as we discussed, there is a battle for 9th position. You see pretty close. Venra Racing has already dodged a couple cars that have gone off track. Myra United VRT Purple has already had some roller coaster moments for their respective race here. They are a few laps behind some of their fellow classmates as we go right now, and are going to have to deal with some of the traffic right now. So keep in mind, a lot of these teams have been, at the very least, been able to survive despite some of the hits they've taken, Ron. In several cases, both of these teams have had several issues in the early going with fast repairs or mandatory repairs.
And as I talked about a little bit in my earlier stint on the show, one fast repair allotted to these teams, and I think that's a good number for a 24-hour-long race. It says, hey, look, in case a falling anvil comes crashing down upon your head, you can have that fast repair, but don't drive around like a maniac. If you get involved in a couple more incidents, you're going to be stopped down pit lane for an extended period of time, and you will feel every single second go by as if it is an hour and you're undergoing some like Chinese water torture. It is not going to be good at all. So if you've been involved in a couple of incidents, not having that fast repair is going to sting. So it's a nice little self-policing matter there, I feel.
Absolutely. Right now, see a hornet's nest of traffic making its way up the straightaway at the moment, trying to work its way through, and some of the LMP2s and a couple of hypercars have also done so at the moment. Now, all of this is to say, with the braking points, yet again, when it comes to the most end straight in particular, when it comes to the chicanes, have to be pretty on point, and a lot of those drivers have been instituting the clutch and coast to make sure you get the lift and coast to really save that extra bit of gas. These GT3s have had the challenge to save the gas in the first place all day because it's got the biggest amount, the most amount of fuel burn, I can argue, we've ever seen in this type of a class on a track like this because of how sizable this facility is.
Yeah, and with the amount of this track that is spent flat out, it just leads to the fuel numbers being a little bit wonky as we go. There's really nothing like Le Mans in the world, and that is a compliment. That is a very good thing. If there are more Le Mans, it would make this one a heck of a lot less special. As we have had a pit stop from your overall race leader, the Taylor Mills Racing stable, Chloe Mugford now behind the wheel of that effort. I'm still keeping my attention on that Taylor Mills Racing stable because so far in this race, JP, we have seen almost constant driver swaps from them, so they've been consistently refreshed.
Yeah, especially when it comes to, there's no driver share rule in this race, as admins did confirm, because some of the other competitors actually had the same question. It was something that popped up during one of our broadcast stints earlier. So you can run for as long or as little as you want, per se. You can run as many as 16 drivers. You can only just have 6 in the sim. So in a lot of these cases, you absolutely can do a lot of different things on your driver rotations based on your availability, because you don't have that limitation where you have to run X amount of hours at minimum or else you get a disqualification. And it also opened up, in turn, the ability for drivers to run solo, as we've seen for 2 of the attempts.
Yeah, 2 teams started this race trying to make it solo. Tyler Book is still out there on the racetrack. Aaron Smith fell out earlier in the number 70 car in LMP2. But with the yin of that comes the yang of many teams having massive stables. We talked about that Taylor Mills Racing number 41 car. 5 drivers behind the wheel effort. I believe the only one that is yet to get behind the wheel may be Dom Enklet. Although I will have to fact check myself. I don't believe we have seen that driver hop in quite yet. However, you look at a team like that, you look at some of the other drivers, another one worth mentioning, the Prismatic Motorsports stable. They've had a decent amount of competitors running in their cars as well. The one that stuck out to me a little bit earlier on, I had the opportunity to have a chat with them, the Doug Henson Racing number 87 Mustang and GT3. They have got 7 drivers part of that stable, which I didn't even know iRacing would allow you to have 7 drivers, but they do.
Yeah, it definitely does. You can do a lot of teams, absolutely. You can do a lot of drivers. Just most people don't do it. We've seen, in some circumstances, things really spiral when you try and put 16 people in a car and all of them try and jump into the machine at the same time. But sometimes people want to try different things. By the way, Quad Dash trying to close up a gap for the 6th position. We've seen them as high as 4th earlier. Right now, again, it's Albert, who was bopping to some tunes, it felt like, earlier. Really trying to bop his way into the draft of the 23.
And looking on with this battle going on circuit, this LMP2 class has been the fascinating and competitive one all throughout. These drivers have brought the thunder more often than not, and this battle for 6th in LMP2 proves it right now. The Twin Turn SR number 23 stable in front of the Quad Dash Racing number 94. These 2 teams have been in the thick of it. I'd say Quad Dash has had a couple of more bits of drama go down, at least in my time covering the race here in the 2026 run. running of the Race Fair Cause 24. Twin Turn SR, though, they've gotten their nose stuck into many a battle throughout this race. So both of these teams, they've been through the wolves. They've gotten, touched by enough cactuses as they've tried to walk through the desert. I believe the correct technical term would be cacti there. I have to correct myself. But they've been pricked by enough cacti to know that at this point, they don't need to throw everything, including the kitchen sink, at it all. They just need to take it easy. I think that's a reason why we're not seeing these racers, just go for all that glory. They're just letting the race fall into their lap.
Especially with how much things can absolutely swap about. But at the moment, some drivers are in the midst of Pit Windows Galaxy Racing. You've seen as amongst those who just finished up some pit service. That's why their names popped up here. A few more of those stops should be coming up in the near future here, because we're already, for a majority of your GT3s, already 10 plus laps into the run so far. Let me ask your opinion on this for a more fun topic, though. How do you feel about cone vehicular violence on road courses on iRacing these days? Because there's a big conversation on the radio about cones.
So we're talking about cone violence, like traffic cone violence?
Yes.
Alrighty, so see, I feel like I come from a experienced background here as somebody who spent near amounts to a decade racing in autocross, and I've probably hit too many cones in my life. And when you hit a cone in a kart, it is not fun. It's either going to hit you body part wise. I had a cone once wrap around my front bumper when I was running a shifter car at an autocross event. Couldn't feel my right foot for about a week afterwards. So I think I have committed enough, heinous atrocities towards traffic cones that every single time I look at one of them, I feel a little bit bad. There's a slight sense of guilt knowing the ancestors that I have probably killed of some poor little baby traffic cone, like that one right there. That traffic cone, I have probably slaughtered about half of that traffic cone's bloodline at the autocrosses that I've done.
Yeah, I know the cones used to go flying like crazy. It's not as bad these days on the iRacing service. I think just with the changes iRacing had with the memes per se. But at this point, you were going to say?
Yeah, no, I was just going to say they're doing their best Elton John impression. They're being Rocket Man and burning up in the atmosphere whenever they get hit.
And then popping back up with the next phase of wanting to become a rocket wants to come into play. I know they apparently sent people to the moon, and speaking of to the moon, that's someone off the racetrack, well off the surface. As the 94 tried to zip on by. Looked like they may have straightened it out, though, in the chaos. A little bit of trouble yet again amongst things that go bump in the night. Quad Dash Racing able to slip by it.
It looks like they're able to get through. Well, one last point talking about cone massacres, though. I guess two Elton John songs could work. The cones, once they get hit, Rocket Man burning up in the atmosphere, but then they just happen to bounce back up onto the racetrack. They regain their initial spot like nothing happened, and they are still standing.
Yes. And
good night, everybody.
I'm not sure what I meant. Did I miss something?
No, that was that. Yeah, JP, one of the first ever broadcasts that I did outside of my initial broadcasting home was with you on a C-Class fixed truck series race at Pocono, and it should have been that early interaction back in the summer of 2024. It should have made you realize that I definitely did hit my head too much as a child. It shows when I make comments like that. But jumping back to the racing right now, we've still got some cars running around the racetrack. Here's our second place runner in Hypercar.
Okay. Yeah, in all seriousness with the cars on the racetrack here. Isabel Matthews continuing to plug away here. Again, respect all the efforts Prismatic has done in terms of their abilities, in terms of drivers, in terms of the team's goals, absolutely. They've done a phenomenal effort in terms of their speed here today. After all, they got a near minute and 15-second cushion to another team that's been dealing with penalties, the Pun Crew. So, over the course of this race, they've just maintained a solid clip here. They're running 3:24.8 at the moment, last time by.
Yeah, that pun crew table, I nearly said pun crew table, that pun crew stable, let me try that one again, has been definitely feeling the burn of this racetrack at some points, but Eli Singh currently behind the wheel of that number 13 machine, holding on to third at the moment. They've been able to keep with it. They've stayed within spitting distance of that lead, even though the 41 has been rather dominant. Only 3 racers behind the wheel of that car. Eli Singh currently in that car right now. Lewis Clark is part of that stable, along with Andrew Taphorn. So there have been some swap-roos going on for that stable, along with the other Pun Crew pink car that's running in 16th at the moment overall. After some drama earlier on, they're currently behind your podium runners in LMP2. However, this is one of those races where it's 24 hours, for crying out loud. You can't lose it. Well, you can lose it in the early stages, but you can still stay with it. If you stay with it, even after early setbacks, you can still put on a rousing recovery and get a good result out of it.
See Rainbow Racing Helios missing the corner once again. They also had bumper cars previously with an entry down in pit road. So already getting a little bit physical as things turn about here on the laps. Still see some of the yards as they work their way through. This is Lars Bungler working their way through some of the darkness into the night right now. That is the Pun Crew pink machine. That's a couple laps down, 8 down in class. It's actually scored behind a couple of the LMP2s. Has a chance to pick up overall positions in the next little bit.
Yeah, so still going to be keeping our eyes on this. We saw a kind of similar situation go down with one of the drivers, well, the only driver out there on the racetrack attempting to run this race solo currently. Your GTP 12th place runner, Cautionary Tale Motorsports entry being driven by Tyler Book. We saw him overcome a setback, was behind your podium runners in P2, but was able to get back with it. He's still running second to last at the moment of the other GTP competitors, but he's keeping himself honest. He's still holding on to P12 overall, and may potentially look at a move in the not too far off future on Lou Maynard behind the wheel of the Ad Astra VRT car that is just a little bit farther up the road. They're on the exact same lap currently.
Yeah, you see that in particular with some of the moves. It's going to be one of those challenges in terms of some of the recoveries you'd have to think here with the next little while, and they missed the corner anyway. So there's an air slowdown to add to the case, and a little bit of more off-tracking to add to the incident count. For a black flag, we'll have to let cars on by, as I don't think they're really backing off too hard here with that.
Yeah, I think they may just be saving it off for the turns. That's usually the best spot to do it unless desperation fully kicks in, but not slowing down quite yet. That's maybe a little bit tough to come by trying to serve the other slowdowns here, especially if you're a hypercar runner. Once you slow down a bit, it can bring more traffic into the fold. May have to worry about some racers starting to battle with you, and that can be when it gets a little bit, how can I sum it up? Little bit scary for the drivers once they have to worry about lap traffic once again. I talked about this before we got fully settled into the night shift here for the race for Cause 24. As the sun was starting to set, I was saying, hey, look, once we get into the night, those lap traffic encounters are going to be horrifying. The benefit that the Daytona 24 has, as my tongue gets wrapped around my teeth 7 times, is the fact that you've got a lot of lighting. Daytona is very well lit stadium lighting on the oval, a little bit of lighting on the infield, but here at Le Mans, half of this racetrack is streets, the other half is a massive motorsports facility that would be very costly to light up all permanently. So these competitors heading off through the street circuit, especially through the Porsche curves where the speeds are high, the lighting is low, and the risks are even higher. Oh, golly, those lap traffic encounters for your hypercar competitors, I do not envy their position.
And we're seeing a lot when it comes to Arctic Sim Racing on the onboards, by the way. Just how they're smoothly attacking this racetrack. Now, Porsches in particular look pretty steady in terms of if you follow along with the manufacturer. That side, we've seen a lot of power, though, really be important. We know having that extra heft so important for the manufacturer side of things. By the way, just had someone just receive a penalty that is 10 seconds stop ago. Rainbow Racing Helios just picked it up from previous contact. But it's actively, while some of the top drivers in GT3 also complete their next set of pit stops, where drivers have equalized out about 13, maybe 10 laps in some other cases for their service. Here's a look at what happened again. Rainbow Racing Helios yet again having more hits.
Yeah, that was a much harder hit. Second verse, even quicker than the first, spearing off the racetrack, hitting that tire bundle. They're not soft and cuddly in real life. They're certainly not soft and cuddly in the sim. A small little bit of mistake into the braking zone going to have some major consequences. You know, this track kind of ranges between having a lot of runoff area and no runoff area to speak of. It's kind of the problem with a hybrid half permanent circuit, half street circuit that we have got here. It was originally just all streets, and then they finally built the pit area and made that a permanent section of this racetrack. This though here, this is streets. You can see the road markings right there. You can see them very clearly. It runs from the start of the Mulsanne straightaway, heading out of Arnage, all the way through into the entrance of the Porsche curves, where the other regular road just bends off to the left.
I just wonder, I've always wondered in my mind, what it'd be like to actually drive these streets in real life in terms of how the traffic flows, especially since a couple of these corners have interesting cambers and bankings to them a little bit, how that really looks when you're actually driving. There's businesses that are off the Mulsanne straight. You have a lot of stadium complexes around this area also. There's a lot of activity that you actually have around here, not just with the racetrack.
God, I would be petrified if something like this existed in the city of Philadelphia. Heading down the Mulsanne straightaway, forget it. Drivers would be going about 135 miles an hour down there. Yeah, I was on the highway yesterday. There's like a posted speed limit of 50. Let's just say that I was going over the speed limit and I felt like I was going dangerously slow. There were people blowing my doors off going about 90, 95. I was getting overtaken by semi-trucks, and even I wasn't staying too faithful to that speed limit. So if this was around in the city of Philadelphia, you can forget, really the entirety of America for that matter, the city of Philadelphia, not limited to that. I don't know, for you, JP, how do you trust your local band of drivers to run around something like this?
Well, in terms of that philosophy, I don't know how I would say, because my thought would be, first of all, what it'd be like to live on the racetrack is a conversation point. Absolutely. Because if you're talking about having cars on the racetrack, you would have to talk about competitors really going zoom around said facility, I think, for a lot of these drivers. But also, imagine saying, hey, I've got to go all the way up the straightaway to the grocery store. I'll see you in 15, 20 minutes up the racetrack. That, I mean, it's standard here, but imagine just a straight line of a racetrack that you'd have to work through, surrounded by barriers.
Yeah, it is pretty funny to think about there. If you get slightly disrupted during the events, I mean, it's not only the 24-hour race. You've got to consider all the practice that leads into it, the sister series events. If you live on one side of the Mulsanne Straight and then you have to go to the store across the street, that's probably like an added 5 miles onto your journey just trying to find the local cross-off bridge and try and go under here. I don't believe there's tunnels to get from one side of the track to another, hang down the Mulsanne straightaway at least. I distinctly remember the sign from, I think it was Forza Motorsport 4, the old McDonald's sign by the side there. Imagine if you just I don't know, a Frenchman living in the area around Le Mans maybe had a little bit too much Chardonnay. You know, they're feeling not exactly their best, and they want to go off to the McDonald's. They're going to have to go on like a 45-minute drive just to get themselves some Chicken McNuggets.
Yeah, that would be a thought process. Absolutely. Drive your way back into town, get yourself the nuggets, get yourself some food. Absolutely. It,
I love how the nuggets are in a different category from food. That's actually a fair point.
I mean, from McDonald's, that's another talking point for another broadcast discussion or a podcast. But I mean, they are things. There's that.
They're entities.
Yes. Just like how, at this point, see some of the management again for a couple of the cars with the traffic was going to say too. We'll say for a lot of these competitors here over the course of the night, making sure you at least keep your various team members on what they need to do, because what I'm trying to say is over the course of this run here, Ron, is when you run through the night like this, it's not just about working by yourself in a lot of these circumstances. You need to have a second person with you to make sure you not only make sure your nourishment's up, you make sure you're hydrated, make sure you drink water, but also just in case anything goes wrong.
And we talked about the massive stable that Doug Henson Racing in that number 87 car in GT3 has with about 7 drivers. And I asked them, it's like, hey, how is it having that many cars? And they said flat out, like, hey, look, it may seem like overkill, but it gives us options. And when they said that, I shared a story that I'll share once again here on the air. I remember doing an endurance kart race back in 2022. Got into a kart that was way too small, really, really cramped up, and I couldn't complete my third and final stint for that race. It was a 500 lap long race. I could barely walk once I was done with that. I just could not feel my legs, couldn't really move them any well. And because we only had 3 drivers, part of our team, it made it very hard to kind of work around there. So there's a lot of things that can go wrong in a real life 24-hour endurance race. There's a lot of things that can go wrong in a 24-hour sim race. And for a team like that to have, a plan A, plan B, plan C, plan D, probably all the way back to Z in terms of the backup plans that they have, it does give a sense of insurance to be like, you know what? I know that no matter what may go down, there is always a backup and a backup to the backup and a backup to the backup that's a backup to the backup.
And having your all-knowing hand on a swivel over the course of this run, absolutely. By the way, more donations have flowed on through. Hello, indeed, from Ad Astra VRT. 30 euros have come the way of Kato NASA to be able to support this year's event with belong to LGBTQ plus Youth Ireland. Once again, thank you so much. As you see, let's follow on with some onboards here. You can see just how the sights and sounds go. Quad Dash, letting the car rumble and zoom. Let's take a quick listen. Got a lot of visuals. Continue to follow along with the 94 machine. You can hear just how much the roar is going about for Yannis Albert, working his way to the front straightaway right now on his attempt to push up and away here in this LMP2 machine. We're almost at the top of the hour, by the way, coming up to 15 hours to go here from the French countryside. Leaders have not changed over the course of the hour. By the way, Chloe Lord is now driving the BMW M Plower. I know they really wish that nameplate said Audi based on what they were posting in the comment sections earlier on today, because they, for all their history, have done everything to look like a BMW but never actually drove a BMW. Now they've driven a BMW but want to be an Audi, so would that make them the Audi Plowers?
See, you know, I brought this little discrepancy up in reference to an incident that team was involved in earlier on here. It was a BMW meant to look like an Audi having an off-track moment through the Porsche curves. There, somewhere far off into the countryside, there is a sad German man weeping. I think the only thing that I've ever heard in my life be more German than that was the time that my dad told me a story of my grandfather eating spoonfuls of Limburger cheese in a jar back when my dad was still very young.
Well, I think the pun crew pink may have destroyed the car because I could see through the darkness. I think that front end is crushed. I'm pretty certain. Yeah, so Lars Vogler has done something to the car where he's bent things up a little bit, possibly in the midst of their pit stop sequence now for the damage.
Oh,
A few drivers making some hard slaps of the night as we now look at the 23.
Oh, and we've had a big swing up towards the front of the pack. There has been an off-track moment for the 41. The Taylor Mills Racing Stable has gone off the circuit. Chloe Mugford behind the wheel of that effort. They have a meatball flag, and they're now bringing it down pit lane. The oh-so-dominant team throughout this race. One small mistake, and the damage on that car is massive. If they've used up their faster pair already, this could spell an end to them contending for the race win here tonight. We'll look to see exactly what caused that, but a huge moment for this race. Your dominant race leaders for the past couple hours now running into disaster.
That's what happened to Fox Body Frameworks, by the way. In that situation, they've gone off the track for their slide by actually Midnight Hurricane. Having a bit of a hurricane-like motion off the circuit, but Mugford, as you said, is down pit lane. They've taken the faster pair. They're off and away. Oh my goodness, they're still up by more than 40 seconds.
Golly, that's... Whew. And I looked to figure out what the moment was. It was heading out of the S's right before Tetra Rouge and just lost it on the exit of turn number 7. Thankfully, though, the contact, it was severe. It was severe enough to give a meatball flag, but the faster pair has now been used. Now, the final 15 hours of this race are going to have to be run as clean as possible for that driver, for Chloe Mugford. Looking right now, I don't believe Mugford had been in that car earlier on here in this race. Hopped in at the end of lap number 132 and the start of lap 133. We're currently pushing into the 150s right now. Before then, Danny Brennan had been behind the wheel. Before Brennan, it was Taylor Mills. And before Mills, it was Anna Klemek before Mills actually took the start of the race in that number 41 car. So Mugford still potentially trying to settle it into a groove, and that was definitely a wake-up call.
Definitely is in that circumstance. Again, it was the Ford Dessus hearing for their situation. Go back to Quantash Racing. They're trying to chip away the gap for 6th again. Twin Turn SR earlier today had good speed from the onset, but then involved some of the incidents pushed them down. A lot of teams are making stops right now in all 3 classes as they go about. But keep in mind, Twin Turn also amongst those that have had to get some repairs done already for parts of this race. And they're one of those teams that's had to plug away. And we know in several different series, like VSRA, runs pretty solidly normally in these types of endurance races in the prototype.
Yeah, very, very fast stable of drivers. They're quick. They know how to run well in these races. That Twin Turn SR stable, one that piques my attention more often than not. Currently holding on to that P6 spot at the moment in class this, as that is the quad dash car having a dive off into the runoff area right into the Daytona chicane. They're going to get that spot, but they will have to serve that slowdown, and that will give Dominic Eisenberg that spot once more and may get a slight amount of pressure lifted off of his shoulders there. That nearly ended in catastrophe, though. That's a problem with the braking zones into the chicanes. The runoff area not only is very tight, so that little chicane that you have to negotiate through those tire bundles can be a little bit nerve-wracking. It's the way that you have to dive off into the runoff area and the not so good way that you can rejoin. There's no good rejoin after having to go through that runoff area. There's only the least terrible.
LP2 leader is in. Queen's Design continuing to show pace. Now in for their service. Expect over the top to cycle to the front of the field yet again for the next little bit. They are making a driver change here. Book also in the stop without a change likely, obviously. Ruby Nikomata coming on into the car with the change. So once again, looking to steady the ship, to be able to steady out where the 77 is right at 15 hours to go.
Yeah, so still a lot of time left here, but you can tell that progress is being made. You know, I got into the broadcast for the first time right as we got past the first 4 hours, and since then we've run another 5. So there you go, quick math right there on the air. But now seeing this race enter a different phase. We're firmly into the night. The track conditions, we'd usually talk about them being a complete, no pun intended, night and day difference, but they actually haven't gotten too colder out there on the racetrack. We're still running pretty normal from what it was like in the daytime, just a slight drop off in ambient temperature. Track temperature pretty much exactly the same. The only thing that really has changed are the vibes and the visibility.
Yeah, the vibes have definitely been there for a lot of these drivers to carry themselves. Good spots. By the way, pit stop party coming on through. You see a few more stops coming on in. See some of the other stops as they go about. That includes Team Secure Engineering. You have Twin Turn SR still down pit road. You have Multi-Viewer that's trying to find a good viewpoint with Area Best now behind the wheel. A lot of drivers swapping themselves forward here. Again, top of the hour. We'll see over the top lead in LMP2. Hypercars, Taylor Mills Racing for now. Satellite Racing, Nebula by a lap in GT3 with a quick run through of the leaders. And really, the thought process now, again, is for many of these competitors, make sure you're able to survive. The LMP2s in particular, not really the car you want to be bumping and banging in, to say the least. Secure Engineering able to come up and away over Multi-Viewer coming out of the pit lane, ready to do battle, it looks like, on the track.
And the game of survival is going to be one that these races have already played. They're probably sick and tired of playing it right now, but they're going to have to continue to play it all the way through to the end. You can't spell winning at Le Mans without live. You've got to live to get there. You've got to survive this race, survive the nighttime period when everybody's feeling a little bit loopy. I talked about this a bit earlier. Oh, it's perfect point to bring that up. That's a 22 car. That's one of the twin turn machines. Missing rear wing as he heads his way off through Tetra Rouge, heading his way onto the Mulsanne right now. I wonder if he dropped it the exact same part of the racetrack that Chloe Mugford dropped it off just a handful of moments ago.
Yes, absolutely. Indeed. So, here's Jordan Stratton. Remember, previously just had service. Bye-bye, race car. Let's save it, though, for the barrier.
And we'll start to see that rear wing, just wiggle its way off. I was expecting that rear wing to just pop off like a misshapen Lego or pop up like a Pop-Tart that's done in the toaster, but just slowly but surely fell off. That was actually kind of sad to look at there. That was that poor bit of carbon fiber. That rear wing damage on that car. Very lucky that we're in the sim. We won't have to worry about crash repair damages, because if that damage was done to a real-life LMP3 car, that crash repair bill would probably cost more than my entire soul and being would go for on the black market.
You see Pognisant, one of the cars that demolished its rear end earlier. Simple loop around, it looks like. Kicked off with the sand trap. And once again, picking up more incident points for their sake. What happened to Trans Am? What happens when you come out of pit road on cold tires here, Ron? Well, it's simple. You hit the gas, something can potentially go bump when you go up the speed right about the next corner. That time it was just the pit exit.
I was going to say, all gas, no brakes, shake and bake, do it for Dale. Sometimes, though, it's not a matter of no brakes. It's a matter of no grip, especially in those hypercars. Golly, those pit exits have been a little bit worrisome for those racers, but we haven't seen too much drama go on those out laps. The GTPs, ever since they had that tire update done a couple of years ago, is completely changed the way that you've got to tackle the race. It actually feels like there's a tire underneath you. It's not like you go out there and are immediately at 10 tenths. At least on conditions like this, I mentioned how there hasn't really been a fall off in track temps. We're in northern France, so it's not exactly the best area in the world in terms of, like, you know, this is boiling hot. It's fantastic weather, vacation weather all the time. Now, it is cold in Sim, and we're in early April. We're running April 4th in Sim, so that is... It just adds into an already complicated equation of how you can tackle these nighttime periods. The fact that we're pretty much at the bottom in terms of track temperature on iRacing. It doesn't get much lower than kind of the mid-60s Fahrenheit.
Yeah, that's usually just the iRacing standard. You can't really go any lower than that. I'm not sure why exactly that's the case, but it's always been the case for as long as I remember when it comes to when they had weather change time added to iRacing. What do you think Alex Gal's thinking about here in the Saturday Racing Camp? Because believe he's basically driven almost the entire run so far, and every lap he just continues to grow this gap more and more, especially with what he's done. It's been incredibly fast, this 64 once again from Satellite. One of the fastest cars on property, to say the very least, and can confirm they have made at least a change with Alex Ellis at one point. The Alexes are dominating.
Yeah, but what I'm thinking right now for that driver is probably just like, oh man, I am so exhausted. I am happy to get out of this car here soon. Will he be able to do that is the real question. We'll take a look to see what the driver situation is right there. But Alex Gal behind the wheel of that car right now. He started this race and was in that car all the way up until lap 56. And then he's been in it ever since about lap 112. So he's been able to put in a marathon shift in that car. I think he may be able to crack 100 laps in this race alone by the time he finally gets out of it, which 100 laps at some racetracks is pretty much, you know, a walk in the park. You know, you think of, like, you know, on the NASCAR side, stuff like Martinsville, Bristol. 100 laps will go by somewhat quickly. 100 laps here at Le Mans, not so much.
Yes, indeed. Right now, as we go about, by the way, more drivers continuing to service their cars, but it's been at least the intriguiness in terms of what Over-Top's approach has been. I'm not sure what your take is in terms of the approach. Pull it away. Now the thing is, I think they've at least tried to stop burning so much gas here, Ron. And the thing is, their interval is actually going down to Queen's Design over the past hour or so. It's gone down by about a second or two over the past hour. If that continues, there's a chance it becomes bumper to bumper once again for the LMP2 lead, and their strategy goes mute.
Yeah, so that'll be fascinating, whether or not they can manage it and hold on to that cushion. It has been close all throughout this race. Rudy Adventandly behind the wheel of that number 77 over the top car. He's been in it for not too long now. He's finally getting the juices flowing. Was able to put in a stint from lap 81 to lap 100 earlier on. So, and along with that, he also had a stint from lap 21 up until lap 40. So the driver swaps have been consistent there. So you've got to think about a different kind of fatigue. There's really no way to get around the fact that by the end of this race, these drivers are going to be tired. He hasn't really had too many lengthy and really marathon stints in that car. but he hasn't really had too many times to take a break either. It's probably been at most, like, what do you say, 40 laps between stints for him here. So he's maybe just running a little bit tired, just a different brand of tired than the racers who have been in that car for quite some time. So gotta wonder how that's maybe applying into this. Nekomata, meanwhile, in that number 56 car, he's feeling refreshed. He's feeling rejuvenated, I think is probably the best way to sum it up. That team so far here in this race has done just a couple of driver swaps, but Ruby now getting her first lap times in that Queen's design number 56. So we gotta just talk about the disparity between how one driver at the front of that little group is feeling versus how the driver chasing them is probably feeling.
Yes, indeed. Yanis Albert off and away for the stop. Currently working away the first 10 minutes already of this hour for those checking in. So, as things square themselves forward here, and as we continue to watch and see where things are already steadying ourselves out, it's going to be interesting as well, just in the case of iRacing, how interesting things get, in particular to the next upcoming builds. Because Hypercar, of course, has a lot of potential changes coming up in real life in about a year or so. You've got a lot of development when it comes to the roadside popping up, especially a lot of changes to mimic what we've seen in real life. Ron, what do you feel about the developments we've seen on the platform as of late?
I've been able to see the evolution of sports car racing here on iRacing just in my time working as an announcer. You know, when I first got in, it all started with that Ferrari 298. I always get the other number confused. I think it's 296, the Ferrari 296, when that got introduced into iRacing back in the summer of 2023. And then from there, we've gotten to see more, obviously, that brand new McLaren being brought into the fold. The old McLaren that it replaced, the MP412C GT3 car, that thing was ancient. I was in elementary school when that car was brought out into iRacing, so bringing out the brand new McLaren 720S was a big change, a welcome change as that's the Orlando Outlaws esports car finding the wall. That's heading off into Indianapolis, and that is pretty significant contact for the number 71. Right as I was talking about that McLaren, was a McLaren losing it, heading through the turn. That's at terminal velocity at the end of probably the lengthiest, uninterrupted, flat-out section of this racetrack, and a super tricky braking zone on top of it. Unfortunate to see them hit the wall, but not the first incident we have seen through there. May not be the last either, but we've gotten to see from not only the GT3 aspect, but getting to see the Hypercar LMDH GTP regulations get brought into the fold. Really the only like remnants of sports car racing on iRacing at the start of the 2020s is that LMP2. And even then, that's still kind of new in the grand scheme of cars that have been around the block before in the sim. Everything else, though, is still... It's not a venture off into the unknown per se, but it's not like these racers know the cars like the back of their hands either. And with continual updates, no BOP applied to this race, but of course in the other special events that we broadcast here on RaceSpot, you gotta worry about that. There's always something around the corner in the sports car racing world that keeps the drivers, teams, and us broadcasters on the top of our toes every single time, because we always need to figure out, okay, what's changing now? How are the tides turning? It just every single season, every single week sometimes as well, it feels like something else is going on.
I mean, it's iRacing. Everything happens across the platform, multiple different disciplines. You're talking about, what, 300,000 members at this point in the platform? There's a lot of competitors and a lot of different events, including this one here today. And the more we've seen more development in terms of more drivers on the platform, the more that's supercharged just how fast things have also developed in terms of some of the different builds in iRacing, in particular for the content side, as Andrew Pike comes down pit road for the 999 for the top 3. So it seems like the more data points you have, Ron, the more opportunities for iRacing to grow in general.
And as somebody who always looked at the data, my dad would always be so insistent. Look at the data, look at the data, look at this, look at that, look at what the engine is doing. The folks at iRacing are always looking at the data to see what they can improve, what they can change, and what sort of added dynamic they can bring into the midst. We are getting through into another period of change here in the sports car racing realm. Maybe gonna see some new cars come out here soon. We got the hypercars. We're going to have the Genesis start racing here very soon in real life. That program has been in development for quite some time. Speaking of the hypercars, your hypercar class leader, perfect time for me to say that, Chloe Mugford now blowing the doors off the driver that we see in the pits right now, coming in for another stop up at the top of the field. Now, they did come down pit lane earlier for that quick repair. However, they're now coming in for regular service. Mugford very likely to stay behind the wheel of that car, as they only recently got into it.
See Trans Am having to do a bit of a K-turn down in a dark part of the racetrack. A little bit of a tough spot for that, as there's the scheduled service for Taylor Mills Racing, by the way. Mugford, you mentioned on the peel in. So, this point, them and Matthews are on the same lap, but on different ends of pit road for the respective services. Really, the surprising thing in this is, again, Mugford just, for the most part, didn't really lose much at all from having to take a faster pair. There they go off and away.
So problem dealt with, problem solved. Isabella Matthews behind the wheel of the Prismatic Motorsports Athena car, the number 98, running second at the moment in your hypercar class. So continuing to see the tide shift in this battle. Matthews now going to get into the groove once more here. We saw Isabella behind the wheel of that effort during the daytime, and the first time that I was here in the broadcast booth, hopped in sort of lap 73, stayed in it until lap 96. Little break there with the likes of Ivory Balfour and Rachel Concoli coming in, but now Matthews looking to get a double stint rolling in that number 98 Sable, now out and away. Off the Jackson down pit lane they're going to go, as shifting to our other prototype battle here, JP. This continual fight for your lead in LMP2, it continues to evolve.
It's definitely one of those that's almost like Ditto in terms of how much it's changing and ebb and flowing. Yet again, the margin's gone down another second or so. I think Queen's Design had a small mistake. That's why the interval bunched up for a second with a slight off track. But it's looking really good for the 56 in terms of things going right into the game plan of what exactly they need to have happen here later in the race. And that's part of the plan of you have to be able to race all the hours of the night as we go about in this one.
Yeah, no, this nighttime period, we talked about a bit earlier on about how the usual Le Mans 24, not sure exactly what the time is, but it is probably the shortest nighttime period in all of endurance sports car racing. But then you look at this event here. We're running it in the spring. It's not the greatest change in the world. We're only running this event, what, about 2 months earlier than the other real-life Le Mans 24? That makes a world of difference. I think back to when the sun would set here in Philly a matter of 2 months ago. We'd be looking around about now, 5:23 on the East Coast, and the sun would either be fully set or very close to being fully set. It was dark by this time. Now, I take a look at the sunlight that has not hit me throughout the entirety of today, as I've been on the air since about 12 Eastern. It is still light outside. There's still a lot of light out there, and there's a different mood for everybody. For us broadcasters, I know we always get a little bit more conversational. We always talk about a bit more out there subjects when the nighttime comes around. We also think about how these drivers and teams think. There's a different dynamic with the nighttime racing. It's not just a matter of track changes, whether it be down to track temperature, track conditions. There's just a general mood shift that goes off in the night.
Yes, it really turns into a very mellow type of feel in real life, in particular, at least. You have some of the cars here where it's going to light you up during the nighttime, at least, especially if you say the Aston Martin, where you have the blue light up here. but really, it's just a different feel of things, especially even driving down say, a country road in the nighttime hits differently than the daytime, where during the nighttime, it gets a lot more sleepy-ish, let's put it that way, in terms of being able to stay up when you see all darkness surrounding you.
Yeah, see, I always felt like I was just, you know, a massive victim of peer pressure. I always get tired once it gets dark in real life. But for these racers, whenever you're driving in the night, there's a different vibe to it as well. When I think of driving in the night, either, you know, well, mainly in real life, I think of listening to jazz music on the radio, being excited either about going to bed or potentially having a broadcast that night. I don't usually think about being energetic, you know, midday with the sun out and the brightness shining down upon this track. It's just a different feeling entirely. It feels like there are some racetracks that are entirely different from night to day. Daytona, I think, kind of has that, but Le Mans to me gives that feeling more so. It's an ominous vibe. It's a slightly off-putting vibe in some parts of this racetrack. It feels like you're driving in the middle of the countryside, which you are at all points in time, but in the night it kind of exemplifies that feeling, as we nearly just saw. That was one of the other drivers in Hypercar. Nearly got caught up in some side-by-side racing going on between two GT3s. We go back to that discussion as well, the visibility and knowing exactly what sort of situation you find yourself in when we're running in the night. It's an onion talking about racing in the night. There are so many layers to it.
Indeed. And as well, it's difficult to make sure you're really able to manage everything over the night. So what's the favorite thing that stood out to you in all your experiences when it comes to night endurance racing on the platform as we see more pit stops underway?
As the pit stops continuing on right now, drivers still filing into the pits. It has been a constant theme throughout this race. Yeah, the pit stops being a little off kilter, even by endurance racing standards. We're going to have some drivers slightly off, not off base, but just off from where everybody else is coming down pit lane. I feel like that's been cranked up a little bit more here, JP. Is that the same sort of vibe that you're getting? Because you were around earlier on in this broadcast, and I was, when we got to see these different strategies kind of first get set.
It's been interesting where we've seen them really separate and get spread apart here in terms of some of these battles, absolutely. But all the teams kind of expect this. Some of the conversations we had broadcast-wise, after all, had all set themselves. You would see that happen. What's happened to the 7, by the way? Here's a replay. Oh, you don't say what's going to happen here. Oh, my goodness, they got demolished. Yep, that is the Punk Crew Pink Machine yet again having problems. And the Cadillac just absolutely destroyed them wrong.
That's the interclass dynamic there at Le Mans put on full display. I said earlier on, and I'll say it again, of all the classes to be in here in this field, the LMP2s have got the short end of the stick when it comes to lap traffic encounters. Not only do they have to worry about the GT3s being significantly slower than them, they've got to worry about the GTPs being significantly faster than them. It is literally the worst of both worlds.
It definitely is, absolutely. Here is third spot, best, Albert, now within 8/10. These types of events do bring us an opportunity to see different teams. Quad Dash runs in a fair bit of leagues as well on top of things. And we'll say, in terms of the ebbs and flows of teams like this, these types of events really put you in a spot where you have to make sure you get the planning down on, and better yet, you yourself really thought about where you want to go in terms of a game plan. Do you want to be the aggressor? Do you want to be the saver? And a lot of those circumstances start with spreadsheets, as some have said.
Yeah, what's tough to try and plan around everybody's comfort levels is you can't plan how everybody else's race is going to go. You can plan yours, you you can't plan it for everybody. As we see, oh, that's a Fox Body Frameworks by X-Ring car going off the circuit. That was heading all through the first chicane, and the GTP car having to take evasive maneuvers all through the gravel to try and avoid making contact there. But getting back to the point I was going to raise before we saw that moment there, you can plan around a driver's comfort, but you can't plan around what sort of positions they will be put in. Very easy to say, okay, here's a driver that we know is going to be a bit more aggressive. We're going to put them in the point of the race where we're going to have to be more aggressive. Then things go down where you're going to have to be less aggressive and more just thoughtful about the way that you go about your racing. And those sort of mishmashes that you can't really control is what adds a different element into sports car racing.
Seen a lot of chaos on those replays, by the way, as drivers continue to pile up. Quad Dash piling together a good run back amongst the top 5 yet again, able to recover from some of the issues earlier on. The same strategy, if not a little bit better actually, with the race leaders on fuel. Here comes Quad Dash looking. Will there be a move? Not yet. Staying in the line as they work their way through the Dunlop corners, work their way into the bridge.
Keep an eye on these two as they head their way off through the final heave-ho of the permanent section before they head onto the Mulsanne straightaway. The Quad Dash Racing number 94 keeping that multi-viewer Motorsports 926 on us. There you can see the margin, less than 0.2 of a second as they head their way now down. Heading down the straightaway, who's going to be the first to make the move? Will multi-viewer make the defense? Will Quad Dash go on the offense? Let's see as they head their way down. Quad Dash pulling down to the inside. He's going to have the inside approach into the turn. Will he be able to pull alongside and get this move done off into the braking zone, using that momentum to pull close? And he gets that spot. Quad Dash Racing now jumping out to the race lead. Giannis Albrecht doing everything he needed to do to get that move done smooth and clean.
Just done for P3 to get that spot back into the right favor for them. Quad Dash now looking to run away as quickly as they can here, as a lot of activity in terms of your LMP2s. They should mostly be coming down, a lot of them again, in the next little bit. These drivers are already on lap 5 of the stints. This time, no vehicular violence for the lap traffic. Lead Pod, though, believe clipped a little bit of grass. They just got the front end crushed by a BMW.
Oh, that's so unfortunate for Lead Paul. Holding on to a good spot. They're keeping themselves honest here in this race, and unfortunately, disaster breaking out this Savage Sim Racing LMP. This is the 06 car in LMP2, loops it around. They're already off into the grass, heading out of turn number 7, and fully lose it before they head their way onto the Mulsanne. Just saw a driver as well slow there on the exit of Mulsanne, not the straightaway. Mulsanne, the corner, turn number 15. Saw Porsche just there slowly trundling down the road, as we have had a driver come down pit lane from the lead in LMP2 as well, JP, over the top, back into the pits.
That's an interesting timing for that, because believe in their circumstance they're only a few laps into their fuel run initially. So interesting timing for them in their circumstance. They move their way forward for their respective service, 40 seconds off and away for the 77. But to say the very least, as things pull away here, these are the types of efforts, remember, that require a lot of confidence to get the runs built up in the first place, to get the margin rebuilt like the 94 has, to recover to get themselves up here.
And so a long way left. So if you can make incremental gains, if you can just slowly but surely hack away at it, it can make a world of difference come time for the end of this race. Some of these drivers that are behind the wheel may not even be awake by the time that checkered flag falls. You know, maybe not. We'll have to see. But one thing is for certain, these drivers are doing everything in their power to just help out their chances. You know, the nighttime at Le Mans, in all endurance racing for that matter, Le Mans is not exclusive in this regard. It is a make or break period. If you have the mistakes, if you have a troublesome period, that will be a permanent setback. But if you can keep yourself there, if you can keep yourself in the fight, you don't need to set the quickest laps of the race when the track is anything but quick. You just need to keep it clean. If you can survive the night, you could be within a good shot of either grabbing the race win or grabbing a result that to you is good. Not everybody is looking at a race win here in this event, and that's okay. At the end of the day, we're all just here to try and raise some money. But if you can get a good result and be proud of the drive that you put on, either as a driver yourself or just as a team collective as a whole, that's really what matters at the end of the day from a competition side.
Now, for those who are curious and definitely want to try and donate, there is a donation link available for today. If you go to the YouTube description for part 2, in particular for Race for Cause 24, and click the Tiltify link, donate today, and be able to help out a great cause here today. Once again, supporting funds for belong to LGBTQ plus Youth Ireland. Now, if you want an extra incentive, a carrot, if you will, in terms of dangle, if you donate 15 euros to the Tiltify page, you can win a Hoynsveld Sprint 2-pedal set, GT Omega Sprint folding cockpit, or a Next Level Racing HF8 haptic gaming pad. In terms of the various prizes available for some of those who do make the donations. About 30 minutes through the hour, more drivers continuing to fluctuate in and out of their stops. This includes right here in racing, already a lengthy stop for Galaxy Racing yet again in more than a minute. Should see a lot of these art cards come in pretty soon. Although, remember, Broken Eggs is a bit offset compared to Satellite by 8 laps on their interval between their pit stops. Some of the others about halfway through their expected fuel runs, as you would think, but how things are going. As you can see for Galaxy Racing, it's been a tough one. They've been sent to outer space a couple times tonight.
Yeah, we've had a few instances of people being sent to the moon. We have had a few get abducted by a UFO. I would rather be with the Artemis 2 crew going to the moon than I would be getting abducted by a UFO. That's just me personally. I'm sure the spaceship looks lovely, but I'm no thanks. I'm no thanks. Even if I just woke up and was feeling fully energized, I'm not sure if trying to communicate with aliens would be my cup of tea. I would rather just be about like 100,000 miles away from any form of help.
I mean, technically, I'm not even going to go there, actually, in terms of the conversation point. By the way, speaking of going places, Race Control has called a team member from the punk crew, Pink, to the hauler. So that is involving their punteroonie with the 7 machine from before. So they will have to talk with the race administrators after their incident a few minutes ago. That's seen the big kaboom for the 7.
Yeah, that was a massive amount of contact. So Race Control may be going to have a interested chat with them. There may be some pink cars out there on the racetrack, but there may be some pink wrists from smacks coming down from Race Control. That was, one thing I do want to raise, talking about the hypercars heading off into the braking zones. Not saying this was a reason for that incident taking place, but I'm just saying it could have maybe contributed to it. The brakes in the hypercars with that hybrid system, it is so tough heading down the back straightaway off into those heavy braking zones. The LMP2s, you won't expect it because they're meant to be slower cars. In some instances, they can have better braking power than the hypers.
Yeah, and you see Galaxy Racing again, how they have issues. Well, that's a big issue. You don't have a part on your back end. There's a lot of parts coming off that race car. That's why they had to take a lot of repairs. Also, Lead Paul Racing yet again having a bit of an issue. That was a big slide and a big shunt into the barrier, saying hello to the tire wall.
And actually, I was expecting that to be a lot worse than it was. It was still contact with the barrier regardless, so it's not a good prospect, but certainly could have been a heck of a lot worse as we once again jump back to the action and follow the BMW M Plower Audi, currently holding on to 9th at the moment in Hypercar. every single time I look at that car. JP, have you seen the Audi BMW logo on the front of it? It is a marvel.
I heard something, I half jokingly, that if they wanted to change the manufacturer, there's a lot of hard paperwork in that regard to work with. Don't know if we can get a true viewpoint because I don't think I've seen exactly what you've seen. But we are seeing a driver change, at least for Fox Body Frameworks by X-Ring. The 143 car, at the very least, able to take some service and get a new driver into the car after some of their slips and slides down the pit lane.
Yeah, I'm currently fiddling with my own camera controls to try and figure out whether or not I can take a photo of this. It's what you can imagine if the Audi and the BMW logos were merged into one. It's something all right. That I could say with the utmost confidence. We saw it a bit earlier on when I was in the booth earlier during the show, and I was gobsmacked by what I saw. I'll take a quick little photo of it and send it to you here in our little broadcaster chat, JP. You'll be probably just as gobsmacked as I was seeing it. That takes dedication to pretty much merge the BMW and Audi logos together. Some would call them madmen. I call them modern marvels.
For those wondering why I just laughed, I just got the photo that Ron is talking about. Here's the visualization for those that want it in their head. Imagine the blue and white in the middle, basically like the checkered pattern. Imagine that overlaid 4 times over as circles, and instead of rings, you have the middle logos of the BMW as your rings, the logo. That's how you have an Audi logo as a BMW. I think if you tell BMW in real life, they will sue.
Yeah, see, that was kind of my worry at the time as well when I first saw that. I was like, I'm not sure what the legalities are surrounding that, so I'm not going to say who designed that logo, and I encourage the person who designed that logo to maybe stay a little bit hush-lipped about it all, because I'm not sure what may go down as a result of that. It's certainly creative, I will give them that, but it looks like something you'd find on like r/cursed images or something like that. That's actually a preview if BMW ever decided to like sponsor the Olympics and they made their own logo. That's pretty much what that would look like, I'm sure.
See the intervals on the racetrack, but one interval that's continued to grow on as a new driver is behind the wheel of the 64 car. Satellite Racing has Ben Idris Abedil Ali behind the wheel at the moment. Ben Idris for short, putting on a dominant performance in their machine up in GT3. We actually have Alex Gao standing on by in a moment. But first, what happened to Brook and Eggs Cooking? Well, they went a little bit too cooking into the corner, and they cooked their car and smashed the eggs again.
A couple of cracked eggs. There's a joke to be made there, but I'm going to refrain.
Wooey indeed, but for Alex Gao, team's been dominant today so far for Satellite Racing. Nebula, Alex, given the driving force of this machine today, what's making your car to the point where you've lapped the field and are on the pace to do it twice?
Hi everyone. I think it's just having a solid setup, and then also having everyone comfortable with it. So it's not really about having a fast car, but it's kind of making something that everyone in the team can drive. Luckily, I've got a pretty good lineup with me, so yeah, I mean, I've done the start of the race. Now I've stopped. I mean, I don't have to drive anymore, so I hope I helped enough to make the difference. Yeah.
I will say with a lot of these circumstances here, it's interesting how you try and set up the car. What's been the factor in terms of how you plotted and planned for this machine here in the French countryside compared to where a lot of the races these days in the iRacing schedule go to for special events?
I will say that on this tire model with the GT3s now, it's kind of difficult on Le Mans because you cannot drive low downforce. You have to use some kind of medium downforce, because when you get to the Porsche curves, these cars are super tricky, and this is a big issue with a bit more inexperienced drivers in traffic, because for example, in the left-hander, near like the two left-handers near the wall, if a LMP car tries to get under or over you, like going inside or outside, we don't have the room with the car to make it work, and we kind of just crash already, like right away. So it's really tricky. It's really the big problem is really the fast corners, so the Porsche curves, Indianapolis. If those corners work, then normally it should be fine. It's about going as low on the wing as you can until those corners are just about drivable, and then you just pray that it's okay in the race. It's still pretty unforgiving. It gets easier because the track gets more worn out as it goes on, so it's a bit more composed and unaustery, but it's still a very unforgiving corner.
And with that being said here as well, your team, again, has been involved in a lot of different special events. What makes this event special to you to be a part of when it comes to Race for a Cause 24 and why?
I mean, I just saw my teammate.
Oh no!
So that's okay. We have spared the fast repairs for this reason, but the car seems to be alright. What was the question? Oh, about the French countryside? Yeah. So with Nils, for example, we've been racing together since 2018 or 2019. So we've done a lot of these races, a lot of these Le Mans races since it was in the GTE back in the day and stuff. So it's always something we do together, and we love doing every year. So when we see a league or a hosted event that has an important cause or a charity event behind it, or just because it seems to be like really fun, for example with the majors or the GES series that goes on Le Mans, it's always a fun thing to do for us to just kind of get together, work on the car together, and have fun doing those 24-hour races. And usually we're pretty relaxed. I mean, we're just kind of cracking jokes in the voice chat when we're driving, and just kind of complaining about the traffic and everything. I mean, just kind of the usual stuff, yeah.
So, obviously, you just seen the incident right
Yes.
about the same time there's the question there. So, now, how does that change your game plan? Because it looks like Ben, at the least, is still driving it. I can't tell if there's any damage on it. So,
I cannot really tell either. It seems that there is none. Can I check in gyrocam the steering? It seems okay. The car seems fine. I don't really know. I'm pretty happy about this. Fortunately, we do have a bit of a lead in case we need to do repairs like we had to do earlier when we got into a bit of a contact with a prototype. And I think it was into karting corner where we kind of got a weird desync. And we had a very hard contact with our car, and we had a lot of damage. And this, on the other hand, seems to be sort of okay. The top speed seems alright also. If I check, I will check live with you. Ben was hitting 284. Yeah, the car seems fine, luckily. Yeah, pretty happy about the sturdiness of this Aston Martin.
so on that note here, anything you want to add before we let you get back to your team here as we approach 14 hours to go?
Not really. I just wanted to come by to give a bit of an update, and I know maybe there were some kind of specific questions about how we are trying to, like, what mindset we have coming to an event like this, but it's really it's something we've done so many times. It's just kind of some fun thing for us, and we have so many laps on this track that the setup is not really too much of a concern, neither is the traffic. So it's just something fun, and having fun also to try hard. I spent my first 4 stints trying to get a really nice personal best lap, and I just couldn't do it every time. I just didn't really get the window for the traffic, and I finally got my a 50.7 on my first stint of the double stint I did. So I've beaten my quali lap, and now I can sleep happy. I'm happy I've done my good hot lap.
Well, on that note, let's get back to your team. Thank you very much for the time. We'll see what happens from here for the next few hours out.
Yeah, see you, bye. Thanks.
Top Scout getting the team in a great spot. By the way, as we finish up those conversations here, things got busy for the lead here. Right now, over the top is in front of Queen's Design, but they are close. Ron, the pressure is on for the lead in LMP2.
And these two bringing the thunder at the right time. They're going to try and close up the gap as we see that replay of the Satellite Racing Nebula car going off. That was about as bad timing as my uncle who decided to invest in Circuit City right around 2009. With the battling getting intense out there in LMP2, we've been expecting that battle to maybe flare up, and flare up it now has. Over the Top has had a driver swap over the past few moments now of a new man behind the wheel of that effort. It's Henrik Rijstrand behind the wheel of that effort currently. This is his first time in that car since about lap 120, so he's feeling slightly rejuvenated. He's going to try and take that race. Well, he's going to try and hold on to that race lead, as Ruby Nekomata, who we talked about getting into that car just on the previous pit cycle, they're going to look to try and jump into that lead.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be an interesting fight now for the next little bit here. Already, Ruby losing a little bit of ground, though, since that initial squabble attempt. Just right now, trying to get back into the swing of things on the checkup. So, the pressure's on to try and at least fight. There's a lot of time to fight, obviously. But I know some people's mindset is, if you're there in the final hour, then you can start panicking if you immediately lose ground. For now, at least the mindset to me is, I'll catch them later in a bit.
Yeah, still have a little time. 14 hours. I think there's enough opportunity for these racers to take it ever so slightly slow. As hey, that's a quick little loop around for your P2 runner, Isabella Matthews, behind the wheel of that number 98 Prismatic Motorsports Athena car. Gonna turn it around without any further incident. Sketchy moments for all parties involved, not only the car that was spun, but also the car, the pack of cars that rapidly approached there. There is really no way to have a moment like that not end in tears. Thankfully, though, it worked out well. Had a small little opportunity to turn around without any more drivers approaching. Worked out well, albeit a little bit of time lost there. That eases the pressure on your leaders right now. Chloe Mugford, who we saw have that moment heading out of turn number 7 earlier on. I think the pressure has fallen away somewhat from that Taylor Mills Racing stable.
Kind of has. I think for them, even with the fast first situation, the goal is quite simple. Do not wreck the car again, or you caught yourself a potential dominant win with the way things are settling in here. By the way, more stops. This is the 94 coming on in. Albert, only 10 laps coming in. Stint with the cross of the line, so burned a little bit more gas this run. Not too much here. Looking pretty steady for their entry to the pit lane. We'll see if there's driver change this time. Yanis has been in the car for the last little bit here. Yep, there he goes. Out of the car, here comes Streiner.
Yeah, so driver swap for the 94. Interesting to see that swap go on now. Was Dominic Eisenberg in the twin-turn SR car going to pull it into the pits. That's a 23 up on the jacks. He is going to go hitting his marks down in pit lane. Will Eisenberg remain in that car? He will not. Hopping into that effort will be Lucas Moncala. So driver swaps going on for some of your top runners in LMP2. Trying to get some new blood, new name, and new faces into these cars.
Get some more energy back in, if you will, as time goes on. Make sure you keep the drivers fresh. Make sure they're ready to go. That's all you can really say over the course of this, as more drivers will peel down for their scheduled LMP2 pit stops as we go about here in this strategy. There's Strand, for example, peeling on in. So as they continue to try and square things away here, keeping an eye on some of the other things going on, most of the battle packs are still separated on the racetrack. But as things continue to get to where the intervals get more and more intriguing, that over-the-top gap has gone back up 3+ seconds in LMP2. I don't know if that's Queens backing up, or if over-the-top said, we're going to burn a little bit more gas because they felt panicked by how close it got.
And I'm going to look at the lap times to see what the deal may have been there, but would not be shocked if it was kind of a mix of the two going on at the same time.
Tires?
Oh, yeah, that could potentially do it there as well. I'm looking at the lap times from Henrik Rydstrand, and just in his time in this car alone, he's going from 139s and 339 and 340s. He shaved a couple of seconds off of the lap time there, so he's maybe feeling a bit more confident than he was earlier on. Looking at Neko Mata's lap times, though, in the same period of time, a little bit up and down. Of course, that is to be expected here with the lap traffic encounters that these racers are having to worry with. So I think it's a mix of things. You can't really pin it down on one.
We can. The way things are shaping up. And this is right now over the top. Really finding a way to power their way ahead. Coming up to 14 hours to go. By the way, for those curious about UFO fuel, we're going off the track here for the conversation on UFOs earlier. They said the aliens would enjoy tasting Earth tea, said the real charter. I'm sure they would. That's all I'll say to that comment for those interacting in the comments. Be sure to say hello and ask any questions you may have for us here in the broadcast booth. To say hello and be able to say, well, what do you want us to talk about over the course of this one? After all, we've also raised $3,576.30 worth of euros for charity also. So, gotta love the interaction, and I know people really like the memes of, it's night racing, a lot can happen. Like Quadash going off the racetrack.
And they went off the track in a big way there. Thankfully, the gravel stopping them before they found the barrier. But another little moment heading through the chicanes. I always find the backstretch chicanes here at Le Mans to be, I'm not really sure the best way I could sum it up. Would the term maybe be fiddly? Oh no, it's just, there's a slight awkward feeling every single time you head through there. Specifically the second of the two backstretch chicanes. I don't know what the deal is. They're pretty much exactly identical, but for me behind the wheel, I've never been able to get a swing of things through the second one, through the Michelin chicane. Daytona chicane, different story. I'm usually pretty all right there, but I don't know, the second one, it's maybe there's just something odd in the air. Maybe after the first chicane, I'm just tired of the second one. Or maybe it's because that's the first one that I ever drove around. The second backstretch chicane on the Mulsanne just feels like the cheap aftermarket ripoff of the first.
Guess so in that circumstance. But as Idris continues to drive, again, completely unfazed from the wall hit earlier. That's just very remarkable in terms of the viewpoint there. But when you're a team like this and you have a lot of competitors battle it on out, you have a lot of fun when you dominate races or have the speed. They're here to have fun in general, as they said. But that's the huge thing that a lot of people forget, and we talk about a lot. Hold on one second. We might have an issue popping up because someone just got a connection flag. The 53, Kato Nassa, just actually got sent to pit road because they had a connection issue so bad they got parked.
Oh, that's going to sting. That is really going to sting at this point of the race. Coming up to 10 hours now in the rearview mirror. So, that's so frustrating, even to hear about. I'm sure behind the wheel they are, you can't say fuming, it's just a sort of deal, but for that Ad Astra VRT stable who've been...
Oh, not again. Here we go again. Satellite Racing is around, and yet again, their lead is in danger. Tough spot to turn around. I think somehow they're okay, maybe. We'll have to see the steering.
I'm not sure if they've just got like a totem of undying in their inventory or what the deal is. It was heading out of the chicane to start off the lap. Still waiting to hear whether it's actually called the Goodyear chicane now, considering the Dunlop sponsorship ran out. But either way, a simple little spin, similar shades to what we saw happen with the 98 a few moments ago. As we take a look here, that's just a plain old alien abduction.
It's called a connection flag now, after all. If you're too leggy, you have trouble. But Satellite Racing through Dunlop, comes out, spins it away. Didn't hit anything. That is safe.
You know, what did Kevin Harvick say once about Jimmy Johnson at a golden horseshoe stuck up somewhere? Maybe that's what the GT3 competitors are thinking about the Satellite Racing stable. 2 incidents now, albeit one a heck of a lot more severe than the other. But there's been a rough go of things here in this race, so maybe a little bit of luck on their side, but certainly not grip being on their side now.
Indeed. As NASA's now left the garage area, Let Pod still in for their service now here in this sequence. Looking back at the race lead, by the way, gap has stabilized to up to around 4 seconds now. The tires have gone up to heat for Queens. Speed last time by was actually slower than Queens' design, although I believe they had a little bit of traffic to deal with. A little bit of an off track there, actually, with how wide things were going out of one of the most sent chicanes. Look behind them at some of the battling going on, by the way. Some of the drivers really try to play the line game in the backdrop, just blending different ways. Leadpaw, what did they do? Oh my goodness, they got completely clobbered.
Yeah, nothing they could do at all there. That was a 153. That's race control is going to be looking at that 153 car in the same way that a seagull looks at a French fry. That they are going to be all over that.
Yeah, that was not something that needed to happen there in the middle of the corner or the run up to the Dunlop chicane. And that sees a big spiral. But what was I going to say for over the top? Well, looking pretty solid in terms of pick up here a little bit. They seem to be faster when they have clean traction. When they get the traffic, of course, really impacts their ability to hold onto the interval. You see that difference is about a few car lengths, about 25, 30 of them. As that contact sent the 621 up and over.
Oh my goodness me, tumbling in the runoff area there. They land on all fours. I'm not sure the headlights giving us a full-on light show going on right now. Looks like they landed on all 4 wheels. There you go. So stuck the landing after a move that probably gave them 16 different varieties of whiplash.
By the way, a new donation just hit. Like to thank Rachel for 25 euros for their donation. Once again, thank you for your support today for this event and for belong to LGBTQ plus Youth Ireland. Monkford now in for scheduled service. Once again, making a 12th lap, should see Prismatic come on out in for their respective service also this time through. The gap held itself pretty well at about 55, 56 seconds with some of the slides we've seen for the 98 machine as well for their counterpoint. But looking very steady, despite some of the troubles for Chloe, outside of the faster pair situation, things have been holding firm for them. Oh, wow. What did the Athena car do? Oh, you know, traffic management, takes some wide to the grass, and it gets around safe.
And now coming down pit lane as well, so they will follow the 41 stable Taylor Mills, now hopping back behind the wheel of that car. We heard from Taylor a little bit earlier on that this was probably going to be her final stint of the night. Isabel P. Matthews, just the latest racer to come down pit lane up at the top of your running order. Will there be a driver swap there? Probably not, but there is one for the Taylor Mills Racing stable. Taylor Mills now behind the wheel of that effort as they're now out and away, and usually in the past there would be a brief swap of spots. Now not anymore. Mills able to drive out of pit lane, now negotiating the first chicane in the first braking zone as Matthews now up on the jacks and actually playing me like a fiddle. Driver swap looks to be going on here. Isabella Matthews getting out, Scout Lawrence now getting in.
Yeah, Scout Lawrence back to the machine to be able to drive forward. They will try and figure out a way to close this gap once again to Taylor Mills as some of the LMP2s complete some of their service. Pushman still in the lane, obviously, and a couple others finishing scheduled stops. So, things looking steady as we approach the top of the hour, coming up to 14 hours to go here in this one. Right now, the field looking happy with their runs. By the way, Queen's Design interval is going back the other way.
Yeah, so the seesawing motion going on between these two teams continues. Queen's Design once again maybe trying to close up that gap. Certainly 2.5 seconds is microscopic compared to the gaps that they had earlier on. Although the LMP2 field, it goes with being the other one spec class in this event, it has been super competitive. It takes two to tango, though. You've had spec cars, which leads to the racing being action-packed, but you've had very good drivers, very good teams, keeping themselves at the top of their game. Neither of these top two have really had the opportunity to rest or take a breath. And certainly true now with only 2.5 seconds being the margin. 2.5 second gap in some racing series would be completely insurmountable. In sports car racing, though, here at Le Mans, 2.5 seconds is a matter of a slight sideways snap heading onto the Mulsanne.
Yeah, right now, see just how much the gap continues to just spread apart in this final sector now for the 77. Right at 14 hours to go. I believe we just had an issue maybe for Savage Sim Racing 66 car. I believe they've also just been issued the connection flag in the past few moments also. They had been running 8th amongst your drivers in Hypercar. Trans Am Motorsports, what did they do? Well, bye-bye back in.
Yeah, classic appearance of a racetrack oopsie. Racetrack oopsie. And now the back end of that car is in a million pieces. It's probably been picked up by some of the people working around this track and has maybe been listed on sale on eBay already. Those French race marshals always work rather quick, as that was a code brown mode for over the top. They just had a car spun off right in front of them as they headed their way off through turns number 6 and 7 right before their assault down the back half of the track. We'll take a look now. This Broken Eggs cooking. Oh, breaking their car. That was the hardest hit of the night. Sideways step heading into Indianapolis, and they somehow drove away from the accident. How in the world?
How is that car still running with all these hits we've seen as of late? I'm surprised that they've still been able to function.
Yo, you and me both, JP. You and me both. That is unbelievable. That wasn't even like a soft hit into the barrier. There's no way in which I could see that being a smooth impact. That was, an almighty incident. Bounced across the racetrack. If there's a driver right behind them, they would have gone clobbered. As just touching on a low point as well, another incident. The smoke that we saw in the car by the side of the road, right as your LMP2 leader buzzed past. That was the Lead Paul Racing 621 now out there on the racetrack. Tori Pushman was going for a slide heading out of turn number 7. But that impact, there's one word to describe it: massive.
Yes, indeed. By the way, Lead Paw, this 621 car. Oh, that's a rough spot for the save. At least use the barrier to hold on to it. Avoided sliding up into the racing groove.
And once again, we heard from an interview earlier on that turn number 7 and that small little crackle down flat out run between 7 and 8 is potentially the toughest part of this track. Ever since then, we've seen it get proved time in and time out. So it's always tough. I always thought that the exit of the turn was the hardest part to try and manage. The track kind of falls away from you as you head your way through there. Just tough across the board, but it seems like I'm not the only one that doesn't like turn number 7 into 8. It has been challenging.
And Savage showing some of the challenges they've had here with the poofity poof. Broken Eggs cooking. No surprise in pit lane for a lengthy amount of time here as they try and fix their car once again. Pick up all the eggs off the ground, glue them together, you know what I mean? Make sure they fit back in the carton. Look good as new. Just hope no one notices the cracks in the foundation in terms of the egg.
Yeah, I've had a hotel breakfast buffet food that did taste like eggs and glue mixed together. So, I guess that won't be too much of an alien experience out there, but the Broken Egg car has had some moments out there on the racetrack. Madeline McDonald getting into the number 99 and stopped down there in pit lane for a long time to try and get that car repaired as your leader in P2, LMP2 that is, Henrik Rice-Strand in the over-the-top number 77, the latest to pull into the pits.
Let's take some service. And that's, again, not a surprise. Coming in on lap 10, Queen's design is 4 laps offset to them. Now with their strategy situation, by the way. They just gave a bulletin a few minutes ago to all drivers. Apparently, drivers are now having the situation sorted out in terms of the server since several drivers have gotten the connection flag. They are now advising all drivers not currently driving or spotting to potentially step away to relieve pressure on the server. That's understandable in terms of the situation to make sure everything's okay. Again, that's the current advisory drivers have been asked to be aware of for their teams here as we approach the midway point.
And of course, iRacing does fantastic work to improve the world of sim racing, but it is still small little technical limitations like that that do remind us that we are racing in this sim. So hopefully we don't see any drivers get caught out by trouble like that, as that's Afterban getting called out, heading off into the Corvette curves right at the end of the Porsche section. Hits the wall, small little tap there. Didn't look like anything major, but so small little hit and a Code Brown moment for sure with a driver directly behind them at the time.
621 yet again. That was a hardy cut to the grass to try and pass traffic. That was not going to work.
Yeah, just frustration brewing within that stable. Another moment going on out there on the racetrack. That's one thing you got to bring up. And we heard from my co-commentator a little bit earlier on here in the booth. Yeah, the RaceSpot debut of Omi. Omi said something very prophetic, I think. It was talking about how when one small little moment happens out there on the racetrack, it just snowballs from there. One small little moment sets you back mentally, and then the mistakes are going to pile in.
Yeah, and those things stack up and up and up. It's almost like a death spiral is the way I describe it, where you're just constantly thinking of the mistake, you pile onto the mistake, you think about that mistake, you add to the mistake, you add to the mistake, you add to the mistake. In other words, you get twisted down into a pylon of trouble and mistakes on and on. And that, we'll see a lot of drivers have to make sure they get themselves a reprieve at some point before they reach the breaking point. See some of the pit stops off and away. Nima, Alonso's off and forward. You have the 230 also that had a 40-second stop. Young just entered pit lane. Brown is curling the midst to service of the other side of pit road for ONID and TSRC's partnership here today. A lot of busy activity. Seems like a lot of these strategies, at least this window, starting to converge at the same time for first time in a bit.
Yeah, you do get little moments like that. It's if anyone's ever been doom scrolling on social media and you stumble across one of those, like, I don't know, like simulated like mathematical equations where it's like one singular like ball going across the screen from one end to another, and then if they cross the midway point, it makes a chime and everybody's offset in a different way. Eventually you'll hit the point where all of them come across that same point at the exact same time, and you just hear the you'll hear that sound. It's a very specific reference, but those who get it will get what I am saying here. We're kind of getting to that point. It makes sense that we're getting to it around the midway mark of this race. So hope these drivers and teams and all of you tuning into this broadcast enjoy the pit stops being a little bit unified right now, because we will not see it come time for the end. That is for certain.
Definitely in that regard, especially since A lot of commentators that are taking part in this event. We've seen a lot of different names make their appearances. A couple have made the Racespot debuts after all over the course of the afternoon into the nighttime for some of the competitors. It'll be Nathan Richards and Howie Burrows for hours 12, 13. Then David Haynes with Howie Burrows, hours 14, 15. I think everyone's asking the same question here as you see in the bottom. Where is Stinky? He's not in his usual spot sleeping.
Stinky is on an adventure, probably to find some peanut butter. Unfortunately for Stinky, Stinky has a significant lack of opposable thumbs, so I think it may be a little bit hard to actually get into that peanut butter. But we'll have to keep up with Stinky's adventures out there in the world. That sounds like a good little show that we can have here on Racespot TV. Every single time this event comes around, Stinky's Adventures.
Yeah, a lot of fans seem to like watching Stinky in terms of the camera viewpoint. And a lot of these drivers do have various pets as well. And we'll say they are good companions when you're racing sometimes, so long as they don't stay in the way. I've had cats, and still do have cats, that if I ever race, their first reaction is sit in front of the computer and stay in front of the computer screen until I pet them.
Yeah, see, I have a pet story, but I'm not sure if I should share it or not.
I'm not sure if it's a good one or a bad one.
It's, it was the only pet I had, and he ended up having an unfortunate fate.
I'm so sorry to hear that.
So this was, I can't even call it a full pet. It was a half pet. So this was back in 2000, either very early 2012 or 2011. My mother, who worked at a cardiologist, one of her coworkers was on vacation, and we had to look after her pet goldfish in that period of time. We looked after the goldfish. It was, it was nice to have a pet around the house. I didn't grow up with a childhood pet. I've never had a pet in my life. This was the closest we ever got to it. And this goldfish was around, and eventually that coworker came back from vacation, and my mother worked in New Jersey, so driving through Philadelphia into New Jersey, it's a bit of a commute. But the goldfish was there in the passenger seat. My mother was driving down the road with the windows down, enjoying a nice spring day, when all of a sudden she hit a pothole, the fish popped out of the bowl, and out the window it went.
Oh
I would
gosh.
love to have known what my mother said in response to that. Unfortunately, she has since passed away, so I could never get her official word as to what that may have gone down. I can't even imagine how that discussion had to have gone.
I'm just speechless. I'm so sorry. Once again.
Yeah, I see. Thankfully, I was. See, I'm not sure about you, JP, but I know for me personally, I didn't really become sentient in this world until I was about 17, so I have little recollection of the goldfish. I don't remember the goldfish's name, but I do remember classic New Jersey and Pennsylvania roads. I feel bad laughing, but it's just... I mean, just to be super clear, folks, this happened, better part of over 14 years ago. So this is...
Wow.
Anyways, we got some pit stops going on.
Yes, thank you very much. In terms of that, let's go on a more positive note, I guess, on that viewpoint. So, as the activity continues on with service, there has been a call to the hauler made to the Lead Paw Racing 621. That's after the contact with the 153. So, someone's going to have to report. The last time someone was sent to report, it was a 60-second hold. That was previously to the Pun Crew Pink. Quad-Dash having contact.
Oh, and they nearly flipped over when that contact was made. Looked like maybe a little bit of netcode causing that car to nearly fully flip over on its side. let's take a look at this here. Yeah, major damage on that car for sure. Still, I say that, it doesn't look like that car is completely wrecked, which, considering the nature of that contact, sideswipe, that is unbelievable. But if that call to the principal's office ends in another penalty, I would not be too shocked. That may be pretty massive. It is always bad news whenever you get called to the principal's office.
Surprisingly, Quad Dash is actually battling for position here too with that contact. But we'll see if they get a review for their circumstance with the contact with the slower traffic initially. Quad Dash feels like just cannot seem to get a consistent spot on the pylon, I think you could argue, because one moment they're third, the next moment they're eighth, the next moment they're sixth, the next moment they're back to third, back to sixth again.
Yeah, so up and down the field like Otis Elevator, just constantly swapping spots. I have seen this Quad Dash Racing number 94, along with the Team Sacker Engineering number 7, be in the thick of it pretty much all race long. There hasn't been a single point in which they've been fully in the clear. Haven't had to worry about some sort of battling out there on the racetrack. That's just the nature of these LMP2s. It has been a busy race for them. Stacked up a little bit side by side into the Ford chicanes at the end of the lap. Thought that would be a fantastic opportunity for Quad Dash to jump in front of that black-pink machine of Team Sacker Engineering, but not close enough. The lap traffic may be hurting out the number 7, but it really just squashed out the chances of that number 94 getting moved on.
Yeah, it makes it more difficult in that circumstance. By the way, we have a donation that just came through. Not sure the specific totals reference, but $37.04 in euros. Michael McClure. This just came on through in support of friends at Multi-Viewer Motorsports and Prismatic Motorsports. Thank you for the support. Speaking of Prismatic, some of the cars coming on in for the 28. The Minerva machine is now down. But you see that battle for 5th on the top bar. Box of the screen.
Yes, and the fight's still on for 5th in LMP2 as the pit stops continue. They're just as spread out as they have been, but we are seeing a slight change, I think, go on. Keeping an eye on that number 28, see whether there will be a driver swap. Don't believe there will, as there won't be a swapperoo as well in this fight. The 7 able to run a defensive masterclass, heading down into the Daytona chicane, able to hold on to that position for now, but still going to be keeping tabs on this fight as we develop throughout this race. Still 13 hours and 44 minutes left to go here, JP. So plenty of opportunities for these racers to battle, but there's also that carrot on the stick effect of getting that move done when you have the chance.
Definitely, especially when it comes to you have a chance to make a pass for the first time in a while. Why not go after it? Why not to make the approach?
Yeah, if you see, sorry, I was just going to say, if you see that golden carrot right up in front of you, you know you're going to try and grab it. Now, whether or not that grab is successful, whether or not that 94 can get that spot remains to be determined, but you know that team and that driver are certainly licking their lips and happy about this prospect.
That I agree with indeed. Definitely adds a scintillating part of your race after some of the lulls that you have during the nighttime where things go screech or meow in the case of the early conversation. Or anyway, meow. I mean, nobody's meowed over the radio, by the way, for the past hour, so things have calmed down in that circumstance as it's gotten darker and darker. So no need to panic if you are concerned about anything on the radio. Quad Dash right now in a prime spot for maybe the most end straight yet again to set up right now. Not in a great spot to pounce per se in this third sector, even with the run.
So as we continue to move along here in this race and see the battles go on out there, we haven't had meowing over the chat yet. We did have, I'm trying to remember exactly what driver it was that barked a little bit earlier on in the interviews. That was a fun one. But JP, speaking of interviews, it looks like we have somebody part of this. This is gonna pain me to say the BMW R18 M Hybrid TDI in hypercar.
Yeah, getting the opportunity to speak to them here as the battle goes on screen. So, from the M-Plowers coming in, it's Chloe Lord. Hello.
Greetings, salutations, and the wonderful BMW M Hybrid TDI R18 machine thingy.
The thingy. Indeed. So, I gotta ask, because right off the rip, your team stays away from BMWs, has been known for painting your cars like BMWs. Why did your team change the flavor and the pace by becoming a BMW today? Technically.
Well, I mean, in terms of what we do in the cursed land of M-Plower, we paint BMW liveries on everything that isn't a BMW, and we put non-BMW liveries on BMWs. Obviously, case in point, we put an Audi R18 livery on the M Hybrid today and tomorrow because lovely land 24-hour races. Back in 2024, during that year's Daytona 24, we put a supersonic drift missile livery on the BMW M4 GT3. And in that same race, we had a Nissan Longboy livery. I'm not sure its actual designation, but the Nissan LMP1 from like 2015, we put that livery on an Acura. We just like messing about with liveries, essentially. And case in point, one of the people racing today, Brandon Dollar, it's been a massive, massive help making our ideas reality. Anything from the supersonic drift missile, which I remember very fondly, to this cursed machine, which I love even more. And a lot of other special events.
On screen, Eisner and Stringer going side by side. Near contact between them. Eisner holds on for now. But, of course, your team has gone into a lot of battles itself here. How would you describe the feeling of the cars itself in amongst this pack, as you have had a lot of bumping in some of the circumstances, but you've also been able to put yourself in a decent spot on the pylon in the top half?
Yeah, I mean, the first half of the race could have been better for us. Obviously, the incident with the TMR car, and I think it was Dower's first or second stint. I can't remember off the top of my head. It must have been his first. That incident obviously set us back a little bit. We had to burn the fast repair on that. Lars had a really good pace in the first stint. But essentially, since that incident, it's been slightly downhill. Obviously, people are still doing decent pace. Obviously, Dower trying to climb back up, then had this incident costing us 12 minutes. Kay has been brilliant. Obviously, jumping in the car at basically peak conditions, like just entering the nighttime, cool temperatures, high grip track. I think she banged in a 25. I can't remember her fastest lap off the top of my head. So the car, in terms of its actual pace, is pretty good. It's just we've been caught up in a couple of incidents. I mean, maybe it was caught on the broadcast when I was trying to overtake the dog box car and the DHR car at the same time. It was perpendicular to them, sorry. That was a bit hectic. Yeah, I don't really know how to describe that other than a misjudgment on my part.
So, right now, what do you say about how the car's feeling for yourself at this point? Right now, when it comes to your hypercar, especially when trying to manage the hybrid system at the moment?
Good question. I mean, managing the hybrid is obviously automatic by the sim. It's just flat at battery level, just try and reach 50, so it just obviously fluctuates and manages itself. In terms of the actual pace, I'm very glad that I managed to put in a 25.9, which is probably a personal best for me. I can't remember my practice times, which is again a wonderful thing, but it's been a bit up and down, obviously depending on traffic, but the car feels really good in the night. It's just I've been up and down traffic, catching traffic in the Porsche curves, having to take avoiding action, and obviously the immense amount of talking and yapping from the teammates in the voice chat.
So with that being said, what's the approach for the rest of the way for you and your team?
Just bring this cursed livery to the finish. Just gather as much marbles and flies and God knows what else, and just plaster it all over the front of the car. Take some very, very disgusting pictures at the end of the race and see where we end up. Because this thing is crossing the finish line, however many laps down it may be, no matter what.
Any shows you like to give, anything you want to add when it comes to the M-Plowers and what people should know about you guys? After all, You are online legends, after all.
Online legends is certainly one way to describe us. I hope Josh and maybe some of the others will refer back to this comment and be like, what on earth is she saying? We are online weirdos. We just drive cars that we enjoy, and I guess in terms of shout-outs, we had a little bit of an issue with setup choice before this race, but eventually with a few tweaks from Kay on like basically the day before, we finally managed to get the setup into a decent spot. It was entirely down to in-car adjustments, but in terms of shout-outs, Kay, Lars for being the leader of our team, and Josh for getting the setup up to scratch. So, and obviously Dower as well. I guess 5th and final, but that's in no way, shape, or form putting him down. He's been a solid pair of hands, but he's just having a bit of an off day. So hopefully he'll come back fighting when he jumps into the car much later. I think in about 6 or 7 hours time.
Well, thank you very much once again for the time, Chloe, and we'll let you get back to your team.
Thank you very much. Keep up the great work, and I look forward to rewatching this in maybe 1 or 2 months' time.
Chloe Lord from M-Plower taking the time to speak with us here, a part of our coverage. As we continue on with the action. Look who's back, it's Stinky! Stinky's very tired.
That kind of hurt, actually.
I don't think Stinky could hear you, by the way.
Oh, Stinky is too far off in Napville. God, I got pins and needles in my hand. Why did I do something? Why did I do such a thing? But love to see Stinky out there, finally back, gracing our eyes. As I may have actually woken Stinky up, and now I feel better.
I don't know if the commentary audio comes through the webcam, but that would be something. If there's a laptop with the broadcast, maybe. Maybe put earphones on, Stinky, so they can listen in and fall asleep to the sounds of the race cars.
You know, I mean, iRacing did post the sports car like ASMR right towards. I can't remember whether it was right towards the start of this year or the end of the last, but I do distinctly remember that being posted.
Absolutely. Strand, by the way, holding on right now in his respective class. We do have someone else standing on by to speak with us. So far, it has been a roller coaster when it comes to how things have gone for the 69 machine, the Savage Sim Racing GT3 tonight. Right now, amongst those surviving and ebb and flowing here. In fact, they're in the podium spots as we go with Christian Rochelle behind the wheel. It is Venra Ponzi who is behind the right now, joined us at the broadcast booth. Right now, your car, quiet run in the top 3. How are you feeling about your speed?
Pretty good, to be honest. It's been a tough race, have some ups and downs, but we just kept pushing, and yeah, made it top 3. Yeah, thank you.
So, talk to us about the team's efforts in terms of preparation for an event like this. What's it been like, especially knowing you have multiple entries in multiple classes?
It's mostly just about being ready to have fun, not being like, if we don't have a good result, we just don't want to end up going home sad. So we just try and get us comfortable with Le Mans, and yeah, just have fun.
Overall, how has the car felt here on the racetrack tonight, and in theory, what came down to that car choice in general?
The cars felt pretty good. We've just decided to run the Porsche because in SSR, like, a lot of our GT3 teams do run the Porsche. It's just a very beginner-friendly, stable car, but it's quick at the same time. It doesn't trade speed for stability. It's just a very good all-around car.
Yes, indeed. So, as things have gone about in terms of some of the battles, in terms of today, what's been the thing that stood out the most to you in regards to how things have been in the night? What stood out the most to you for team?
For the team?
Yeah, what stood out the most to you for in terms of how this race has gone on? What stood out the most to you?
you know, like we most of us have not done like an organized special event, so having like proper race organizers, good how do you say, stewards, like it's really cool to experience. Like for example, I'm the first time here, like I've only run iRacing hosted events, and yeah, and then also just like sorry, my English is not too good, but like the overall racing quality. Like, there's not too many incidents where people are just crashing a lot. Like it's really respectful, and everyone is kind of doing their best as to stay clean. So yeah, that's how racing should be.
And I just wanted to ask here, it's Ron here in the broadcast booth. I want to wonder, right now we're pushing the nighttime here, and although the track temps have been cold, we've talked about here on the broadcast how it certainly feels different racing in the night. How can you kind of confirm that? There's a different feeling out there racing in darkness, ain't there?
Yeah, it's first and foremost a lot colder track, so a lot more grip, but then again, if you do lose the car, it can be a lot harder to recover it. And also, like, for example, if you're just tired, if you're doing a like early morning stint, it's so incredibly easy to get lost, especially at Le Mans. Like there is no track lighting, it's just the light from your car and nothing else. So you just really have to trust your instinct and yeah, just play it safe. And like, because if you do push too much in the night, you will end up in a wrong place.
And I want to ask one more quick question here before I pass the mic off to JP, man. Looking at your number 69 Savage Sim Racing efforts, you've got drivers from pretty much all corners of the globe, some Americans, some Brits, of course, yourself racing from Iceland. So, and Zach Bork representing Jamaica as well. So how is it trying to coordinate different stints from all different corners of the globe?
It's actually easier than normally, because then we have drivers for all time zones. Because, like for example, like a lot of the drivers doing night stints are Americans, as they have a lot better time for it. Then they throw in some Europeans in there as well, so it's a lot easier to get more comfortable stints for everybody. But then again, we can't get everyone on board. But yeah, as far as the actual countries go, it's just normal, you know. Like we're all just people, we all speak English without a problem. But yeah, it just goes smoothly, and we all, like most of us know each other. So as an SSR, like we do socialize a lot. We do, like we don't. Oh god, I don't know the word. Like Jesus. Yeah, okay, the word's not coming to mind.
Oh, trust me,
yeah.
I have that happen so often. Okay, don't worry.
Yeah, it's like we're not sticking to a specific group. Like there's like a general chat, and then the only like smaller chats is for the individual teams. So like we're not isolating some people to some places. Like everyone has access to basically everything.
On that note, anything else you'd like to add in regards to what we should know about your team, what you feel, strategy, anything else you'd like to say that we didn't ask about?
Just like, I don't think so. I don't know. Wait, could you repeat that? I completely got lost.
Anything else you'd like to say that I didn't ask about?
Didn't ask about? No, not really. Just if anyone's watching, just remember to have fun and yeah, just enjoy yourself, enjoy your night, and don't be rude, please.
Indeed. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much.
Venra Ponzi joining us in the broadcast booth. Again, their team looking inside the top 3 in GT3 as we turn around the clock. About 27 minutes away from comp tier swap, by the way, for those wanting to keep track on that situation, as the battle for 3rd in LMP2 again has stayed stable. Talked about the ebbs and flows. We're seeing that all throughout this class yet again, as Quad Dash continues to provide pressure. Keep in mind, they took a 24-second pit stop last stop. That's what got them the track position initially.
It's a Nice little run there down pit lane. The pit stops are always so vital here at Le Mans. It's a small fraction of a massive racetrack, but the strategy decisions that you make here, it snowballs. If you have an early call to come down pit lane and you go just one lap shorter than the rest of the field, you'll have to stay with that throughout the rest of the race. Either keep up that same pace and eventually have to add in more stops, or you're just going to be one lap off throughout the entirety of it unless you throw a little bit of fuel-saving game your way and decide to extend out a stint ever so slightly. Keeping our eyes locked on this battle for P3, though, here in LMP2, Team Sakura and Quad Dash. We saw this battle go on earlier on, and Quad Dash was unsuccessful. Let's see if they'll finally get the move done.
Can they find a way around? Strainer's been doing this for a while, has a small boost. Strainer might have the chance to squeeze out from the outside coming up. A little bit of a lean on coming up for the right-hander. They clear. So the 7 shuffles back a spot, and Quad Dash moves up into the top 3 with the shuffle. Now they're immediately on the defense trying to break up the draft.
And you can see the racers very evenly positioning their cars as they head their way down the Mulsanne straightaway. This was brought up by Craig earlier on in the broadcast with our esteemed colleague Craig King, talking about the nature of the other street parts of this track, how it does have a little bit of bowing out. This is a concave racing surface. Actually, and I believe it would be convex from the ground. The middle part sticks out a lot more than the other side, so the other water and rain drains away from the actual road surface. But for racing cars, that is not ideal. They prefer it to be completely flat, so you don't have to worry about the car maybe scraping a little bit down there on the bottom. It's probably most brought up at Bathurst. It's a 94 going way too deep off into Mulsanne. He's got to lose out on that spot as quickly as he got it.
Indeed, and the funny thing is, it used to be where you'd run the middle of the racetrack, and I still think you do on some tracks, because it'd be faster with the way that pavement worked to run the middle of the circuit right down the dash marks, because it gained you an extra couple hundredths or so, if not in your 10th per lap. A lot of people haven't been doing that today, but it used to be a major thing back when you used to be able to run full French countryside races on the platform. You still can with the track, but a lot of people in this race are not using that in the Mulsanne Straight in particular.
Yeah, and all throughout the history of Le Mans, there's always been a changing dynamic. Even in the sim, there's a change in dynamic. That's a Trans Am Motorsports car. That's a moment heading off the Daytona chicane. Quick little hop, skip, and a jump across the gravel. Finds the barrier, but I don't think it was any major contact. So may have gone away with one there. Maybe a little bit of damage at most, but that Trans Am car has been in the thick of it for a while now here in this race.
Right now, interesting thing as we go about is just again, what the things are going to ebb and flow among some of these our strategy gaps again. Only 2 leads still separate out a little bit, but over the top is about, based on the lap times here, 369, 12-ish minutes away for their next expected pit stop, give or take here, maybe 6, before they take a visit to the Lollipop Man. We'll say it's gotten to the point where some of the drivers in the in-sim text chat were like, hey, Hendrick, look, aliens! That's how conversational it's gotten to some of the drivers to say, can we distract the 77?
Oh, I just saw that. Hendrick, look at UFO. Oh, that's fantastic. I love that. Oh, that is good. I am a fan of that. Oh.
I'm not gonna lie, it's happened to me before where I've done that and been like, are you talking to me? And then slammed down the wall.
I'm trying to I never ended up having something like that go down, even in the sim, even with my intense levels of ADHD. I've never had that happen. But one thing that did happen, this is a fun little story. So as a kid, I got assaulted by a pack of yellow jackets, right? So I'm not too big of a fan of flying insects. Bugs, not really my strong suit. One time I was racing down at a New Jersey Motorsports Park in Millville, New Jersey, at the other kart track on the inside of one of their regular full road courses, not the one on iRacing, unfortunately, the sister track to that. I had a cricket hop into my helmet as I was heading down the back straightaway at about 50 or 55. It was bouncing around my helmet like a maniac, and 8-year-old me was having a panic attack.
How'd you get it out?
I pulled into the pits, flipped up my visor as I was desperately trying to take my helmet off, screaming, "Bee, bee, bee!" And then my dad was just like, calm down, the engine's still running, don't slam on the gas and run me over. And granted, I was, 8 years old, so I don't think I probably would have done too much damage to him, but eventually we figured out, oh yeah, it was a cricket, because the cricket hopped onto my suit, got onto the steering wheel, and then hopped away. What we suspect happened was it got onto my suit before I went out there on the racetrack, and then it hopped into my helmet as I was driving around.
I don't know what to do with that information, to be honest.
I don't know either. It's not my brightest moment, among many I accept. A lot of the dull moments have happened today on the air, so that's the more you know, I suppose, but I wish there was footage around of that. I wasn't wearing a GoPro at the time. You just hear, child me, still with the speech impairment that I had as a child, screeching like an irate cat.
Taylor Mills now, their team is now in for pit stops. Mills continuing to stay steady right now, controlling this field over Prismatic, over the rest of the pack. But good point brought up, by the way, want to mention in terms of that middle of the racetrack situation that we were talking about. Well, remember, if you bottom out when you're driving, that kind of negates the speed difference. And that's one of the things, a lot of things have changed on iRacing is ride heights, settings in terms of what you can do on your setups. A lot's changed since, say, 2021-22, when that was a major meta point of the track. Now these days, the ride heights are a lot more lower in some of the classes, so it absolutely is a good point by Pizza Driver 7646. You might scrape the bottom of the race car and break the floor.
And that's a good point to bring up there. A little bit of damage on the floor. That is disastrous. Different F1 regulation cycle. Gotta tread lightly on this topic. But in the previous regulations with the ground effects cars, any floor damage would pretty much ruin a driver's race from the get-go. Even in these cars, they're finely tuned. You can see all the little bits sticking out there to try and generate as much downforce as possible. These are aero beasts. But the floors and the diffusers do a lot of the heavy lifting on these race cars. Ever since we started putting floors on race cars, that's when the downforce started to just spike up to such a high degree. And if there's a little bit of damage done there, it is bad. It is the tough balance of having your most aero-sensitive parts and most aero-important parts being the ones that are going to be running into something the most. They're going to be running into the ground, and one small bad whack over the curb and you can see the handling fall away.
Absolutely. See Lawrence off and away from their sequence, by the way, already done their pit stop. Just running about the curb as the gap continues to grow. Mind you, it's already more than 2 minutes, almost 3 minutes in fact, to the Punk crew in terms of that spot. Over the top is also in for their scheduled service. Told you it would be about 6 to 9 minutes in terms of that stint. Queen's
Nice.
Design for now cycles in front. I get what you're trying to say.
Yeah, that was a softball. I had to swing at that. But looking at these racers still continuing on their pit cycle over the top, trying to be on top in class. Henrik Rijstrand still behind the wheel of that effort now. The LMP2 class, I think, is the one that's been the most split in terms of the other call to come down pit lane. Have we had a lap in which more than about 3 LMP2 competitors have come down pit lane at the exact same time? I really don't think we have, as that was a Punk Crew pink number 14 car going off the track once again. They avoided major contact with anybody. Don't think they hit the wall. Little bit of a trip off through the gravel trap, but really could have been a heck of a lot worse.
Could have been a lot worse indeed, but keeping things stable as we go about. Right now, you see some of the GT traffic actually picking up a little bit of steam. We'll blink the lights in the traffic. New penalty just came in from Race Control, the newest one, going against the 94 Quad Dash car. That was involving the contact they had recently with Galaxy Racing on a report. It's a multi-class awareness penalty, will be a drive-through penalty.
Well, that is an interesting penalty to levy at their multi-class awareness. Driver awareness is key in an event like this. You've got those lap traffic encounters consistently. Whether you're the hypercars lapping the slower traffic, the LMP2s getting lapped by the hypercars as you lap the GT3s, or the GT3s feeling like you're constantly getting overtaken at every single point in time. It's something you have to keep note of. It's hard to do that. You know, these drivers are tired. Their spotters are probably tired as well. It gets to the point after a while where you're just like, okay, let me just get through this stint, be done with it. No harm, no foul. Problem taken care of. Bob's your uncle, whatever you want to say. However, when you do find yourself in a moment like that with lap traffic and things go awry, that's when the knives get drawn out, because that is the closest point, that is the most common point in which incidents take place in multi-class sports car racing. So understandable for Race Control to take a look at that. I know from my time doing Race Control for multi-class sports car racing, that was something that I always looked at. So I find that to be a rather interesting call from Race Control. There's some points in time where I wish I could have issued out penalties like that myself.
It was part of causing a collision as well. We'll note on that also, but they did make the extra note that you have to be aware of this, that they did also give unpredictable driving to add to that to Galaxy Racing, who you've seen in the replay there also has binned it since that penalty. So, you know, stacking up layer after layer. As you see, Nicholas Sundby driving the wheels for Arctic. Having a lot of fun here as his fan club saying he's his biggest fan. Ducky DK is really liking that he's behind the wheel of the car and doing a solid job at the very least. Off and away they go in the top 5.
Well, you know, JP, for as long as I can remember, I've had memories. Both 13 hours and 14 minutes left on the clock, these racers. Now getting to that halfway mark, I've talked at length throughout this broadcast about the importance of having checkpoints, either from a team side or certainly a driver side, whether it be in your stint or just thinking about your team's effort as a whole. We're getting up to a big one here soon. That halfway mark is... That is going to be a point that few reach, and very many people are going to be happy about seeing 12 hours down, 12 hours left. It can be demoralizing to some degree, realizing, going back to the essay discussion a little bit earlier on, being like, oh, I've written so much so far, I must be done with it, and then you look, you're not even at the 1,000 words that you're meant to write about. So these competitors still have a long way left to go, but that halfway mark, that is going to put a lot of wind in many people's sails.
It will, because now you see, instead of hours total on the board, technically hours to go per se in terms of the mindset, I guess. So it really turns into, you've already passed the halfway point, you can sing the song in your head, and then you can just drive the laps and get closer and closer to the very end. Instant time, just a few minutes of grow past midnight, by the way. So we only have about 5, maybe 6 more hours of true darkness to deal with before the sun starts to rise here on the platform.
Yeah, so a little bit of time left of darkness for these racers to get through. We're pretty much at that midway point, getting to the midway point of the race, getting to the midway point of the darkness as well. That'll be another thing that these racers see as a checkpoint once they start to get a little creep of sunlight. Still a couple of hours away from that, but that will be an achievement nonetheless. Taking a quick look at the weather conditions out there in Sim at the moment. I need to put on like a goofy bow tie or something like that. And now for your evening outlook, 66 Fahrenheit at the moment in Sim for the ambient temperature. That's 67 for the track temp. Gen Alpha is going to have a field day with that one. The winds aren't too bad though. Currently at only teetering to pretty much just be a very light breeze at 2 to 3 miles an hour for the wind speed, which frankly, even for these fine-tuned race cars, that is not going to feel like anything.
Yeah, that's going to be very minimal for a lot of the drivers compared to some of the turbulence. Humidity is going to impact
smoker's cough.
I mean, the humidity at the very least going to impact some of the engine temps for a couple of the drivers, but not too much. Will impact the fuel mileage also, hence why some of the mileage has been a little bit more tighter per se, I guess you can argue. But really, as we go about it here at the facility, see how the viewpoints really look about here. Taylor Mills Racing is still in the lead for those wanting to check in. They've grown the gap back from 50 seconds from the drive-through, or rather the fast repair situation, back to a minute 10 up at the front. It's been that type of a night for the 41 team, continuing to chug away.
This has been a well-composed drive for this entire stable. A couple of moments of slight panic throughout the past few hours, but all in all, they have been able to keep their nose to the grindstone. They've been able to keep it smooth. They are trying to bring it home. Taylor Mills right now behind the wheel of that car. Now, based off the fact that Mills has been behind the wheel of that machine since about lap 169, and we're on lap 182 right now. Not sure if we will see a driver swap, but if there was a driver swap going down on the next cycle of pit stops, it would likely be Chloe Mugford getting behind the wheel of that car. Chloe is the only other person in sim at the moment. Mugford also racing from New Zealand, so I think the times may be looking out to be very early in the morning, potentially that, or kind of like mid-breakfast time down there in New Zealand. So if there is a driver swap that goes down for Taylor Mills, who's likely exhausted doing the broadcast, doing the driving from the UK, we say, about to be relieved in the broadcast booth by two Brits, Taylor Mills may, if there is a driver swap, would probably pass it off to Chloe Mugford.
And it's going to be for them a chance to make sure things are fresh. Keep in mind, Taylor Mills Racing, already a year ago, give or take, did get the class advantage in the win in that regard. So, be able to control things. Trans Am Motorsports, oh my goodness, lost it. Great job to keep it out of the barrier into the sand. It went once again. Bye-bye, race car.
And thankfully able to rejoin the racetrack without any further incident. Rising through the fields, we see Mia Rose, your current driver of that Queen's Design number 56 car, a name that I have yet to see hop into that car. I'm going to check to see whether or not the Aussie has been in that car so far. I look back, there was a period of time a little bit earlier on where Mia Rose was in that car. Actually started the race in that car and ran through the first 22 laps. Currently holds on to that team's fastest lap of the race, set all the way back on lap 8 at a 3-minute 36.9. So nice to see Rose back in that car. The Aussie, we're starting to see those Aussies make their appearance. It's going to be Aussies and Americans now. I think the other Europeans will likely be hopping out of the car very soon.
Did you see that valuable slide, though? Not just the teammate.
That I did.
Yeah, made a good... Well, it's not a good slide off the racetrack, but they did a great slide in terms of a save to not have it snowball into a broken wing.
Yeah, that was valuable in the sense that they saved money by not ending up in the barrier, or even in the gravel trap for that matter. Now, granted, the tires got turned into rectangles, but you gotta crack a couple eggs to make an omelet, I suppose. However, as we get into this phase of the race, keep an eye on these field as they still come down pit lane. Joshua Easy, the latest racer, now behind the wheel of that 557. JP, I'm going to ask you a real quick question. You hopped into the booth to replace me a little bit earlier on, as I did very early on in the show once you were done with your opening stint here on this show. Has there been a consensus as to what the name for that car is going to be? Because I heard Bowdy earlier on in this race and BMW, but I haven't heard official word as to what that car should actually be called.
I mean, didn't they exactly say that they wanted themselves to be considered? You mentioned the whole detail, the BMW R18M hybrid TDI. I think that's kind of what they identify as.
Yeah, that was reading that typed out on Discord was an experience. BMW R18M hybrid TDI. I remember there's a team name for a broadcast I was doing not too long ago. I think it was like Thunk Esports, Motorsports, Sim Sports, Esports, Powered by Beer or something like that. I think that was the team name. And I think we were doing that broadcast together, JP, so you can remember this as well. There have been very few times in which I've looked at something on a computer screen and genuinely felt like my brain was buffering. 2 moments. That team name and the BMW R18M hybrid TDI.
I mean, they are one of the top teams. That team you just mentioned in SCL competition also. That happens on an hour network. So they do get around some of the team names, and they will stick to those names as they have a bit of fun with the respective outfits in events like this. We'll say Queen's Design right now, interestingly enough here, with the offset still holds on to the net advantage up by more than a minute. Their lap times last time are 1.6 seconds higher than over the top. I'm very curious where things are going to ebb and flow after the pit cycle again, because we've seen Queen's Design really drop off like a rock right after the stop.
Yes, I wonder what the deal is going on right there. Queen's Design has, I'm not really sure the way that I can describe this. It's just been, I don't know, in that LMP2 category, not even reserved just to Queen's Design. Over the Top has had some interesting occasions throughout this race as well. They've been up and down the field. They've been pretty much in each other's hair, really, ever since I first got on this show. And I'm sure for you, JP, it stretches all the way back to the start of the broadcast, some 11-ish hours ago. So they've always been around each other, as we see that moment for Quad Dash heading off through the chicanes. But yeah, those top 2 in LMP2, they've always, it's like been an itchy and scratchy kind of deal.
Kind of. They itch and scratch. I forget the exact saying. I'm not going to sing the entire song. I also don't want us to get copyright claimed by a certain network, to say the least. But as we're coming up towards our swaps in the commentary booths the next little bit, we do have one team at least saying hello. It's been one of the teams involved with some of the battles we've been following along with, the 7 team. Remember, that car has been in the conversation, Team Sakura Engineering. See if we get the opportunity to speak with Hammy Eisner, who now joins the broadcast booth. Hammy, how are you feeling about the car so far in the 7 camp?
I think we're doing quite good at the moment. We've had a few setbacks early on, but that last stint I just am very, very happy with.
How would you describe the battles that you've been putting together, or were at the very least, with Quad Dash before they just had some recent spins?
I mean, it's been really fun. I wasn't expecting to have that sort of fighting this late into the race, but with some of the problems that have turned up during earlier stints, I think we've crawled our way back up quite well. Noah's done a really good job getting us closer to the fight at the front, and yeah, it was actually quite cozy. There's something kind of comforting about having a car within like 0.5 of a second, because it gives you sort of the sort of energy to go and push harder and try and keep them behind.
Now, again, with the LMP2 here, when it comes to this facility, you have to have the right balance of the setup here. Again, I know part of this event is having fun. What's been that in terms of trying to out-strategize against your friends that mentioned earlier in one of the conversations, just slipping in terms of the exact team, that said, we ran because you guys are running?
Yeah, no, the I've got a lot of friends over all of the classes, so it's nice to see people around on the circuit. With respect to the setup, it's been quite difficult dialing this thing in because it just loves to understeer regardless of what you do. So trying to get any resemblance of mid-corner turn-in has been our main issue. We've unintentionally made it a little bit slower on the straights than we'd hoped for, but we've managed to make it up in the corners.
Coming up towards the top of the hour in the commentary swap for ourselves, so I will ask you this here, as we get ready to wrap things up with yourself here. Again, what's kind of your approach as a team now, as you approach the middle of this event? Where do you see things stand for the 7?
I think we're in good standing once more of the graveyard shift is over, that we should be in line for a top 5, I think, is a realistic expectation. We'll see how things go. The fuel strategy and everything we've got going on at the moment is working quite well. So yeah, we'll just try and keep it steady.
Anything you'd like to add before we let you go?
Trans rights are human rights.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for the time, Hammy.
Thank you.
Hammy Eisner join us in the broadcast booth there, here in this one. So, as we get ready to close up the top of the hour, here's a quick rundown as we go. Taylor Mills Racing leads over Prismatic Motorsports up at the front of the field in Hypercar. Just in a past moment or so, the Pun Crew just had to tow from the top 3. They will lose that spot now to Arctic Sim Racing. Who wants a soda in turn? Well, you munch your top 4 with the most recent incident. When it comes to LMP2s, Queen's Design is up in front with a pit stop imminent in a lap over the top. Twin Turn SR is in the top 3 over Multiviewer, and Team Sakura is a part of that top 5 as we run through the clock. All well, the GT3s have stayed the same for Satellite Racing up at the front of the field with their Nebula car. Then it's ONID, TSRC's entry, Savage Sim Racing, Broken Eggs, Cooking, and then it's Panda Spec that just came down pit road in the top 5 for their service. We've reached the top of the hour, and that means it's about time to hand things off. Nathan Richards will lead Howie Burrows alongside. Let's bring them on in as we hand things off. So we're in the final 13 hours, Nathan.
Indeed. Good evening, everybody. Welcome back here as we have 13 hours to go. Of course, it's been a long race so far, 11 in and 13 left. Of course, looking through how the race is going so far, it's been a very interesting one. Lots of changes up for the lead in each category. As one thing to notice, I don't think we quite spoke about, was that there's actually been a meatball flag being thrown out for the Punk Crew, who've only just been into the pit lane. So they dropped down to P4, was running up in the top 3, but of course that has put Arctic Sim Racing up there as well in the hypercar category. I was going to run through the top 3, but Justin was there just in time to run through everything before myself and Howie jump into the commentary box. So Howie, welcome in, of course. We're here now for a couple of hours as we head into, at least in the UK, the graveyard shift. Of course, for those over in America, the USA and South America, they're probably just getting a little bit more awake now.
Isn't it funny how that works out? But we're the ones that jump in after the Americans later than them. It's nice to have the serene night hours here in France, of course. The night shifts I always enjoy on the 24-hour races. Nice atmosphere out there on the track, and certainly a bit more peaceful, though there are some battles brewing around, including some bold free wide passes between two classes. That's the 13, Carl. That was the meatball you just referenced, and that was always going to be a little bit tricky.
Definitely. As I was saying earlier when I was in the commentary box with Craig, it's very easy to make mistakes around here. And it's very easy to do that when you're 3 or in some cases around here, 4 wide. It's more than possible to do so. It doesn't always end too well, as this was a replay here of Tappy who went through the middle. I mean, that was never going to work. Come on, Tappy, you should have maybe lifted off for a moment, maybe wait for the more of an opportunity. But unfortunately, that's thrown out a meatball flag for the Punk Crew, who I'm quite disappointed to see do not well at the moment here, because I'm good friends with Eli Singh, who I believe is part, he's kind of the name behind the team, Punju. A great content creator in the scene, as used to be on F1 and now over on iRacing. So I would have liked to see his team maybe in that P3 spot a little bit easier, but they're now going to drop a couple of laps behind the top 3, and for now, that 3rd place might be over for them. But of course, as the race goes on, anything can happen. Literally, like I said earlier on, things are going to change very heavily. I've been away for 2.5 hours, and already some big changes, especially over in the GT3 class. Now, there was never a 2-lap gap. There was a 1-lap gap, but it was not satellite racing, and it wasn't only XT as RC. So a big change there in the GT3 class. As looking down, I can't remember who was leading at that point, but it definitely wasn't those two. So lots of changes up and around the GT3s. In the LMP2s, though, since I've been here, it's very similar. Just the top 2 have changed. It was, I think, before it was Queen's Design who were in the lead. Now it's over the top, but Queen's Design have just headed into the pit lane here, Harry. So I'd imagine they might drop down below, or if not, just lose some of that advantage that they did have. But they've done 2 less stops than over the top. So, you know, they're going to have to eventually end up matching them, I'd imagine, unless they've done some masterclass of fuel saving.
A lot of spaces to save around there. Of course, you've got the half the track is very, very long straight into a braking zone. I reckon you could probably save 1 or 2 stops. If you're off by that much on a rhythm, though, then it's quite hard to calculate because, you know, we've come right into the middle of a race where everybody is so far apart on the track because they're all playing their own strategy and games that it's going to take a very long time for things to head back into a rhythm. Most of it is just about surviving in these hours, something that my last attempt at an endurance race, I think I let down the team and didn't. So I do feel for anyone that has to then tell the team what happened when they make a mistake on the track.
Oh, I did. I'm not the best at racing. I do try it from time to time. I've done a little bit of endurance racing in the past. I'm just starting to get back into it now, actually. This weekend, I've recently joined an R-Racing team. I'm only 1.5k R-Racing, but that's not what that matters. It's the fact I actually turn up and will try and do something that matters the most. As we do see our LMP2 leader in the pit, sorry. I was on an LMP3 broadcast earlier on, so switching from the 3 to the 2. And Mia Rose, if it is a Mia Rose I know, I'm sure she's part of the Red Bull sim racing team as one of the development drivers. So if it is her, then hello. If not, then hello to the other Mia Rose in the community. I'm sure there's many of them indeed, as it's quite a common name, as they now drop behind the back of car 77. So over the top have gone back to the top in that class and now lead by 3.3 seconds. So given the fact the gap's quite small, we might actually see a decent battle here between those, as we do see Stinky on our screens once again has made another appearance. And I haven't been in the commentary box when Stinky's been here, so it's my first viewing of the dog, as I'm not quite sure what breed it is. Do you know, Harry? I'm not very good with dog breeds.
I'm not great, but we once had a Whippet and it sort of resembles that. So we're going to go with that, and we are going to get a correction in our commentary box. Jamie Jessica Martin's already typing the answer to us right now. About something else. She'll get to us, I know that. On the topic of the Mia Rose, yeah, we've been told it's very much the same. Last time I saw Mia Rose racing, it was in a very, very silly multi-class off-road race with track limits off of Virginia, and she just dominated the whole thing. She just disappeared into the distance and held on for something close to 3 to 4 hours. So she seems to be pretty good at anything she's assigned to on the track.
Definitely. She's a really good driver. I've viewed her a couple of times in some of the other iRacing events, and you look at it and you think she is a very quick driver. You know, definitely one of the pioneers in the women in sim racing, which luckily we're seeing a lot more take part, which is great. A lot more women getting involved, which is what we love to see here in the world of sim racing. As it's a lurcher, there we go. I couldn't remember, greyhound, lurcher, you know, a tall, thin dog. Similar thing, lurcher, there we go. Now I know exactly what breed it is. But yes, Stinky, great little animal on our screens. Earlier when I was viewing, I clicked onto the stream when I was on my other broadcast, and I just saw Stinky eating ice cream or whatever it was on the end of a spoon. And at that point I thought, you know what, I like this dog, respectable, and they've been back ever since quite a few times. So yes, great to see Stinky on our screens over the course of the 24 hours, and hopefully they'll keep the commentary box entertained over the rest of the race, because of course me and you, Harry, I believe you're from the UK if I'm correct.
Yes, very much.
Indeed.
And the crowd demands Stinky, by the way. If there's one thing you need to know is that they are going to be calling for Stinky regularly. It's actually a small period in the last stint where Stinky disappeared. Stinky comes back and Justin Prince wakes Stinky up. And, you know, like, I'm going to hold that to him for a very, very long time. Tricky slide out the turn there for the 89. Just about locks it down in time. I hope that rejoin is nice and clean. Yep. low downforce all over the track. That's all going to happen all night long.
I'll say fair enough on that collection, because that car was going quite fast when it lost the rear. So to collect it and just about hit the barriers and probably not cost it any time, fair play. Really good job at collecting that one and continuing on in what looks like a bubblegum ice lolly livery with the pink at the front, the white in the middle and the blue at the bottom. As we do still view here Car 77 over the top racing, who are doing a great job so far. Really pulled away now from Queen's Design. The gap's now up to 7.5 seconds, and it was peanut butter. There we go. There we go. Ice cream, peanut butter, something on the end of a spoon, and he seemed very happy to be eating all of that. And a little bit of information as well from Jamie Jessica Martin. And lurchers are so hard to tell from greyhounds. They're a bit more muscular and a smidge smaller. So for me, somebody who just has a pet dog but doesn't know much about the breeds, I wouldn't have a clue. But I suppose, well, you're one of them, and many others who are watching along who might be dog enthusiasts probably know the exact difference. I think I'm stupid for thinking it was a greyhound, and of course Huey said it was a whippet. Apparently both very similar, so I think technically he was half right, Howie.
Well, our family used to cycle between dogs. My mum had a very big period of like wanting a dog, having a dog, realising she couldn't handle a dog and getting a new home for the dog, and that lasted quite some time. The one we loved the most, we lost in a less dignified way, but every other eventually moved on to a house that could deal with a dog better than us. I mean, we did our best, but I swear that was a cycle that we eventually learned to break. So I've seen a few, and the Whippet was the only big one we had, and it just had a tendency to get on the kitchen counter and steal every single thing in sight. Like, you just couldn't leave food visible anywhere. She was very, very greedy. Now, worth shouting out, a few hours ago, this was shouted out, I kind of saw it in messages, and then it's still the case now, approaching the halfway mark. There's only one car that's completely wrapped up and out of this, and it's not racing anymore. The 70 Yellow Vision is the only car, to my knowledge, on this field that has given up. And they did it a very, very long time ago. Usually you expect in sort of these big endurance races a lot of attrition, a lot of teams to just eventually pack it in, but I love the persistence of everyone we're seeing. We could make it to hour 12 without an extra DNF. That would be fantastic.
Well, given the fact they're 120 laps behind 45th, I'd imagine they're out. Either they've got some very big damage in the car. But no, I'm not going to let anybody have an excuse to retire. I once did a 24 hours of Daytona. We had lots of little issues in the middle of it, including me having to message someone's mother to get them to wake up. But we did end up finishing 70 laps behind. The thing is, we finished the race. I don't care where we finished, we finished. So that's the main thing for everybody to keep in mind. As Tappy for the Punk Crew, it's gone even worse. They've now got a black flag to deal with. In P4 at the moment, of course, they were the one who had a hit into the barriers and had to head back to the pit lane. So you'd imagine they're going to lose even more time. Whether they drop below Who Wants a Soda, we'll never know until they go in and serve that black flag. I think further down as well, there was another team with a black flag. It was Galaxy Racing, who were down in 44th. They're 2 laps behind the car ahead, so I don't think it really matters whether they get a black flag or not, because they're nowhere near the car ahead. As looking through, though, we'll do a quick rundown as we have just under 13 hours to go. Our top 3 in the hypercar class, it's Taylor Mills Racing, of course, previous winners here, ahead of Prismatic Motorsports Athena, and then Arctic Sim Racing in 3rd. In our LMP2s, it's over the top ahead of Queen's Design, and then in 3rd it's Team Sakura Engineering, and then in our GT3s it's Satellite Racing Nebula ahead of Onid SX TSRC and Savage Sim Racing GT, rounding off your top 3 as we do see Howie Tappy coming in for the Punk Crew. And one thing I've noticed as well is I've seen lots of cool names as well. I don't know how they was actually able to get the name Tappy, because I don't think you could just change your name to one word on our race.
You can set your name on a league and it will display differently in the league, and you can do whatever you want. I've seen leagues with very silly nicknames on their drivers up and down the field, and that'll be that.
That shows my ability of knowing how our race leagues work.
It's the first time they've ever run this as a league. It does make it easier to spectate. Let me tell you that. Previously, races like this are often done in big hosts, but it's holding up well all the same. By the way, I mean, we talked about the black flag. We did see the incident. Praise be to our head steward, Olivia Hayward, who so far has been running 11 hours straight of stewarding. I mean, there is a team behind, but she's making all the major communications. I certainly do hope she gets a break at one point, if there's someone else that can also help, because 24 hours is a very, very long time to keep a lot of focus on a very, very big race. But every little helps, and that's a lot of work to put in for a show like this, but you need a big crew to make a 24-hour race to come together, unless you just want to wash your hands of the whole thing.
Definitely. I mean, if Olivia's here for the full 24, I'll get their pay. And I've done a couple of years in a row now, a charity event on the Formula 1 game, which is a 24-hour event. Of course, you can't do a 24-hour race, so you have multiple races over that time. And I had to do a whole host of different bits of stewarding, communication, answering questions, commentating, driving. I did a bit of everything in that one. 3 years in a row. Believe me, by the time I get to Euro 24, the first thing I want to do is get off that PC and go straight to bed. Even though you get that whole boost of adrenaline of ending it off and, you know, saying thank you and all that, believe me, nothing feels better than going to get some sleep. So I do hope for Olivia's sake that they do go and get some rest at some point, because believe me, you'll feel a lot better when it comes to the end of the 24 hours after some rest than you would living on no sleep. But then again, some people, for some reason, just don't need to sleep. I know many friends of mine who can stay awake for 24 hours easily and be like, how are you tired after 16 hours? I'm like, sorry, what? Isn't everybody meant to be tired after like that amount of time? But no, some people could just stay awake inevitably, which I wish was the case sometimes, but unfortunately it's not. And even though I'm 21 years old, I do feel like I've got the capacity of staying awake as much as my nan, who's in her 60s. I don't know how that's happened over the course of 2 years, but I suppose spending my life on a computer commentating sim racing has added to that.
Let's not talk about the monster that's by my side, because I'm here for 4 hours, you're here for 2, so we might get to see, like, people who are here right now might get to see my mental state have deteriorated by the end of 4. Hopefully not, but, like, this is a live science experiment right here, and you're all going to get to see something fantastic out here on the track. Either way, maybe if someone report in, give me a wellness check by the end, I'll be fine. That would be great. It's the race is serene enough, I think, for me to be entertained the whole way.
Indeed. I mean, there's not much actual battling on track for position, but there's so much going on. As we do see Collier Broy now heading to the pit lane for Feven, I hope it's right, Feven Racing, car 420, 9th in the GT3 class, so still in the top 10. They'll head into the pits. They might drop below Mirai United, but they'll be more than fine ahead of Beta Frost, who are 4 laps down from them. So P10 at the moment seems pretty much done and dusted for Collier Broy and Feven Racing, but still 12 hours to go, not even at the halfway point of the race yet. Anything can happen, believe me, I know, in an endurance race very quickly. Sometimes for good, and sometimes definitely not for the good at all. Looking through in the standings, I remember one driver earlier we were speaking to, Tyler Buck for Cautionary Tail Motorsports. He's running this solo, and myself and Craig were speaking to Tyler actually when we was in the commentary box earlier, or at least before I jumped in. I was like, how can someone do 24 hours of racing non-stop? I know another friend of mine, Ronald Alfredson, I think it was, he used to do 24-hour races by himself as well. And I just think, how can somebody do that? Because I literally couldn't at all. Could you do it, Howie, 24 hours non-stop?
I've never sort of stretched more than 4, and 4 is a lot for me. I mean, probably the longest single stint race I've done was a full Indy 500. Managed to win it in iRacing in the last year. Looking forward to doing that again. But I literally had a left foot cramp that lasted for like 2 weeks. I'd struggled to walk because my discipline on where my foot was on the brake pedal on my legs wasn't very good. And, you know, by the end, you are just sort of willing and hoping that it ends. And then some people just think they can do it for 24 hours. I mean, on a typical iRacing event, like if this was like a major special event, you'd be disqualified. You have to declare teammates. Yeah. I guess the Race for a Cause though allows such daring moves. If you think you could do it and you make it to the end, you deserve every award possible, quite frankly.
Yeah, a medal indeed. More than the team that's won it, I think. Yeah, it's insane what some of the drivers are able to do here as we make our way through. Still with car 420 as they make their way out, and with 12 hours and 43 minutes to go, of course it is a oh my god, hi mom. I love that message on the back of the car. As here is Skate Lawrence, I think making a mistake either or, just washing them on track, and that's going to be a spin for car 98, and they were P2 in the race.
Good time, good place to recover it. do it somewhere where there's no walls, just a little bit too much of the curb, ride the car halfway over, and really in those moments, I don't even know if like you consciously like are actually like verbalizing how panicked you are, but the moment that thing's locked up and you're still moving and nothing bad happened, you just think, okay, let's not talk about that. It's a long race. Team, don't bother me. I'm just gonna go do my thing. That's typically how I do it, which is how I got removed off my own endurance team. Eventually, that was just too much at a time. But I mean, there's a lot of places with walls right next to the track, all over here. If you're gonna do it anywhere, probably the Dunlops are a great time.
Series Skate Lawrence, who just made a mistake, as they're making their way through in the Prismatic Motorsports Athena car, pushing the Ferrari GTP. There we go, full screen with Scouts, as they can probably, I think at some point will realise they're on stream, and then they'll automatically your heartbeat shoots. You're like, oh no, somebody's watching me, everybody's watching me, and then you don't want to make a mistake at all, which is the last thing that you want. So we'll see them head their way down with a couple of cars behind them now, with a couple of the GT3s that they were just passing, and of course traffic around here luckily isn't too bad because there's a lot of straights and most of the corners are quite wide, so traffic here isn't as much of an issue as it was earlier when I was on the IFRA Championship and it was around Mexico City.
I mean, if you compare this to the other 24-hour track we regularly know and love in racing Daytona, this one's a lot less chaotic. I personally quite like how packed in that track is. This one's a lot bigger, but it does mean that there's much more of a rhythm and there's a lot less like continuous chaos. Like there's so much space to pass GT3s down straights. It's a couple of awkward sections, but you can do a thing called waiting if you're so inclined. Generally, there's just so much opportunity to get things done. Although top speed between LMP2 and GT3s can be tricky because they're not too far off each other.
Indeed, as still watching car 98 here making their way down towards the end of the lap, and these chicanes here I absolutely hate because I end up hitting the curb at the wrong point. As here is Nicholas Sunby making his way through in the Arctic Sim Racing car. I'm sure Arctic Sim Racing, I had a couple of friends driving for them around a year ago. I don't think they're there now. I think they've gone to pastures new since, but a team I've seen a lot on track in recent times, and a very competitive team indeed. And I can see there Nicholas with 4 Monster cans on the side. I don't blame him at all. I'd need a lot of Monster cans as that's a BMW behind going around. But when you're here for 24 hours, I don't blame the amounts of Monster. I've got one next to me which I've drank, so I'm now limited to Pepsi Max, which I don't think is going to do much of a job of keeping me awake. So that's why I need you, Howie, to somehow keep me awake by going crazy when something happens on track. So I have a bit of adrenaline in me.
What you need to do is change your entire lifetime sleep schedule by working so many American iRacing shows that you eventually just lose track of how to live in society, which is going to be particularly great on this Easter Sunday when everything is closed. I've got to say, at least make sure there's at least one Mango Loco in there. That's just my hot take. Throw that one out there against the wall. It's got to be. It's got to be. I'm too picky on this front, and I shouldn't talk about the habit because it's simply I'm in a hole there. I'm in the hole. But it will get me through this race. It will make the show good.
Oh, definitely. It'll get you through. My favourite's the Pipeline Punch and the White Monster. I think the White Monster's quite an overall, it's like a bit of a goat of the monster scene. Pipeline Punch is always a bit of one people are like, oh, you know what, I agree, or others say, oh no, not at all. As here is Madeline McDonald in the Broken Eggs cooking car, making their way through as we go on board now. Well, not on board, but onto their camera as they're making their way through. And of course, another driver I see with triple screens, and some of the setups these drivers have are insane. I have a desk with a Moser wheel that I just mount to it, and a GT Omega chair. That's about all I have. Some of these drivers have
the exact setup.
Is it the same as what you've got?
Except my desk is this like IKEA moving desk that is desperately wishing to die, and I won't let it yet. Other than that, yeah, we just put the Moser on the desk and we just go. That's been a drive-through penalty. Doug Henson Racing. Not going to be something that we can catch on the track, the incident, because it was excessive flashing. This actually wasn't in the rule book, but the moderators decided it should have been there. I could find excessive flashing annoying even in the day, so I understand wanting to put a stop to it in the middle of the night as well. You're going to blind people along the way. It's dangerous out there on the track. You can find your way past someone. But we've seen a few of those given out. That's the first of our run as our lead hypercar fills up the tank. Long pit stops to get all the fuel into this thing. We could have it. No, I was going to say we could have it quite close on pit exit. I don't think we will. It's not going to take another 45 seconds, but it will be closer, I think.
Indeed, as we do have a raffle as well for this event. So, once you donate your money, you can get yourself involved with the raffle, as it's now on our screens, of course, thanks to our partners listed at the top right. But you can win, potentially, a Huizenveld Sprint 2 pedal set, which I don't use Huizenvelds, but they are really good. I have a few friends who have them. You can win yourself a GT Omega Sprint folding cockpit, yet again. A piece of equipment I've used before with a friend, really good, and then you can get yourselves a Next Level Racing HF8 haptic gaming pad. So you could donate €15 to the Tiltify page for a chance to win one of those 3 prizes, which I think are insane. So, you know, it's again a big thank you to our sponsors for bringing these prizes to us for this event to give away to our drivers or to the community watching along. And I think that's another great thing as well, isn't it, Howie? Of course, we're raising here for a great charity. The belongs to LGBTQ Youth Ireland charity, but also people can get involved as well from the scene, and even if they're not here primarily for the charity, they can still get involved and win themselves a couple of prizes, because people end up here for a multiple different reasons, whether it's for the racing, the charity, or just coming in to get some prizes. But the main thing is everything goes to charity, and that's what we're all here for, isn't it?
To charity, an organisation that means a lot to me. I want to find a point to say it eventually. I will. I mean, I'm one of the prouder LGBT sort of members of sim racing commentary, non-binary here in the booth. I, do some work with Prismatic. I've spoken to him plenty of times on broadcast before, so it's a big reason I really want to be a part of this broadcast at some point, and I had to sneak into a late night hour. Brian Fiona's, I've worked on one of his races earlier today. Now celebrating a pass on the track. This one's gone quite a bit better than last one. But yeah, I love the organisation. I'm down south, so not in Northern Ireland, but any support anywhere will do.
Yes, definitely. Obviously, I can't speak from experience personally, but I do have a lot of family members and friends that are part of the community, and a couple of them that are quite young as well. And that there's a lot of help that still needs to be out there for those that are growing up as people part of the LGBTQ+ community. So it's great that there's charities and organisations out there to help people. And of course, there's not just charities and organisations in Northern Ireland or in Ireland. They're everywhere, in the UK, over in Europe. So there's always a place for people to go to. Of course, I'm sure there's many people in the community which are going to be there to help if you need anything, but you're not from Ireland. Speak to somebody. They'll help you. They'll have some resources for you, which is the main thing. Obviously, I can't give anything because I don't know, but I'm sure many people do. Which is great to see everybody come together for a great cause and to help people who unfortunately have to suffer every day for unfortunately the way they are. As we do see Savage Sim Racing GTP now making their way through, unfortunately in 10th. But the main advice to me would be to these, Howie, just keep going, I suppose. Have fun, drive, don't worry too much about your position. It's just about being together with the community, which is, I think, the great thing about sim racing. It is just a big community, and it just seems that every race you go to, you recognise so many people, and it's just one big family, isn't it? When you come down, when you look at it from the broad aspect, it is one big family.
We do get to know each other quite well over time here. I've got plenty of people on the channel that I'd consider friends. Got some people in the last booth I'd consider friends. Wish you were here, Ron. Wish you were here. Although you're doing a fantastic job. Don't you worry, Nathan. But,
you can bring him on if you want. I'll leave. That's fine by me.
Nah, it's fine. Know each other for half an hour. It's all good. It's going great. But I get to know. You eventually do get to know people in leagues that recognise names, seen them around often. There's some others on the track that are just like names that I'd recognise and I've seen before, and do plenty of events I work on. And certainly, they're all, a lot of them, very, very wonderful people that really, they put a lot into what they do. They love it as a hobby, and it's always good to recognise faces out there and eventually get to help out each other.
Indeed, that's what it's all down to. And I'm just looking as well in the YouTube chat. Of course, I like to keep up with those in there. And the one question was not towards me. It was towards somebody in the chat, because they said, I would like a soda, please. And they put, what is the soda of your choice? First of all, I'm in the UK. I don't call it soda. I call it pop or fizzy pop, or a can of drink. For me, it's Pepsi Max. I did see Dr. Pepper, and I hate that because Dr. Pepper is the worst can in the world. I don't know why people like it, because I just can't stand it. For me, it's Pepsi Max, followed by Pepsi and then Coke. As there we see our very good friend Sticky, who I don't think can drink soda, because I don't think we want to make him ill.
we are spotting the American time slot. We are going to have to show them a little bit of respect. Like, they're the ones that are up right now. We're the ones that really shouldn't be. And we've just made this choice anyway. Honestly, I'm a bit on the Pepsi line as well, although give me the blue one, quite frankly. My take is if they made Mango Loco, like, caffeine-free, it would be over for me. Like, it would just be over. That would just be it. You know, like, that would be the only thing probably consumed until the end of time. Fortunately, there's such a thing as human health limits on the way there. Not even thinking about the sugar. So, if you were to then say, okay, well, I would speak more strongly about Dr. Pepper in private. I try to be a professional about all soda brands on broadcast, but I don't like it. So, you do you. That means there's more for you, quite frankly, and we can have that.
And I'm looking in the chat as well, and the Rainbow Racing CEO says, I have 12 litres of Dr. Pepper, never speak to me again, and then 8 cans of Monster. Now, the question is, what cans of Monster? That is the question. Because
is that what this is going to be for 2 hours?
I mean,
we could do this.
I could drink 8 cans in 2 hours. I mean, the Dr. Pepper's already got me into a thing of I dislike you, but if it's bad Monster, then it's like I hate you forever. But if you get good cans of Monster, then you'll go up in my pecking order. So that's the question, what cans of Monster? Because me and Harry have said, for me it's Pipeline Punch and White Monster, and for Harry it's Mango Loco. So what is the choice for the 8 cans of Monster?
Welcome to the night shift. Welcome to the night shift.
See, I don't understand American measurements. What would 20 ounce be? Because someone said I've drank 20 ounces of Sprite, but I don't know what ounce would be.
Big bottles. Oh no, that's it's about 600 litres, not the big ones.
Sprite's all right. I prefer 7 Up.
Not 600 litres, 600 millilitres. God,
600 litres.
600 litres would be a lot.
Yeah, that'd be too much. I don't think you could survive off 600 litres of Sprite. I don't think the body would be quite happy to keep up with that, because we know the Sprite challenge isn't the best thing to do. I wouldn't like to do it with 600 litres. Ultra Fantasy Ruby Red. Now, I'll be honest, all the Monster drinkers will hate me, but I've never heard of that one. As we see, Stinky, he looks, I think, thirsty, licking their lips. Does he need some Monster?
Maybe get Stinky some Ultra Fantasy Ruby Red.
Oh.
I've had some. I didn't sense much of a taste in it, but it's fine. It's fine for it. They don't usually release bad ones anymore, so we let them have that. Really, my secret weapon is Red Bull Tropical, which is like magical, and they just need to like put into giant vats. One day we'll move on from this. It's only been 30 minutes, people. Only been 30 minutes. More pit stops rolling on through Ryan Stringer from Quadash Racing. Also, everybody's very, very offset on their pit strategy. Yeah. I've seen a lot of 24-hour races in leagues done where there are sort of full-course cautions that lets you reset the field. We're not seeing any of that here. This is sort of the iRacing classic, the rerun green all the way to the end. It just means fuel consumption. Everybody uses fuel a little bit differently. For some reason, I mean, I'm not a very fast driver when I am on an endurance team, and I don't wreck it. I seem to just use less fuel than everybody else. And you could attribute this down to like me being slower and me being less aggressive in some ways. But it does mean you sort of have to plan your stints differently, because if you do your fuel calculations based on mine, you're going to get like more laps out of the tank. So consumption differs more than you'd expect, even on a race that's just flat out green to the end. There's no strategy implications in that.
Certainly. I wouldn't have a clue where to start with fuel calculator. Hence why I'm glad that many of my friends are in iRacing teams, so I'll just ask them and they're like, right, this is what you need to do. And then they actually go to me, how do you not know? Surely it's easy. I'm like, bro, I'm not 7K iRating, I'm not going to know. And in the end, they just give up and tell me. Either that I have to bully them for it and just keep asking, which in the end it works. Most of the time until they get an order meantime to shut up and time me out. So, yes, depends how it ends. As we do go on board here, or off board, of the 420 car, Coley Broy in the Fevin Racing team. They sit 9th at the moment in the class. They're doing a great job at the moment of just getting the cars to the end. Well, I suppose I'll split it up into 2. Get yourself to the end of the 12 hours, then you've only got half to go. So think of it like 2 races. No, 2 12-hour races. It makes it seem a lot easier than 1 24-hour. So we'll see how they can get going, because Nils Court is in the lead at the moment in the GT3. That's a car that I actually saw about 8 hours ago in the Ivra Club Sport Series. Has gone straight into this event, so it's great to see drivers not stopping driving, I suppose. As we spoke a lot about Monster cans, a lot about our favourite sodas. So the one thing I do think I need to ask is, because I am a very big GT3 fan lover, just because I find them easiest to drive, what is everybody's favourite GT3? Because for me, I don't know about you, Hay, but mine is the Mercedes-AMG GT3 by a mile, and like nothing comes close to it. First of all, it looks beautiful. Second of all, it sounds the best, in my opinion, by a mile. What is your go-to GT3? Because this question, I don't think I've ever got the same answer from anybody. Ooh, so that's a Porsche into the wall.
First thing I'm going to do is just like pretend I didn't hear part of the question, so you can correct me over it and say that actually the best car is the Ligier JSP 320. But then if we just take that one out and then we actually compare the GT3s to each other instead. I don't actually have like a main I jump to. I got the whole IMSA field, all the cars on iRacing some time ago, partially just because I quite like attacking the same race in a car that feels fundamentally different.
That's fair.
In my heart, I'm like a fan of Ferrari as a thing, and I quite like the 296. It's quite a cool car.
Yeah.
I really did latch to the Aston Martin when it came out because it genuinely just felt like the safest and the most predictable, and it was like, I know what this car's going to do, I know how it's going to respond to me, and I started to spend a whole season getting pace out of it. And sometimes there's a week where you have to drive the Porsche, where that car's behaviour on the brakes is just so different, you're just going to be like, I'm going to have to do this. This is the Porsche day today. I think it's probably between those three.
It's a fair choice. I can't stand the Porsche, not because of the car, but because of how hard it is to drive. I don't know what it is, I just can't get adjusted to the braking in it at all. Whereas the sound of it is beautiful. I went to Zolder a couple of years ago in 2023, and there was the Porsche racing there, because I went for the European Truck Championship, but there was the Porsches there, and I've never heard anything like it. Hearing 25 Porsche GT3 shoot around Zolder is one of the best experiences I've ever had. But yeah, no, it's great to hear those cars, and I think for me, I know it's not in iRacing, but I'm still going to mention it, and I don't think that any real-life teams even use it anymore, but the old Bentley GT3. Now, I know it was a boat, and it weighed like 2,500 kilograms, but I love that thing in iRacing, the old Bentley Motorsport GT3. As, looking in the chat, we have the Porsche or Aston. Yet again, I don't think anyone can moan at that. Porsche and Aston, quite popular. You said the same with those two, Howie. And then also, the Chevy Corvette. That's another one. I do like the
Corvette's
Corvette.
Cool.
I've never
It's
driven
sort of
it.
like a spinning top, though. Like, it's very, it's the most linear when it comes to, like, your input, so it does react, like, the way you treat it the most.
Yeah.
There are some tracks where, like, when Brands hatchets a schedule, I will go my Corvette because I know how to lap in that thing, and I'll just absolutely run circles, and that's how I get my I rating that I'm going and lose the next week by doing something stupid on the track again. But like, I had a thing for the Corvette, and I eventually just realised, like, sometimes I'm getting frustrated and it wasn't really working for me. But it's fundamentally quite a cool car. I miss the old McLaren. Now, the MP412C was an average mid-engine car. It was just sort of like the others. But number one, no one drove it because it was old and they knew it was going to get replaced. You could throw that into the endurance. You'd be the only one on the field. That was magical. And the flames. Who remembers the flames? You shift in that thing and you get 5 solid seconds of fire spitting out of the exhaust on the back. It was magical. That's another spin for Savage. Oh, those tyres probably didn't take the punishment for the first slide that badly, and that one's going to do some serious damage now on a hard spot to rejoin as well.
Yes, the tyres being savage, mind the pun. As we have a battle here for 9th in the LMP2 hypercar category. Believe me, guys, I'm tired. I'll get there eventually. Between BMW M Plower and Savage Sim Racing, the other one of the Savage Sim Racing cars, this time the hypercar version. Battling for 9th and 10th here at the moment on circuit here around Le Mans, and it's, I think, fascinating. We've got a battle on track for position as Savage Sim Racing to the outside as they head their way into the chicane, and did they have to ruin it by pitting? Thank you, Savage Sim Racing. The battle that was there has gone as quick as it started. Great. So,
how dare they run out of fuel, you know?
No
like,
longer a battle for 9th.
So this is the last crew did an interview with the BMW and Plower team, and basically they're the team that dress up the BMWs to look like other cars, and the other cars are like BMWs. And the only thing is, I didn't get to actually get a view of that BMW at any point during the interview. And now I'm looking at it with my eyes, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's a cursed car. Now that is, I like myself a cursed car. I've got a tip for them. if anyone from BMW M Power is listening, they love to like make other cars look like the BMWs. If you can find one of the NASCAR vehicles and dress it up to look like an M4, that would be the funniest thing you could do ever. There was actually a very brief window in iRacing where you could get rid of the sort of like stickers on the front and the rear of the ARCA cars, and someone made a full BMW with the BMW lights, and I was like, this is just how it should be. But that's the one niche that you're going to have to tap into one day. I love the idea of mixing and matching different team liveries. My Porsche looks like a Mustang. It's got the horses down the side because you just want to throw somebody off their game.
Yeah, that's fair, indeed. I didn't know anything about that whole BMW thing before, but now I know. That's a fun fact I can use in a pub quiz, I suppose. As looking through the chat as well, a few more of our GT3s have come through, and the sub that the one of them that I can see here is we have a battle for, first of all, for third, as the Savage Sim Racing team is now in a battle with Broken Eggs Cooking as they make their way through, and Car 99 versus Car 69, and I think Broken Eggs have got the move done into third place. A great move there up the inside as they make their way through. It's always so hard to tell where you are on track when you have battles like this because it's so dark and you can actually barely see the cars, but it does seem that Car 99 has got the move done for third place and will start to fly away as they make their way down the Mulsanne Straight. I believe they are in now. But looking through at the chat, I saw the Callaway C7, a car that I didn't remember until I searched it up on Google, and then I do remember it. I don't know where from, but I just think, you know what, I remember that car from somewhere and I love it. I don't see it anywhere now, of course. And then another one, this takes me back, and I'm only 21, it's probably maybe 10 years ago now, the BMW Z4 GT3. That was a beauty. There's somebody in my street who owns a Z4, and they are nice little cars. They are little convertibles, and they are just your cheap old sports car. GT3 version though, that was something, wasn't it? I didn't expect to see either. It was a bit of an odd one, wasn't it? The Z4 being made into a GT3 car. It never seemed to be that model of car, did it?
I had to double check something about that battle for third because I had to check, is that the same Savage Sim Racing that we saw smash into the wall and lose all its front end? And it was. They actually went in the pits, pretty much repaired it. It is running on the track. I had to rewind the tape on iRacing to check. That's the same car. So the repair must have not been that hard of a job if they were able to just get that done so quickly. Let's just check it. Did they leave fast repairs? There is one fast repair per car. That is your answer. And that's also why we're seeing them last a little bit longer, I think. So that was likely fast repaired out. Halfway is probably one of the better times to use it. Let's put it like that. They're back out on the track. Some teams have used, some teams haven't. Well, the leader of the entire race, Taylor Mills Racing, has, by the way. So try not to make a horrible mistake.
Yes, wouldn't be a good idea. And the reason why I didn't mention the Savage Sim Racing GT team was because I didn't think it was them. I thought, oh, they must have two because there's no way the car that's crashed twice in 5 minutes is third. Never mind, they were, and they're now fourth, and they're 2.5 seconds back from Madeline McDonald in the Broken Eggs Cooking car. There's also a fun fact as well for Rainbow Race, and it is their anniversary, their 1 year anniversary, I'd imagine, in a way, because the first ever event they did was the RFAC 24. So it's an anniversary for them here in this one. So great to see them continuing on a year later. And I think that is a great thing as well, because one thing I've noticed is, even though there's a lot of teams, recently I've seen quite a few iRacing teams shut down and merge or go away completely. It's nice to see some of the smaller teams in the community stay on and continue racing, especially in charity events like this where you've not really got much expectation, but I suppose the only expectation is to have fun. Don't be boring, enjoy yourself. That's kind of the mojo, isn't it, in these events here, because nobody turns up and thinks, right, we're here only to win. Because that's not the point of charity. I don't know any charity event where someone goes there and thinks, right, we're only here to win. You're here to be part of the charity as well as to be competitive. As here is Jordan Strant in the twin-turn SR by Debecca Bornham Gamity. Now, that's a name and a half. They're in 7th, currently in car 22, and going along quite nicely. Now, I asked you your favourite GT3, but I never asked Howie. Now, if you had to race in this race, what are you going for? Hypercar, LMP2 or GT3?
LMP2 has been really popular. I mean, I personally don't really jive with the car in LMP2. I've not really worked out how to be fast in it. I'm used to the LMP3, which prefers to bully and beat and destroy you. I think I would try the GTP. And people like being on both sides of traffic. I think I would drive the GTP because I'm not really much of a GT3 fan myself. Like, I do my weekly GT3 races like it's turning up to my job, but I like things that react to you just a little bit more. I wish I was any good in a GTP, though. Really, they need to let me run my Garage 51 entry with my little Ligier, and that'll be a great day. It seems like the only car I know how to drive at all at this stage. By the way, I like going back to things you said, like I'm just going back in time, but through the time machine here. I'm worth shouting out. I do know Rainbow Racing a little bit better than some others in the booth would actually. I actually did some work on an initial championship they hosted, a little internal racing championship. It was working that was an unusual experience because I know Jessica Perry is listening. I wish it could have gone a whole lot better, and I did learn things though, and thank you very much for the opportunity anyway. But as a result, it's interesting to see them sort of come back and their name still be around. It's great to see them still around and all that, because just got to know one or two of their team members and all, and as I said, you want to see teams survive and thrive. Well, I think we do have one of the drivers from the Savage Sim Racing team that just crashed it, so I might let you handle how to sort of ask questions about such an awkward experience, but it's always a learning experience for many, isn't it?
Indeed. We'll drag them in. Zach, can you hear us? Hopefully.
Hello? Sorry, my
Hello.
mic.
That's fine. Can you hear us?
I can.
Perfect. So, was you the driver that crashed the car twice?
I was.
In 5 minutes?
I didn't...
What happened
Yeah,
there? Because
was
believe me, I'm
fine,
not judging. I'm as bad.
So the first one, my entire game just froze coming into the corner. So went to turn in, just drove straight into the wall because couldn't see where I was going. But the second one, I think, was a succession of damage from the first crash. Trying to limp it back and just lost the rear end. So thankfully we still had a fast repair. That was the first bit of damage we'd had, which is how we could get the car back out so quickly. But in all, the damage limitation wasn't so bad. So,
I mean, you've crashed it twice, but you're still fourth. I mean, that's not too bad going at all. I mean, yes, you've got rid of your fast repair, but 12 hours to go. Hopefully you don't need to use another one again. I have touched wood my end as well to hope that you don't. But, of course, the race itself, it's an interesting one. It's 24 Hours of Le Mans, a track that many people do drive. I mean, is this your first time doing an endurance race around Le Mans?
Around Le Mans, yeah. I've not really touched Le Mans too much in my time of doing endurance racing, so it's a new experience for me. You know, I've done a few endurance races, but this is a totally different kettle of fish. This track, it's hard out there.
Yeah, definitely. It's not an easy one. I mean, what have you made of it so far in your time in the car? You enjoyed it, or is it just you're that focused in you can't have any emotion, angry, or
yeah,
happy?
it is kind of at that point where you kind of just lock into a point where you don't really think about anything but just keeping the car on the circuit. You know, it's, dare I say, there's rarely time you ever get enjoyment out of endurance racing. The only time is if you're just floating around and there's not really much worry, but you know, the stress of hopping into a car that's in a podium position and trying to keep it there is, you know, it's something else.
Definitely, and of course there's a couple of cars on track for the team, you know, in Hypercar and in GT3. I mean, this is a great event for the team to take part in. I mean, for yourself and the team, you know, what does this event mean to you lot?
I mean, for us as a team, you know, it's great to take part in this kind of event, especially with the amount that Nate does for the entire community that we race in is unbelievable. You know, I stepped in not too long ago into the team, but you know, you feel like you're at home as soon as you step in. You know, everyone's really nice and inviting in, so it's good to see the team get involved in these kind of events. You know, it's like I said, well, dare I say, it'd be good exposure for the team, but you know, to show our support for these kind of causes and stuff. You know, I think, as it was mentioned before, we're very open. We'll accept whoever and anyone that wants to join us. So.
Certainly. I don't think you'll accept me, though. I'm only 1.5 KR racing, so maybe I'm one of the exceptions.
You're higher than me.
Well, that's
higher than me.
I mean, I suppose that's an achievement for myself, but it also means that you need to get better than me because I'm a commentator. So that's the motivation for you, Zach.
Yeah, I don't really run much officials. I pretty much hop in, do silly amounts of practice, and just run the special events.
That's fair. Yeah, definitely. I mean, you got any planned? I mean, I presume you do Nordschleife in May.
Oh, I wanted to, but I'm away on my holiday on that week. Or it's actually the day I come home.
Oh, that's even worse, though, because you get to see everybody. You get to see everyone driving next week.
Yeah, I wanted. That was the one that I was really looking forward to, but you know.
That's great. Yeah, I've never driven it, but I'm doing it this year, hopefully. I don't know how happy my team are about it, but we'll have to wait and see how it goes. But Zach, pleasure to have you in here, mate.
Yes, thank you for having me.
And hopefully we'll see you not crash the car when you're back in again over the next 12 hours.
Hopefully not.
So have a good one, mate. Thanks for joining.
Right, thank you guys. Take care.
There we go, Harry. Great chat with Zach there. Lovely to see our drivers getting in, and of course, only very happy that he's crashed it twice in 5 minutes, and he joins like he's won the race. He doesn't seem bothered at all, and that's the main thing. Happy drivers. I mean, Savage Sim Racing as well, a team that I've seen around quite a lot recent times. Yet again, like Zach said, you know, it's an open team. Many people can get involved, no matter who you are, where you're from, you know, any sort of demographic, you can get involved. And I think that's a great thing about sim racing now. Before, it was very one-dimensional, there's certain type of people that could be involved. But now, anybody can get in. And one thing as well that we'll bring on to, you know, I suppose you can talk about, is the fact that Prismatic as well, it's their 5-year anniversary. And, you know, that's why they're running their special liveries. I mean, for someone like you, who've been in iRacing a lot longer than me, I mean, to see a team run for 5 years is just incredible, isn't it? And still be right there and getting involved in these big events and running them as well.
Running a team is hard. It's a job, and you have to love the job effectively. You know, you have to be able to get people together to motivate them, to obviously hold them to particular standards as well, to all get on with each other, to all have good attitude during the race. I envy people that can run really good teams, because I tried and I haven't quite worked it out yet. It's actually 3 teams from Savage Sim Racing in the race, of course. Around LMP2 team's got a lot of ground to make up. 16 laps behind the next car, their GTP team. Still near the back of that field, but having fun. 1 lap down on the next car, I believe. Yeah, and they're on the same lap as the next car. So, you know, they've got 3 cars in the race. They're all in some, you know, sort of state of maybe have had struggles at some point, all enjoying it. The best part's when you get to pass each other on the track and go, hey, just wave out the window at them.
Yes, indeed, as we do see Multiviewer Motorsports headed back out onto the track with Aston Martin. P5 at the moment in the LMP2 class, just making their way out with 12 hours and 11 minutes to go. And I saw a comment in the chat, in the Discord, and I'm sure that those in the chat of the YouTube might make a bit more sense, or even you, Harry, because I don't have a clue. And a fun fact is the Rainbow Racing uses the number 16 because it's the only number that can be expressed as X over Y and Y over X, where X equals dash equals Y. And X and Y are both integers, and it equals to 2 times 2 times 2 times 2 and 4 times 4. Now, I read that and I have no clue whatsoever. Yeah, do you
I just pick my birth year, and if I can't have that, I pick 6, 7. And if I can't have that, then, I don't know, the next lowest number. I'll just, you know, like, there's always something about the Big Mass fans. I'm glad you asked for the explanation of that, because I was a little bit like, you're going to help me with that one as well. But everybody's got a good meaning. Everybody's got a meaningful meaning to their car numbers, and it's always fun to see what goes through people's heads when they pick theirs, because oftentimes it's stuff that's very, very meaningful to them, and you never really know unless you ask.
Oh, and you had to say it, didn't you? As soon as you said it, you got 6,
I did, yeah. I snuck that one in, and Jessica's noticed that in a second. Thank you all.
Me. I didn't get. I avoided it in the race with you and earlier on, and it didn't take long before I did end up hearing a 6-7 joke. But then again, I don't know any broadcast where it doesn't come up at least once, because half of the time the drivers decide to use that number as well, and you're like, oh. And 6-7 has the lead, and as soon as you say that, everybody in the chat starts going absolutely crazy and mental because you've used the word 6-7. It frustrates me, but it just humours me at the same time. 2 numbers.
There's a bit of magic to the fact that, like, the other number that people considered funny, like, that's like 2 off that. Like, I guess commentators and broadcasters might dance around it. They might wonder, like, is this a really inappropriate thing to do? And if 6-7 comes out, and it's like, it's meaningless. You know, do whatever you want. So of course it becomes a big thing.
Oh, it's Trans Am Motorsports. You know what? They've saved it. Yes, they've had to lose a lot of time, but it's better than going into the barriers. So They will continue on in car 93 after a spin, but then again, it's Le Mans. I think this is the one race where you can let anybody off for making a mistake, because it is not a nice track. Because we do see twin turn SR by DeBecca at Bornheim with Marcantonio Federa into the pit lane, and they were third. They'll know. Well, we'll see if they drop down from that position in multi-viewer, so we'll see, depending on their pit stop time, whereabouts they come out to cars in and around them. Of course, behind them is James Whitehead and Aston Martin, the car we saw exit the pits earlier on. As we also see as well, we have Brian Fiola available for an interview, so we'll wait for them to join into the commentary waiting room, and this time, hey, we will let you ramble on with one of our drivers, and well, we'll wait for them to join the commentary waiting room first, and then we'll get them in for a quick chat.
I will just briefly say that, I mean, you can speak for yourself about this track being hard. This is my greatest track on the whole sim. I dominate it. I'm good at all of it, except for the Dunlop curves, chicane, S's, Tetra Rouge. I'm not very good at the Mulsannes, not very good at Indianapolis or Arnage. I mean, I really can't do the Porsche, Corvettes or Fords. And other than that, it's the best, easiest track on the service for me.
The straight finish straight. The start finish straight. You can do that bit, because I can do that bit at least.
Owners in the booth. Not the first time I've spoken to you today, but we won't linger on that earlier day. You've been driving the 48 on the track today, and you've been having a good time, I think.
Yeah, it's been much better than something else I can think of, but yeah, it's been a fun time. Car is good. I think our pace is pretty decent. We're running top 5 right now, so we're pretty happy with the results so far. Yeah, it's been a fun day.
How does Le Mans get just this dark in the night? I wonder how good the visibility is, and also whether does it have sort of like a serene energy to it, or is it still a little bit scary out here? It seems relaxed to us, but that's because we have the easy job.
There's a soothing part to running in the dark, but to be honest, I've had to push the brightness up to the maximum, because I've tested, I think it's FP2 or FP3, which was in the dark. I could not see a single thing. So I just pushed the brightness to the max, and it turns out it works pretty well.
Chat is going to massacre me if I don't ask about the second pet spotted on the stream. So can you talk to us about the cat? Or is it a dog? I'm guessing. It's the cat. Look at him go. Please, what is their name?
It's just Corniage. It's French for clown. The cat. I think peacefully until I woke her up.
It was probably peaceful until picked up, but we're still great to have a nice view. Love seeing the grooming in the background. Just back to minding their own business straight away. Back to minding their own business straight away. How do you think I mean, we're halfway now. What do you think's on the horizon for you and your team? Is it about holding position, or do you think you can maybe get a little bit more?
We are way too far from fourth place to be able to gain a spot. I wasn't actually catching them up, so wanted a bit of fun battle, and that's why we went on pit entry, and I think I've wasted our team's only fast repair that way. So I think we are better off sticking to P5 right now. It's pretty decent result considering the lineup. Shay did a really good job at the restart, getting the lead and holding it for a while, but yeah, all in all, we just want to have fun. We've been enjoying ourselves. That's probably the most important part. We've been saying time and time that the event is the most fun race we've ever done. In terms of endurance, I tend to agree with that sentiment.
Any other thank yous or shout outs on behalf of the team?
Yeah, thank you.
Just as a frame of reference, sorry, I didn't even know if you were here or gone. You just spit off the, or your webcam disappeared, so right, what were you saying?
Oh. No, I'm still there.
No, just more. It disappeared from my side, and I thought, "Are we done?" I don't know if we're done. For frame of reference, I got to produce Brian Fiola, so getting involved in a giant one at St. Petersburg just earlier today. This time the car isn't bright pink, though. Maybe you could work on that for next year. Always good to see you. Always good to speak to you, Brian Fiolas.
Yes, and I didn't hit anyone on the first one. The second one, that's another story. But
it was a hard day for everybody.
What happened at St. Pete stays at St. Pete. We don't talk about that.
That's perfectly fine. Good to see you. Good to speak to you, Brian Fiolas. For the, I had the number, and now I don't. 48 car in the GTP.
Oh, there we go. Great to speak to Brian. Very happy, as always, with these cats there. As someone said as well, cool dog he has there, but then was like, no, it's actually a cat's. And some funny information as well, talking about teams crossing over of who's been where in the past. The CEO of Savage Sim used to race for Rainbow Racing and race with them in the RFA seat last year, and he's also their head livery designer. So yet again, you've got drivers and team members who are just jumping around teams, but also intermixing and getting involved with others as well, which is what we love to see. Teams interchanging their members and people, join and leave others, but also be part of, I suppose, technically be part of multiple teams that'll help out in different ways in others. As here is one of our cars going through down towards the next lap, and that would have been the car 48 as well, as I can just about make it out on my screen. It's very dark here around Le Mans, as we are very close now to the 12:00 point, which of course means we're halfway till the end of race for a cause 24 here in 2026 around Circuit De La Sarthe, or Le Mans for those that like a simpler way of putting it. So 12 hours and 2 minutes to go. I mean, we're at the halfway point pretty much now, Harry. I mean, if you was part of a team, what would you be thinking at this point? Would you want to be going to bed, or would you want to continue on as plough and nearly ploughs into the wall?
Good thing we saved the Baldy out on the track there. Nailed it. I would hate to see the nose of that one crushed in. I tell myself I'm not going to be awake for a whole endurance race. Like, I'll sleep and I'll leave this to other people while I sleep. But the longest endurance race I've successfully pulled off was the 10-hour Petit Le Mans, and for that I stayed up the whole length anyway and hung in there. I've never gone 12 or up on a team myself, but I don't know if I could be up for all 24. I would need to rest and repair between my stints, get back, and hope something bad hasn't happened. I did attempt to run the Daytona 24 a couple of years ago, and we had team problems. I mean, when I woke up, there was no longer a car, and I was like, okay, well, that's a shame. That sort of burned me off the idea in the first place. But one day I'll be back. I like to think I won't be up for all 24, but that's a like to think. I'd be up for all 24 ultimately. I wouldn't be able to convince myself to leave, and that might end in disaster. Give me the early stints.
Well, you say a couple of years ago, Daytona. Well, 2 years ago, I did Daytona 24 in 2024, and I had to message someone's mother for their stint to be like, your son needs to wake up because I've been awake for 12 hours. I need to sleep. I've just drove for 4 hours, and I'm not carrying on. So tell him that he either gets up and drives, or we're not got a car for the rest of the race because nobody else was awake. He did turn up.
There is an iconic story.
Oh, no.
Some of the oldest iRacing members will know this. I wasn't here for it, but I overheard it. It's a very viral video on YouTube, and it's back in days of iRacing so early that we only had GT cars in the Daytona 24, and we didn't have other classes. It was sort of this early. iRacing was still running the 24 in their early days, and somebody went on the microphone to basically rant about what happened to their team. And the short version of the story is that one of their teammates thought it would be a really good idea, because he didn't have internet at home, to hook his computer, to literally find an empty office, wander in, hook up his computer, and then when security saw him, called the police. They show up and they ask, "What are you doing?" And he goes, "I'm playing iRacing." And that led to their team being down a driver. That is a story that has been told. You have to look up the Daytona 24 story. It's sort of an iconic piece of I think it was before we had a proper day-night cycle. It was the earliest days of sim racing. Some teams will do anything at all, to get through even the inconvenience of everyone else. And I'll leave you with that thought to immediately throw you into an interview with Ian Miller, I think.
Indeed, we'll drag Ian in. Ian, welcome in. Can you hear us? Hopefully, you are muted, by the way.
Yes, I can hear y'all.
Hello, so welcome in, of course, part of the 66 Savage Sim GTP sim, of course. Earlier on, you were speaking to one of your teammates in the GT3s across the pond, Mr. Zach. So, so far, how's your race going at the moment? Because it's a 24-hour race around Le Mans. You never quite know how it's going to go until you get to the end.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a mixed bag. We've been doing some fuel and tire wizardry, so, we weren't expecting to be hugely on the pace. But we were affected by the big server hiccup a little bit ago, so that knocked us down a couple spots, but we're seem to be clawing our way back up, just being consistent, being clean, being happy.
Of course, in the GTP, we know it's you know, you're a lot quicker than the LMP2s and the GT3s, and they can be quite a pain to pass. I mean, for yourselves and for, I suppose it's Mike in the car at the moment, how has it been navigating the traffic around this track in the dark? Because I can't imagine it's the easiest job in the world.
I mean, I just ran a couple stints about half an hour ago, and I wasn't having the biggest deal in the world. It was just frustrating that my 2 fastest lap attempts were thwarted by traffic. More than anything else, that's kind of my biggest note on it. It doesn't feel too stressful out there. Everyone's being really respectful.
Indeed. And before we let you go as well, I mean, P9 at the moment, of course, you're a minute and a half back from 8th place. I mean, what are your sort of expectations now with the teams to get to the end? Is it just get to the end, or are you hoping you could maybe jump up a place or two over the next 12 hours?
I mean, yeah, I think we'd be happy with P7, you know, maybe P6 if we can just keep it clean, keep it consistent. But we're just gonna keep hitting our numbers. Really, we're just focusing on fuel deltas and tire wear, and that's about it. So we're not too bothered with whatever battles are going on around us.
Indeed. Well, thanks for joining, Ian. Great to have you here with us for an interview. Ian Miller, number 66, Savage Sim GTP.
Thank you.
As we also have shortly joining us Rob E. I presume he's got a last name, but it's just Robbie, or his Discord username's Fat Rob. I don't really want to call him that when he joins the commentary box. I don't think he'll be too happy with that. So we'll sit with Rob E. We'll hopefully get him in shortly with us and having a chat to us, Harry, about the edge overlays. A lot of jokes in the chat, which we're not going to say on stream. I can imagine that name just sparks some funny moments from the immaturities of us in the community. But of course, talking quickly before we drag Rob in shortly, I mean, overlays are a very big part of iRacing. You kind of need them because, yes, you know, the iRacing one works, but I use one called Caps, which I think is brilliant. But they're all great and they all have their own niches.
By the way, he has clarified that it is named after his surname and not an immature joke, which is Edgel. So Rob Edgel.
Okay.
Edgel. Or I'm going. If I keep trying to say that, I'll dig myself into a hole. I actually sort of went off. I used an overlay for a long time, and I actually personally went back to iRacing default because what I would do is just start stacking my screen up with so much that like it was inherently a little bit distracting. And the iRacing UI has gotten so much better in the last year. It's like starting to add every feature I could ever want, one after another. It's the same reason that like I don't use any external spotters. I know some really like using software for that. I found that like they have improved the offering so much with the standard spotter, almost at everything that external piece of software you would want to do with at that point. The one thing I miss though is having a really good fuel calculator, and I understand that like that's a thing that, you know, there are certain things that iRacing don't necessarily want to introduce. For example, they've implied that they don't really want to add a full radar. That's just, you know, not a thing that they think fits the sim. Might be the same for like a full-on calculator that calculates exactly how much you're using per lap. Maybe they want you to do that in a more manual way, and I get that. But that's one of the things I miss a lot. I do a lot of oval racing. It's actually my highest rating, and those races, they have proper pit strategy because you have full course safety cars that come out when an incident occurs on the track, and all of a sudden, you know, races are at least one stop, and you just have to think, what can I now do in order to make it to the end? When is the time for the right stop? The tires get shredded around there, and I really do miss having a calculator for that. That's one of the good things you get from overlays if you really need it on your team, because sometimes it can make the difference when you like deliberately know what to save. You can do that by hand, but that has been automated quite a lot.
Yes, certainly. Yes, fuel calculation is not something I'm good at all. I use one of the fuel calculators for it on the Caps, but I also have friends who tell me, I'll just say quickly to them, right, I'm about to start the race, what fuel should I use? And normally they have a decent idea, and they don't tend to get it wrong at all. They do normally get it right for me, and I just hope and trust them. I realise sometimes trusting friends when it comes to sim racing isn't the best idea, but so far when it comes to fuel, it's worked out quite well. When it comes to strategy, that's when it hasn't, in terms of when to pit, as we do see a couple of cars in and out of the pit lane here with 11 hours and 54 to go. Of course, we have passed the halfway points of Race for a Cause, and in terms of donations now we're over 3,800, and €689. Sorry, it's very small on my screen. But yes, we're nearly at €3,700. So please, if you can, spare some change and help donate to an amazing charity to get us to 3,700. Of course, last year we raised 6,199.69. Wonder why that number was used as the pennies donated. I wonder why. But yes, it would be great to try and reach that amount or even go over, which would be insane indeed. And of course, how you said earlier, you know, it's a charity that means a lot to yourself as much as it does to a lot of other people here in the community. And just seeing out of nowhere, literally we've been here 12 hours and we've got £3,700 or euros donated straight away. That's got to go to helping a lot of people. I've done a lot of charity work in the past, and when you actually look into it, and it's like many charities break down how much the money helps in certain aspects, and sometimes like £15 or £20 can help so much more than you would do. And then we're here with over 3,700 nearly. It's going to help, you know, in many ways change people's lives, which when you think about it is a massive thing that everybody here is taking part in. You know, you could help keep someone, you know, here with us and fighting every day, because it's going to, you know, obviously people part of the LGBTQ suffer a lot, and getting that help they need is really beneficial nowadays.
Yeah, and you know, I feel like a lot in the community right now, especially, are certainly feeling like times maybe harder than usual. So it's very, very sort of always helpful to know
going. Don't worry.
you're more. It really helps to remember that you're more loved than necessarily you think in your worst time. That's sometimes always a good reminder that you can talk yourself into thinking like you don't have groups that support you, we don't have people that support you, and it couldn't be further from the truth, really. I've seen some people ask, like, "Oh, can we pay for full course cautions or pay for penalties?" RaceSpot have covered a charity race that has allowed you to do that in the past.
We all know about that.
I might have put an embarrassing amount of money into one of those just to penalise a friend. That is the 132 into the wall again. Oh, I see what they did with the side of the car. Thank you very much. The little Aston Martin Ferrari. Not quite the art of racing, but that's a tricky one. High speed on some of those turns. You get it right like a million times, and then one time you're finally off. Anyway, this race, I feel like they're trying to keep it a lot more organised. I remember speaking, I was on another broadcast actually speaking to the owners of Prismatic just before this race, where they were trying to advertise it, and they said this is trying to fill a gap on an iRacing calendar that doesn't really exist. Oh, good to keep that one out of the GT3. That's a scary, scary day. Don't need to report to the stewards after that one, but about an inch from it. So I think they want this to be a much more structured, sensible race, you know, fill that gap on the schedule, so to speak, and have it be more like you'd get out of a special event, which we have to respect the intention, I think. There will be plenty of times to pay people to do embarrassing things on the track.
Certainly. One of my memories doing a 24-hour event was we raised over over £2,000, so I had to go bald in Germany on a holiday. So yeah, put it that way. It was at the Sim Racing Expo and I had to go bald. So I turned up on the Saturday with all the people that I knew, and there was like 50 people in total that I was with, and they're like, "Oh, hello, Nathan." They see me on Sunday, and they're like, "And what the hell has happened to your hair?" Or sorry, where is it? Was it gone? That was an interesting time. But we do have Rob Edgell, or Fat Rob, in the waiting room, waiting to chat with us. We'll drag Rob in with us now. Rob, welcome in. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Perfect. So, as an iRacing newbie, people like you I love because I need an overlay. There's many of them going around in the market. I mean, I'm going to throw the worst question in the world for someone who runs an organisation or company or whatever. I mean, what makes your overlays kind of stand out towards others, because they all offer something unique?
Right. Yeah, I think for me, they're free. You know, like, so I started building it just for myself because I got tired of paying some monthly subscriptions on top of everything else I pay for, and I was, you know, been a software engineer for 20 years, and I was like, why don't I just make my own? So I did, and then a couple of friends started using them. I started a Discord channel, and then it kind of exploded from there. But yeah, main thing is they're free. I mean, it's kind of hard, like you said, right? There's only so many things you can do with iRacing telemetry data, so trying to find things that other people don't offer is a little bit of a challenge. So it's just more of a, how do you present it in a way that is cleaner and maybe easier for people to integrate with.
I mean, one thing I noticed as well on the website was that there's a spotting mode. I mean, that's not something I've seen yet. I mean, how does that whole situation work? Because that seems like it's great for people who are spectating a team.
Yeah, so the way that works is there's a whole layout system, right? So you can group it, all of your overlays, kind of position them on the screen, and then when you launch in, you can create the overlay by car, right? So you can say, oh, I'm racing the Porsche, and so every time I get in the Porsche, it's going to be this set of overlays. Within that overlay, you can also select a spotting mode, and it'll transfer the overlays over, but then you can tweak those, move those around inside of the spotting mode. So when you're in the car, you have your main layout, and when you get out of the car, the spotting mode takes over and it automatically switches. So if you wanted, leaderboard up and a whole bunch of stuff just on the screen, right, for your spotting mode, you can have that, and then when you jump back in the car, it automatically hides all the other ones.
Indeed, and it also seems as well it's a little bit more than just an overlay, because you've got the League config builder, which looks like you can make League, you can have custom classes in there. I mean, how does all that work? Because that seems like it's just another level on top of the amazing system that we already have.
Yeah, so one of the first guys that started using the overlays is a guy named Aaron Beaver, who's been he leads kind of all of the QA work and effort there in getting pests and new builds out. He had been using another overlay service for league configurations, but had to do a lot of stuff by hand, a lot of editing of files. So he kind of said, in an ideal scenario, here's what would be awesome for me. And so I kind of just built it from there. So you can log into a league session, it captures the league ID and all the drivers, and you can set up your custom classes, and then it shows the drivers. You just drag them into the columns that you want those drivers to be in. So it's just a drag and drop wizard that generates that file, and then you can export that and share that with everyone else in your league, and they can import it.
Perfect. Well, Rob, it's been a pleasure to have you in here with us, and great to learn a little bit more about Edge overlays. I mean, where can people head to come support you and also use the client itself?
Yeah, so edgeoverlays.com, and then there's a link to the Discord server in there. So that's where you can find us.
Indeed. Well, Rob, thanks for joining us. Hopefully you enjoy the rest of your race with the team. And so I'll definitely be having a look at Edge Overlays later on. After I've had some sleep and got myself back to life, then I'll definitely give it a look, ready for my iRacing journey. But thanks again, Robbie from Edge Overlays.
Thank you.
So here we are, Harry. Great to speak to Rob. Of course, I mean, that seems amazing. I looked on their website a few minutes ago to kind of have a look what Rob and what Edge Overlays do, and it just seems like such a fantastic system platform where it seems like anybody that's new to iRacing can hop on, and there's something there for everything that you'll need help with. Because I mean, myself, quite new to iRacing, there's so many things I need to learn. But then, of course, for someone like you who's been here a long time, I mean, you understand. When you load up iRacing for the first time, you look at it and you think, what am I doing? But what is all of this? Whereas Edge Overlays kind of puts everything into a simpler term and gives it you all there on a screen and on an application.
If they tempt me into putting too many things on my screen that start distracting me, like there's an upper limit where I get like interested. I'm like, oh yeah, I'll take some of that and take some of that and take some of that, and before you know it, you almost can't see the racetrack and you're looking at the iRacing games. I have to be careful. I have to restrain myself. But there are certainly features that I would love to use and I would love to see of. Here is the number 69 car, indeed, getting sort of attacked from all angles, I think, by prototypes. The GTPs absolutely fly by. I thought that was a proto behind. I can now very clearly see it's another GT3 Porsche. They're all the same. I thought that was too, but the LMP2s struggle to pass these guys on top speed. I've heard an unrestricted LMP2 would blitz everybody in the field, but unfortunately that's not what we get. We do get the restricted LMP2 that's designed to fit in with, fit into a free class series with the LMDH, and as a result it has a very different dynamic to the GT3s, where it is a little bit faster on the straights, but you really need to sort of like actually dive them a bit more under braking. Like GTP, you really shouldn't be diving anybody in any point because you are so fast, you're just going to get it dealt with. Like, get over it, wait for a minute. But you actually have to pass quite differently in that MP2, because if you just drag it out over the long straight, it might be unlikely that you catch in time. Sometimes you actually sort of have to take advantage of corner entry, take advantage of mid-corner, and really push them like that, because you're basically going to accelerate out at a very similar pace to them. And I do like to extol the virtues of my this year JSP3 all the time, and I'm going to keep doing it because it's my car. But those things don't play well with GT3s at all. They're basically the exact same speed. Still the first time I've seen Blahai. I think think if you say it the Swedish way, it's like Blahoy or something. But someone will correct me. United
Not
Motorsports. Well, the
Swedish.
first time I've seen them slide, but the car's okay in one go. I do have a few of those in my house. You sort of just have to. It is a part of the mandatory trade, unfortunately, when you're in a bus. You know, you have to have 3 of the sharks.
As we can see, Arctic Sim Racing third at the moment in car 67. Way, how entertaining. Ahead with Ruben Guit in the car at the moment in the Porsche. I mean, so far they are third, doing a great job ahead of the Punk crew, but they are starting to close in. 26 seconds now, and they are behind. So that's certainly going to be a battle that's going to get more intense over the rest of this one. Of course, we have 11 hours and 43 minutes to go. A long way left in this race. Of course, later on, me and Harry will be stepping into the box. I think I'm going to be here a little bit earlier. Harry will be here for a couple more. Then I'm back at 7 a.m. alongside Mr. Jake Sperry, the wonderful Jake Sperry, who with his very loud voice will keep me awake, I know for sure, from 7 a.m. until around 1 p.m. So the good thing is I get a little bit of rest. But the even better thing for you, Harry, is you get to go, you're obviously going off a bit later, but you get even more rest than me. As there he is, someone who I wish I could be right now having a sleep.
We do have to be careful. We don't want to repeat the Justin Prince incident. We gotta not too loudly celebrate his arrival, because he does seem to sleep 20 hours a day, but he can hear us. I am warning you of that. He can indeed. That's what I've been told as well. So, I mean, I think the two commentators in the last stint are competing over the blame of like who
well,
woke
they are
him
two
up.
very
All I
late
know is
Americans.
I don't want to be the one. I don't want to be the one. That's all I'm going to say.
Yes, I mean, they're two very late Americans. You're going to wake anybody up at this time of the night. No, I'm normally a lot later than I am, but it's currently 1 a.m. in the middle of Birmingham. I don't want to wake up the whole neighbourhood. I don't think that would be a very wise idea in my area. I'm not sure about you, Harry, but yes, I'm in the middle of the UK, right in the middle pretty much, in Birmingham. It's an alright place. However, at the moment, the wind, we've got some storm on the way. Storm Dave, I believe it's called. And it's got a sting jet along with it, and the wind is absolutely a killer. I looked outside, there's 3 bins out of 4 on the floor.
Well, I frequently work post-midnight, and my roommate doesn't complain, but I think he's being really polite about it. And I've not heard any complaints from anybody else. I mean, thankfully, be doing a little bit more production and commentary lets you be quiet, but sometimes an Oval League does want you to commentate them at 1 a.m, and you're like, yeah, I can do that, I guess. And you just sort of have to hope for the best and hope that you can bring a lot of energy, while also making sure that you're respectful of the society you live in. Who knows about the second half? I've not heard any complaints yet. That's the logic. I'm going to run off.
I feel sorry for my neighbours, but you know what my excuse is? They have parties every weekend and I don't complain, so they can't complain for me being loud for 1 hour a week.
You're getting paid.
Exactly. I mean, if they want me to, I'll be like, right, you know what, I'll give you half to let me do what I need to do. I want to enjoy my life. Well, whatever life it is, sitting here at 1:30 in the morning commentating over fake cars on a game, but yes, make of that of what you will.
Best life. This has been a dream. This is like genuinely doing something like, I mean, I'm wording this as if I hadn't been doing it for years. So to be clear, I'm on about I'm on about year 1.5. But if you asked me like 4 or 5 years ago, it would have been an absolute dream to be here. So it's only gotten better and better.
Yes, indeed. And look in the chat as well, and someone says, I'm from Birmingham, let's go. I haven't lived there since 2017. That sums up what being from Birmingham means. You're like, yes, I'm from here, but you never live there. You move out as soon as you can. That's where I do anyway.
I've been
I
to
can say that. Yeah, I would go through and then leave immediately. I mean, there's something they say that when you get to Birmingham, the sky goes grey. Yeah, because it never sun.
I mean, I was there for like a major event, and I didn't have a bad time either time. Would have been the Dota events 2 years. I don't go to them anymore, but I went to them for the first few years. Finally got to go to the international in Hamburg last year, which is sort of like the peak of my like, this is the last Dota event I'm going to go to because it was the best. Well, the most tiring 4 days you'll ever do in your entire life. They literally start at 10 a.m. You better be up at 7-hour journey, have your breakfast. You know, they start at 10 a.m. and one day went to 1 a.m. So it's the most tiring 4 days you'll do in your entire life. But like, you want to get every second of it because there's nothing like the big ones where the whole world is watching.
I've seen Dota. I don't have a clue what it is. I know it's like See, you're gonna hate me when I say this because I know because people will. It just looks like League of Legends. If I'm being honest,
it's Valve League of Legends, and to me, that's a selling point. There you go. I mean, I'm not, don't even let it go that much more. I'll be here for hours, and I'll talk nothing about it. But it's Valve League of Legends, and we all know what else Valve get up to. So, to some, that's interesting in itself.
I don't, but we'll leave them to it, I suppose. We don't want to get ourselves in trouble.
It destroyed 10,000 hours of my life. 10,000 are gone to playing that game. It's so good.
Well, there we go. I mean, they destroyed your life, but you enjoyed it. So does it really destroy it? I wouldn't say so. I spent hours and hours and hours on this game. Sometimes I think, why am I even here? Other times I think, you know what? When you actually look back at it, I've probably enjoyed many of these hundreds of hours playing iRacing and F1 and what are the games I've played? ACC, Automobilista, Le Mans Ultimate, R Factor. So of course, there's too many games where if I actually added up all the hours, I think it'd be quite worrying what it would have been in the past 3 years since I joined the scene. I'm comfortably into 2,000 plus hours for sure, and that's, I think, being nice. And I'm sure many others as well in the chat. If anybody does know actually how many hours they spent on like any game, let us know, because a friend of mine, his dad, has got 5,500 hours on Fallout 4, which I can't comprehend. Jessica Perry in the chat says, I have 3,500 hours and 100% achievements on Dead by Daylight. I've got about 70 hours on that game because I can't... It annoys me so much, I get so annoyed. And then Heavy, that is crazy. Dota 2, 10,300 hours. Like, what? I mean,
I've been chipping away at it for a decade of my life. So it's a reference, like that has been a decade. It's been like a constant. It just doesn't leave. Interesting. You talk about playing for a lot of sim racing games. I genuinely I've always loved racing my entire life. Yeah. Like literally, I watched the red F1 car as a kid, and I was like, this is what it's all about. Which, as you know, as a result, I'm hardly enjoying life watching it anymore, given that the red car doesn't win. But and I've always played racing games throughout my whole life. Always played all kinds. But I never actually latched on to a sim until iRacing. And I tried. Maybe I don't think I was ready at the time. I don't. The early years where I tried to set a course where I wasn't really ready to put the hours into learning to drive a sim. It was a much younger time for me. And then other things, I played a bit of F1, but for the single player, never really latched on to competitive online racing until iRacing, when suddenly I jumped in. I have actually had 3 shots at it, and this one I've lasted the longest in by far. That felt like it clicked for me. It just felt like it clicked, and especially if it makes you... One of the things about iRacing is if you become a fan of the oval scene, which is definitely worth your time, by the way. It's a ton of fun. Don't believe the haters. But if you absolutely, if you're really into that, then there is nothing like it in the space. So you really get to learn a different kind of racing. Is one I've really gravitated towards in time. But also just variety. The fact that it has the whole NASCAR series and the whole IMSA series and Formula stuff kind of means you can just stay here forever. I often do just sort of stay here forever.
I'm sorry for shading all at one random moment, but it does seem that the 557, the BMW M player team, have a meatball flag. What for? I don't know. And hopefully we can see. They had a crash earlier on, and now they seem to be in a big bit of bother with a meatball flag. As here is Savage Sim Racing GTP with Mike Hamilton. They've just been in, and they back out to the pit lane, a 42-second pit stop, so they've probably gone near enough to full fuel in that hypercar. But it would be great to see what happened to car 557 here, as we have 11 hours and 35 minutes to go. Of course, I'll be parting ways in around 35 minutes. Hewy will be with you for a couple more hours, and then we've got a couple of the commentators in and out of the box until I return again at 7 AM, as here is the replay of BWM Plower into the chicane. Oh, dear me. And it seemed like the car just didn't turn, did it? It went one way, it just didn't want to turn right. It went left, but yeah, that was it. That was all it was doing.
And in response to one of the first questions you asked me on the show, I mean, things like that are one of the reasons, I find it hard to name a class I would drive here confidently, because I'd love to drive the GTPs around, but, they are the car that is most likely to kill you in a way you don't get. Now, my beautiful Ligier mentioned Get It Done in the chat also kills you, but I get how that one works every single time. you probably would end up, if you were like, okay, cool on a safe race, I can get the LMP2 around, I do not know how to drive it fast, but I can do that, very easy to drive car. If you were like, okay, we also sort of want performance, I am no good at Le Mans, as I've implied earlier, but like you probably would end up seeing me in a GT3 because as you've suggested, they are the easiest car. You know, like there are quirks and unusual parts to them, the traction control, someone just hates you and spins you around, and it's like, that was great. But you know, they've got a controllable speed. They do have the driver assist. It feels intuitive getting your pace out of them. You have to dodge, you know, falling anvils 24/7 with every single prototype. I feel like I don't know if I could drive 24 hours of GT3 alone on a track, but I think I could do it in a multi-class setting, and I think that would be engaging. Everybody does want to drive the faster cars, and you do need some in the slower.
Indeed, we have had a pit stop as well for Queen's Design, the race leaders in the LMP2, as it's with Ruby Nekomata in car 56. They've been in and they're still 35 seconds ahead of second place. And they've pitted, which just shows the lead that they currently hold in that Dallara as they make their way through the opening part of the lap. We've just over 11 hours to go here. And you'd imagine now with no mistakes, they are probably sorted on that P1 now. Of course, they're 33 seconds ahead of second and then another minute and 37 seconds ahead of third. So, you know, you're 2 minutes and 10 seconds from being off the podium. You just don't need to make a mistake, and you're guaranteed the top three, is how I would see it here. As just been looking through as well, and we noticed someone as well, Brandon Gonzalez, has over 400 hours in Kerbal Space Program, another game that I haven't played, but a friend of mine has played a lot of it, and it seems very, very interesting. And those in the chat as well, guys, you let us know as well how many hours you've got on one of the games, because those in the Discord are very active. Come on, YouTube, get involved a bit more, and we'd love to hear more from you. And of course, anybody as well that wants to have a chat to me and Harry, I don't know why you would do, but if you want to, you can. This time in the morning, feel free to pop in and have a chat. We spoke to a couple of drivers already, and so far we haven't had our head bitten off yet, have we, by a salty driver that's just crashed. Most of them, they've all been nice so far.
This has been quite a low salt. It's been quite a low salt event. I think obviously like there are some like things that you would describe as sort of like mini tempers, like, you know, things happen on the track and it can be a little bit frustrating. But like, you know, I've seen endurance races end in apocalypse when people get mad at each other. We've not even come close to that. The community vibes have been absolutely fantastic throughout, and long may they continue. I'd be very careful about using the word guaranteed AP2 with 11 hours to go. That's going to be, that's, you know, I'm sure you know about the commentator's curse.
Oh, no, I'm thinking of it,
and
that's why I do it.
You have a responsibility to the drivers, that's all I'll say. You have a responsibility.
I say I have a responsibility, but I cause the commentator's curse that much. I just say it's your own fault for letting me commentate. Genuinely. I mean, the amount of times, I remember once I've actually decided with my commentary curse the championship on the F1 game.
Well,
yeah.
RaceSpot let us commentate, and you see their prime interest is in an exciting, fun race that's good to watch. So who's to say that curses aren't just like a drawing factor? We'll never really know. I don't get to make those sorts of decisions, exactly. You know? They'll make things exciting.
See, but Lewis McGlade will forever hate me, and Zach Sweeney. They do not believe in the commentator's curse. I do. But those two, whenever I'm with Zach on a broadcast, I don't think he'll be watching at this time in the morning, but if he was, he'd be having a go at me already. He absolutely despises the thought of a commentator's curse, whereas I think it really does exist.
I mean, objectively, it's the brain drawing a pattern that doesn't exist, but it feels so real that I like to speak of it like it's a thing that's real. You know, it's just a special element to the show.
No one convinced it is. I've caused so much heartbreak. I feel like I can't call it anything else. The amount of drivers I've had DM me and like, why? Like, just why?
That just means you get the good shows. You get the good shows.
Oh, no, I do. I love that part. But yes, I do annoy a lot of people. But I enjoy it. I think it's fun when they have a go at me for cursing them. Which is why when they have a go at me, I'll do it even more. Then I purposely curse them. And I'll say, I hope you win. And they don't win. Like... That's the best way to do it, because then even if they are first and I say I hope you don't win, chances are if you start polling any race, you're not always going to win it. So I just guarantee curse them and they get even more annoyed. So
you're like a special asset. Once you build up like a rap sheet, you can be hired just for chaos causing, and then that's like a whole second level right there. I feel like you have to start selling this.
I might do it at some point. I might make it part of my commentary show reel. I will curse drivers you don't like. So if you want, pay me and I'll tell someone they'll win and they won't. I'll make millions. Oh dear me.
Quite busy down the Mulsanne straight here, by the way. A lot of LMP2. It does seem to be that it's always LMP2s, which is interesting because I've heard they're the most popular. When I actually look at the list, there's a few more, but it's not like double. But LMP2s are the cars that get up to the most very often. They do end up being the ones that just end up racing the closest and passing the most. I don't know if it's because it's a single make or whether there's just something about the car that it is a very, very, very accessible car that does have a meaningful skill gap. Could be something like that. It's oftentimes GTPs that have the biggest gaps between themselves. They're called hypercars in this event. Old habits, they die hard. But probably because they are so hard to drive that the best drivers just fly in them.
Yeah, but they are horrible to drive in my opinion. For someone who's not good, I've drove the Ferrari GTP, the Acura, I've drove multiple GT3s, and I've drove the Dallara LMP2, and it is by far the hardest car I've ever drove. I can't.
You should pick up the Ligier. Just pick up the Ligier. You'll probably hate it, but it's my car.
Even more than the Dallara?
I mean, like it is absolutely brutal car that will kick your shins in. That's a shin that's being kicked. The puncher of pink, nice keeping it out of the wall. Good to see gravel traps on the track. Now, whenever we see a picture-in-picture and a team name, it's because something bad's going to happen. I did not expect one to go quite that backwards through the final chicanes on the track. They are some tricky chicanes. Actually, that's the start of the track. Giant Dunlop Bridge. Not even Dunlop anymore in the real world. They have sacrificed it on the altar. But
what is it there?
I mean, they went all the way backwards. I think Goodyear have bought it.
Oh wait, no, it is in LMU. It's Goodyear along the main straight as well, along the sides. So
just got bought out.
But no, Dunlop's way better in my opinion.
We're going to keep calling it Dunlop. If you get changed in iRacing, we'll keep calling it that, you know?
Yeah, nobody will call it Goodyear. We love Goodyear, but no, you're not going to change the name. You're not that clever. You're not that special.
They can have the blimp. They can fly the
That's
blimp.
fair, yeah, we'll give them that. I don't see the blimp often anymore. Is it only Le Mans that have the blimp?
In the last year, I did just see the blimp out of a train window. So I was just travelling somewhere, and they must have been like there for something. But I've seen the blimp in real life in the UK, and I was like, wow, surprise encounter.
Yeah,
I know it's very popular in America.
Go and write home about. I've seen the Goodyear blimp.
Must have pictures of it. But I know it's also like a bigger deal in America.
But what even is a blimp? Just a big hot air balloon?
Yeah, it's not a very good way of getting around. People thought it was like the best way of getting around, and it turned out not to be very good at it. But I mean, it's the fact that it's not rigid like the Zeppelins. Sort of, it is much more flexible. Maybe I'm getting it confused when I say people used to think it was a good idea, but it's definitely just marketing now. And also, I mean, also used in non-transportation. I think you could use it for things like surveillance and the likes. But like the giant ones that just like you put people in the bottom, that's just to put a really fun-looking ad in the sky, which charming, you know, it's charming.
See, only blimp I've ever saw was the one in Indiana Jones. I think it was a blimp anyway, I'm sure it was. I've never seen a blimp in real life. I'd love to see one because they do look fascinating. But no, not yet. Maybe now I'm going to get the positive curse and I'm now going to see a blimp next time I go on a train. I am going on one on Friday to London. That's a good hour where I have the opportunity to spot a blimp. Not sure why there'd be one in Milton Keynes, but we never know. Milton Keynes is an odd place, isn't it?
Milton Keynes is a place I've been to exactly once, so less than Birmingham.
City, whatever.
But
I'm the modern city, Milton Keynes.
Because it was designed. It was designed around a different vision of like how to design a city, where like you separate the people and the cars, and in a way. I went to a weird like conference centre on the outskirts. So I couldn't tell you, but I hear that's the reputation anyway. So that is what it is.
No, I mean, I went to stop in a hotel there because I went to the Daytona karting track in Milton Keynes, and I barely saw the road once. Everything was just paths, and it was under bridges, under roads, over roads, and it was just like a maze. I'm like, listen, in principle, nice idea, keeping people away from the roads, making it modern, making it easier for cars, but I'm going for like a 2-minute walk, and I'm going under and over bridges for 10 minutes. So it's an odd place indeed. So I mean, it's worth going because it is quite an odd experience going to a city in the UK which just doesn't look like a UK city. But apart from that, I don't think there's much need. But here we have Tyler Buck, which I'm not sure if you knew, Howie, is actually running this solo. I think this is something we might have mentioned earlier on, which yet again is insane, isn't it? Someone driving this on their own for 24 hours. I mean, I don't know how they've got sanity left by the end of this. I need, what do you get out of Phasmophobia? The sanity pills. I think they need a couple of tubs of those.
All it takes is one lapse of concentration on a track like this, and surely it all ends terribly for you. I mean, it's just full of like tricky chicanes and 90-degree turns. Like, that's scary. And also, like, the thing, because I once thought about doing a 24-hour stream of something, it would have been much lower scale, and I sort of looked into, you know, like, what people recommend, and one of them is, like, you have to keep yourself, like, well-fed throughout, and not touch the caffeine until, like, it's crunch time. Because if you touch that early, you're done for 12 hours later. It's over. You have to very much, like, there's like a good list of foods, obviously a lot of water, and you have to a good list of foods that are like, you know, give you energy slowly, are not highly processed, that are just going to help you sort of mentally get through it. Because I mean, I've been up for 24-hour stretches for other things before, and like, there's like this time where like you feel on top of the world about 12 in, where you're like, I can do this, and then suddenly you drop off a cliff. It's just one of the worst feelings. You think, I've just got to get through this anyway. And that's me not having to drive a Cadillac hypercar for 24 hours. You could have done the GT3.
The Cadillac I haven't actually drove yet. I've done the Acura, the Ferrari, and one of the others. I can't remember, but I've never drove the Cadillac. However, I don't know if it's even the best or not anymore, because I know on LMU it changes a lot. I don't know about iRacing. So I know there is different models of cars. Well, the same cars, but I think the way they are designed to drive are a little bit different, aren't they, on the two games?
How long ago did you drive the Ferrari? Because it's a very important distinction.
Before it changed, so like 2024.
Because on the launch of the Ferrari, I was incredibly let down because it was a very, very, very difficult to drive car that was kind of, I found it more frustrating than it was worth. It had very strange brakes. It sort of had a four-wheel drive that wasn't quite right when it launched. And then obviously the class has been through two major revamps since then. And now I hear a lot about the Ferrari being the best to handle right now, and the Acura being the hardest by far. I find the Cadillac to be a little lazy, but a little comfortable. You can just sort of sit into that seat, and it'll probably understeer on you a few times, but at least you get lulled into a nice sense of security by that by the engine note on board. And I find it doesn't have too many nasty surprises. The Acura is a box of nasty surprises.
Yes, well, it was good when I'm sure when I was the one driving it, I'm sure it was the best car, but now it's changed around quite a lot. As here we do see on board with the Cadillac making their way into the pit lane with Tyler Buck, who will go in from 10th place and might drop below BMW Plower, but I think we'll be safe in terms of staying ahead of AD Astrap, who's got Lou Maynard in the car. And here we have a battle for third in the LMP2 between Team Secura Engineering and Twin Turn SR by Rebecca Bornheim. There we go, I'll get my words out. Say battle for third place, down on the brakes, and a good potential move on the cards here. We might actually see a battle for the podium turn up into a position change as well, because the last time we had a battle on track, Kay, was when we saw a car go to the pit lane 10 corners later.
These gaps, though, they grow and shrink by quite surprising margins when you add traffic into the mix. It is a comfortable one for traffic, but that's going to be an easy run through. Quite slow. I think that one might be a lap car. So the race is on. Yeah, they're dropping back by quite a margin. So now the race is actually on between these two, and these cars aren't as slipstreamy as you'd think, even down these long straights. You get a little bit, but really you want to get a good exit out of the last turn and not slide the rear tyres, which regularly you slide the rear tyres over and over again, from my experience. And just sort of hope traffic goes your way. And on a track like this, it's not, in my opinion, not really a track that like encourages intense racing. It's much more about the long run, and it's much more about like hoping you end up in a good place at the end of a run, because there are places to pass, obviously, but they come at the end of these really long straights, at the end of these sort of like sweeping turns where you're not going to get side by side with someone. And in fact, that's half a second gained by the 7 car as I speak. You sort of have to get them by 1,000 cuts rather than force the issue around here, I find.
Certainly, and as we now hit to about 11 hours and 19 minutes to go, we've had lots of chats and lots of discussions about many different things. Let's have a bit of a run through of the 3 classes so far and what's going on here in the race for a cause 24. So in the hypercar category it is Taylor Mills Racing with Chloe Mugford that leads the way by now over 1 minute and 50 seconds ahead of Prismatic Motorsports Athena, and then Arctic Sim Racing still in third, 1 minute and 23 seconds ahead of the Punk crew in fourth. And who wants a soda? I've got one, so I don't want one now. In fifth with car 48. In our LMP2s, it's Queen's Design who still have the lead against Over the Top, but those two are chopping and changing when they have their pit stops. It's only 24 seconds between the two, and because they're off, a little bit off sync to each other, that lead just changes every time one of them pits. Third place, it's Team Secura Engineering who are holding on to that third place ahead of Twin Turn SR by D'Amica Bornheim. In fourth, and then rounding off the top 5 is Multiviewer Motorsports in car 926. And then in the GT3 class, it's going to be Satellite Racing Nebula who have the lead at the moment with Niels Kaur ahead of Onid X TSRC with Andrew Pike, as we see Niels Kaur on our screen. And then it's Broken Eggs Cooking in car 99 that has third ahead of Savage Sim Racing GT. We spoke to a couple of their drivers today. It's Nate Young in the car. And then rating off the top 5, it's Panda Spec Motorsports, who is the team, I believe, which Mr. Rob E was in. I'm sure it was Panda Spec, and they've currently got Danike de Jong in the car at the moment. And they're just a couple of laps back from the top 3. And one driver I noticed as well, driving for Team Secura, is Noah Osbalderston, a very, very quick young driver in the iRacing scene at the moment. So I'd imagine once he's in the car, that the time to the car ahead will be flying down because he's a very, very quick driver. One that's been on the radar recently and part in many of the iRacing official championships, and also I think many of the Motorsport UK championships. So that's Cognizant. Oh, I love, is that off the company of Cognizant, and it's Cognizant.
And then they're just trying to bear bait us with what they write on the side of the car. They think we're going to do it. They think we're going to do it. It's funny. I'll give them that it's funny, but we're not going to do it, I'm afraid. I'm afraid I would quite like to be in the good graces of Racespot going forward. I mean, like, it reminds me of there's another league I cover has a team that is multiple teams called Hugh Jarth, like the funny name, and like what the thing we've had to learn is just push through it and say it. It's the team name, and unfortunately that's going to feel awkward for you, but they're trying to get you.
I had one. It was a kart event in a local track near me. I'll send it you in Discord, and this was the name of the team. Bear in mind, I had to shout this over a PA announcer every time they made a move because they were fighting for the lead. Not going to say it on stream because I don't want to get ourselves in trouble, but I've sent it you in DMs, Harry. That's what I had to shout over a PA announcer when I had a bunch of also elderly people next to me thinking, what is he on about?
That's the hard part. That's the tricky part, because the PA makes it harder to make out.
Yeah, exactly.
What's going on?
People are like, what are you saying? Some of them are like, hang on, what? I'm like, sorry, that is a team name. I can't call them nothing. I've got to give them their car name, as we do have a request from Jessica Perry saying, can we have a review of the Rainbow Racing livery? Issue is, we can barely see it because of the darkness. As Ramiro, he's tried his best to try and give us a good view, but it's too dark, we can't see the livery. We see the number of the car, the 2 headlights, and the thing at the top.
One thing I think I can sort of see whenever a light passes over is they are doing a little glitter spec map on their car. One other team tried this at the very least. You've got to put dots all over the spec map in different kinds, and then it does glow like glitter. It's quite an impressive effect. I swear, there it is. That's a thing on the car. We're just getting off small little shots into it. That is an impressive effect. That might be one of the things they quite want us to see. But also, it's a very nice looking car. and I think it's nice to implement the rainbow well, because that's, you know, it can be very easy to stick every color in a car and go boom, it's done. But that's a really nice shade across.
Now, I don't know if this is just me being me, but I would have thought it'd be red at the front and purple at the back. It's the opposite.
I mean, that's just a choice. That's just a choice, you know. Like, it's backwards rainbow. Think about it. How like the US flag is put like backwards on military gear because it makes it, because the idea is that like the flag is flying backwards in the wind, so they put the flag on back to front.
Never knew that. That is I've never heard that, but that is interesting.
That might be what they're doing. Like the rainbow's going the other way because it's going forwards through in time. Yeah, Jessica Perry says the car looks best at sunrise. Well, all I say is ask him again on sunrise, because I don't think either of us will be here for it, and we'd love to see some of more detail.
So I'll be here.
Okay, we got one. Finally, something good daylight savings does for us.
Exactly, yes. It makes the days a little bit longer, which I love. I hated it going dark at like 5 p.m. It's horrible. I love the days when it's 10 p.m. I don't know about you, but for me, it's that's when it calls for a time at the beer garden. 10 p.m. having a laugh and a joke with everybody. Beer or not in hand, it doesn't matter. You don't have to have a drink, but it's nice being with everybody when it's sunny at like 9 o'clock and you just think, what a life. And then 6 months later, you're walking home from work or uni or school and it's 4 p.m. and it's raining and you're soaking wet and it's dark. Like, who wants to live a life like that? Not me.
I found my favourite ever race control threat in history, and it was to Alice Spice, of all people, and that is that. So this is relevant. I promise. We're going to get there. You know, have you played the last few entries of Mario Kart online? Any of them like that? Because this is relevant. I can cue you in with this. Have you? Did you ever play those online, or was that just not sim racy enough for you? Yeah. Well,
not online,
Mario
but solo,
Kart,
of course.
Okay, Mario Kart 8 and World ever since there's this online, lobby between the races, and you can do these pre-selected messages by Nintendo. And one of them is, "I'm using tilt controls," which no one ever actually does, but we all just say it anyway in the lobby. And everybody spams in the iRacing chat, "I'm using tilt controls. I'm using tilt controls. Who's tilt negatives?" Ellis Spice goes, "Me." And at that point, Roxy Gibson on race control goes, "Ellis, if you do that thing with your steering, I'll give you a drive-through." So, official policy of the race for a cause is that tilt controls are not acceptable on the racetrack.
I'd imagine not. Surprisingly, I'd imagine not. But that does sound like a very, very, very big surprise indeed. As Who Wants a Soda is in P4. Now, do you want a soda? Have you drank all of your White Monster or whatever Monster it was again, the Mango Loco? Or
I'm not today. It was a Viking Berry for this one because I just had a mango earlier today, and this one isn't done. I'm a really slow drinker of these. I may get through too many in a day, but my one consolation is it will take me about 4 or 5 hours. So I've just make good use of it.
I've just searched it up on YouTube. I've never heard of Viking Berry. I've never seen it in any shop near me.
Brand new. Gotta start looking.
Is it nice? What flavour is it? Like, what would you compare it to the most out of any drink, any soda or energy drink or whatever?
I'm afraid I'm not too helpful on there, but I'm going to say that it's sort of blackcurranty and blackberry. That I'll give that one to you.
That sounds nice.
I like it.
I might give it a try. I'd imagine it will be in a shop near me soon. Coming to a shop near you, hopefully. So can try.
I've had success at Sainsbury's.
See, because the best for me is all the off-license shops because they have every single Monster Energy that exists.
They import
they'll have
from
America.
America.
Oh, is that what it is?
Sometimes, because I actually had an American Viking Berry before it came here, and it tasted different because the ingredients have to be different here.
That's one thing I noticed. I had what was it now? I think it was a Fanta Orange from America because it was an American sweet shop. And first of all, the colour was insane. It was like completely orange, like bright orange, and it tasted so much different. And the weird thing is, I didn't actually prefer it because it had more flavour, but it tasted very artificial. Now, that might be just because I'm used to the type of soda that I have now, but over there it seems very, very like syrupy, if you get what I mean.
It is a different drink there. Here it's actually like got an orange juice in it.
Yeah.
It's actually a drink derived, whereas there it's kind of like an orange soda, an orange-themed soda. more than the drink it is here. Like, it's one of those that, like, it's not just like, oh, it's a bit different formulation. It's more like they literally made a different drink, and you know, there's a long history behind the drink in different regions. They get very, very, very different ones. So Fanta's just one of those unusual ones.
Yes, indeed. See, tonight I liked both, but I do prefer the English version. However, though, there is many types of American sweets I do enjoy a lot more. So English drinks I prefer, or European drinks, because it's more, I think they call them European now. But then American sweets are way better than English sweets by a mile. I love American sweets. However, obviously, because you've got to import them, and we know that the imports have gone up recently, it's a lot harder to get them because they're a lot more expensive, as that's going to be Tristan Engelstad going off the track for Quadris Racing. But yeah, that's not ideal for them in the LMP2 Delara 94 car. Yes, as I was saying, it's a lot more harder to find American sweets nowadays because they're quite expensive, but they are very nice.
You just got to stay away from like the weird shops that in the middle of London that like claim to be American candy, and they're just not. You kind of know something else is going on there just because of the fact that no one's going into this like overpriced Oxford Street shop to spend £10 on some nerds.
Yes.
That's not happening. So who knows?
See, that was the sweet I was thinking of, actually. Nerds. They were the ones I was thinking of. Genuine, not even joking. Nerds. They are brilliant. I love them.
It really has been a great 2 hours where we've gotten up to almost everything. I feel like the flavour of commentary is like transformed in the last 2 hours to the point where it's virtually unrecognisable from the last crew that came in. But I call it the responsibility of doing the night shift. You do the night shift. I mean, we know there are iconic moments from Le Mans night shift history that we shall not repeat to this day, but are a part of the experience. So. That's why we get up to what we get up. It has been fun on the track, and it will continue to be so. Patrick McNichol running very slow. Oh, no, not the iRacing doesn't always tell you if you've lost the rear wing. If a spotter hasn't told him, a next high-speed turn's going to give him a shock.
Yes. That car looks like it's struggling a little bit through some of the corners, doesn't it, indeed? Is that the rear wing gone?
Oh, someone didn't tell him. That happens. The rear wing's gone, and then you try and take a high-speed corner, and it's over. You know, you don't even know that you have no downforce, but you'll actually just get brutalised.
See, we're 2 minutes away from it being 2 a.m. in the UK. Of course, we'll be swapping over to David to round in 7 minutes' time, I believe. That's what was done earlier, so we'll go with the sim hour in 7 minutes. I mean, we all know what's better than cake at 2 a.m., don't we? Actually, no, we don't. We shouldn't say that on air.
I was just trying to avoid that one.
I remember that one on YouTube. It was brilliant.
I tried to set that up for you to avoid it, and you walked right into it anyway.
No, I did that on purpose. I was never going to say what it was, but you know, I was hoping maybe I could walk you into it.
David Haynes, who is up next, has dropped in our commentary box exactly what the answer is, by the way. On cue. I wonder if we'll get another one in our Discord chat. What we know is that we know indeed. Made it past the halfway mark. Genuinely 2 hours felt like they flew by like nothing else, so I'm sure I'll be fine for the remaining two. Everybody very much in their own rhythm. You know, even the battles we're looking at have broken up. It's a survival race at this point. It's about hanging on to the car and hoping for the best. And every driver here has done a very good job just keeping it in there. We still are pretty low on the retirements count. I'm pretty sure it's still only the one car that has retired out from the race. Some are just taking those repairs and they're just getting through it because there's fun to be had back there out on the track.
Indeed. There's Reska Kyoso in the car for Who Wants a Soda. So their previous driver has made the swap, and it's now Reska in that Porsche. So they'll make their way out shortly, and I think should be more than fine ahead of Dogbox Racing Alpha with Daniel Da Silva. Those should be more than fine in the top 5. But then, of course, losing lots of time now to the Pun Crew and those ahead. We have got a meatball flag as well for the Pun Crew Pink. I'm not sure how long they've been in the pits with the meatball, but I think that's them there, ahead of where Who Wants a Soda were. But they are in the pits with a meatball. We also see that Scrubs Go Racing Revival with Patrick McNicola in the pit lane, and they were the car that we saw going in behind Who Wants a Soda. And apart from that, nobody else is in the pits at this current moment, with 5 minutes to go until we reach the top of the hour. Then it's going to be 13 hours completed, 11 to remain left in this race. And dear me, it's been a long one. But I've got to say, Howie, this summer's flew by. We've had many conversations so far, and I'm back with Jake later on. I'm sure there'll be many more conversations too as well. Same for you and David to kind of work your way through. As that was what happened to the Punk Crew ping. And it was, I mean, I don't think we could see what happened. And the issue is now, they've not got a front of the car, so they literally can't see where they're going. At least now they're in the pits, but before they wouldn't be able to see where they're going.
Can't see what happened, but we can certainly see the aftermath on the track, which is a very unpleasant car. Here's Rescue Kyoso. I do subscribe to him on YouTube, so he's a racing VTuber who is very likely streaming this as we speak right now. Covers a lot of the special events. Good to see some more names I recognise out there on the track in the Who Wants a Soda. It seems like the Who Wants a Soda team is just stacked up with people that I know, which maybe they did that one on purpose. Who knows? Midnight Hurricane in to take their pit stop. Fox Body Frameworks team. Couple wrecked cars around them. That one looks a little bit less wrecked, though.
Very wrecked at the rear. That's for
Has
sure.
been
Then, of course,
a drive-through penalty, by the way. Prismatic Motorsports Athena causing a collision. Uh-oh.
No. Not good at all for the team that are sitting second in the race. Of course, they're a lap ahead of Nicholas Sunby in the Arctic Sim racing car, but they are a minute and a half behind. Over a minute and a half behind Taylor Moore's Racing. Black flag. Drive-through, you're losing another 30 seconds-ish, maybe a little bit less. That's going to put them over 2 minutes behind, which he's not good at all for their races. Here is Rainbow Racing. Kelly Arsu is the number 16 that we spent 2 minutes looking to try and find the livery. They go off the track, they rejoin again, and we can see the best view delivery we've seen all evening, and that's because they've spun around as they
all
make
they had
their
to
way
do was
through.
crash.
Yeah.
Only we knew.
Yeah, that's a lesson, guys. If you want to show off your livery, crash. And of course, that is a black flag confirmed there for Skate Lawrence in the Prismatic Motorsports Athena car. So off to the pits they go, and we'll drop now below to over 2 minutes behind the back of Taylor Moore's Racing, who we haven't seen on track, we haven't spoken about because there's nothing to talk about with them. They are absolutely flying out there at the moment with Chloe Mugford in the car.
I mean, you could definitely say that the Prismatic are fair to their own drivers when they're giving them black flags for incidents caused on the circuit. Even if it's for fun, you'd hate to see favoritism out there. I actually pinged a friend that is associated with Prismatic, like, oh, is she going to be here? And unfortunately, she's not here, so I don't just get to like draw attention and just like point for the next 2 hours. But it was worth a shot. Yeah, that's the. Going to see the Prismatic team serve soon, but they're still missing the chicanes there. That is technically a third black flag in iRacing. I served to slow down, so it seems to go a little bit from bad to worse. I mean, there's a whole lap over the next car, and I think it will be a drive-through, so it might just make the battle closer more than it will totally ruin that P3.
Indeed, but as we shortly head our way to the top of the hour, I will now be parting my way out to the commentary box. I'll be back in around 5 hours' time. I'll return alongside Jake Sperry at 7 AM UK time, and it'll be me and Jake taking you through to the checkered flag at around 1 PM to 2 PM BSC. But of course, making his way into the commentary box will be Mr. David Haynes. David, welcome in. Great to have you with us, and you'll take us through the rest of the race, rest of the next couple of hours with Howie Burrows. So have a good one, guys. Thanks again, and I'll speak to you all later.
Thank you, Nathan. Hello, Howie.
Then there were 2 in the box. Make that 11 hours to go. We're over halfway, and a lot does happen in 2 hours. It's all sort of spread out. It's all very much, you know, drivers just surviving their own race, sticking in it. But there's still plenty to play for out there on the track, and still plenty of multi-class action that can go right or can go wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad you've got that level of high energy. I'm going to arrive at that level of energy in about 20 minutes, Howie. And everyone's trying to keep their energy through the night. And everyone's trying to keep their headlights as well. But we did see that if you lose them, very dark out there in that French countryside. 2:23 AM, overcast. That's definitely a number of degrees Fahrenheit. Are you familiar with them?
It's 6-7, I believe. That's the second time I've said that one today. So chat's gonna love me for it. I don't flee from it. I'm old enough to flee from it. I still don't, because I know that other commentators hate to see it and it's my one way of getting back at them.
Yeah, so 20 degrees Celsius or something, and a gentle breath of wind. Don't know what direction from. I'll look at that in a second. Pit lane, a busy place. Pit lane also a moderately well illuminated place compared to the rest of the track. You got grandstands, you got Michelin, the Bibendum Man, all the other stuff lit up around pit lane. That's the drive-through being served for the 98 Prismatic Motorsports Athena, and it drops them, as was correctly guessed, about 30 seconds behind where they had been before it.
The gaps are significant in the GTP class. I think we generally have found that the skill gaps are so big in this class that we're not going to see, you know, massive wheel-to-wheel battles unless very unusual things happen. It's really in the LMP2s that we're seeing the closest racing. But really, GTP class is just about survival. You're in the hardest car on the field. You've got the biggest burden to pass so many cars cleanly and safely. Got a replay of the 14, which likely means a spin in the GTP. Extremely well cued there. So it's very much a game of like stay in your head and don't make mistakes like that, and you'll end up getting good results out of this class. Thankfully, it is a track that is quite gentle compared to some others on the endurance schedule when it comes to passing. I mean, compare this to something like Road Atlanta, you know, there's plenty of space here and you do get time.
Here is the race-leading Taylor Mills Racing Cadillac GTP. I almost said Corvette GTP, and I don't know why, but that's not been a thing for a long time. And so they are approaching now towards a one-lap lead, working their way through the early part of the lap. Doug Henson Racing Yellow go a little bit wide out of karting, heading towards the Ford chicane. No overlap with the GT3 going into the corner, leads to a little bit of overlap in the middle of the corner, and the Mustang goes around.
It's tempting to pass there. It is tempting, and you can do it with the right. So if the car ahead hasn't really braked properly for it, but you also see why it's not. You know, it's a scary place to overtake, because then you also have the Ford chicanes right afterwards. That final chicane feels like it's a trap, like it's just put there to trick you and lock up the brakes. And you know, if you're not completely clear by then, you're on the left-hand side. You're probably getting shuffled back. And that last chicane, Prismatic Motorsports Minerva trying to hold on to it. Have to on a very, very low downforce trim around this track, of course, which is leading to cars slipping and sliding, but everybody got around just in time.
Yeah, rear goes on the LMP2, but catching the slide by locking up all four tyres, and when you do that, you just keep going in the direction that you were. But here's the leader in class, the 56 Queen's Design. Delara LMP2, gold wheels, love that. Completing one more lap, timing lines very quickly out of those four chicanes. The mousetrap that it is, the first little easy part of the Ford chicane is the cheese, and I think those high curbs in the second part are the spring and the bar.
One thing that this track does reward me for in iRacing, though, is that a lot of the most horrible turns that are easiest to miss. I'm talking about you, Dunlop. I miss it every single time. Don't come with off-track. I say this because I collect off-tracks in iRacing a little bit like some people collect Pokemon cards. You know, like I just find a way every lap to get a new one. And there's a lot of slowdown penalties on this track. There's a lot of places where if you go wide, you got to slow down, and you don't want to get it. But at the very least, I can make it out with safety rating usually intact, because a lot of those don't come with off-tracks, and that includes those final chicanes, it includes Dunlop near the front, and includes the Mulsanne chicanes.
Yeah, officially 33 corners around this lap. Every single one of them has its own little pitfalls. As we follow with our LMP2 leaders, you do spend a little bit of time going in a straight line, but then you approach many difficult corners, chicanes, high speeds. And from Hypercar, L1 Racing on to the pit lane. Got one of those pit stalls right down the exit end of the lane, and that's where the Ferrari 499P is going to go and to get some service.
Pretty much a permanently stacked pit lane just because everybody's so offset with their strategies. Is that a car of an 11-hour 11-minute pit stop time. They're going to get that repaired eventually. Here's some more webcams though. It's gone at Kate Adams. Will she notice? This is my favourite game, is will she notice? Yes, she will. I think that was a look right into the eye. And another pet in the background, by the way. That's our third pet spotted. We've not heard from Stinky in a while, by the way. Ramiro, we do need a Stinky update at some point in time. But it's always good to see drivers share their cams throughout this race. A lot of communication with the team. You were very much in the middle of a multi-class sandwich here in that class. It is a popular class, so people have been enjoying it.
Yeah, we saw one of the LMP2s going around earlier, and I think it may have been this one. And then hello to the dog back there as well. Getting into the slipstream of one of the...
There he is! Kind of there. He's kind of there. He must be awake. That is his Stinky. We've been following one of Prismatic's dogs all race long. He is on, he's off. He's often sleeping, and it's just good to know. Good to check in every hour or so, see whether he's still hanging in there.
Update still looking good. That's I reckon the update to give there. Oh, that wasn't looking good for a second over the crest, but it all works its way out. Oh yeah, that's the good stuff right there.
Yeah, there we go. He's asleep more often than he's awake on the camera, and he has been woken up before. But you got to love getting his attention. He is the most patient viewer of the Race for a Course 24. He is certainly one of our biggest fans, and I think we're all the biggest fans of him back as well. He's been hanging in for what must be 13 hours now. He's been a constant fixture of the show. Our lead car in the GT3. It's Nils Core right now running for Satellite Racing Nebula. Aston Martin up here at the front. Picture-in-picture means there's been a slide, and we're seeing a lot of those out of LMP2s. This one in the back sectors of the track by my eye. Just about gets off the track in time. That's a nice little extra push to try and get out of the line of some very high speed and blind turns. Lame Sheep's probably doing it as well. This is around the Dunlops. That's locking up the brakes, though, on the rear instead. David Hames just having some technical issues. He will be back, and that means that you just have me for just a good few minutes to keep you company throughout the show. We are seeing a few drivers blinking in and out. Some of this is some server-related issues. They've been reported earlier on in the race, and drivers have been asked to potentially drop some of the drivers that aren't necessarily from your team out of the lobby. It is an undertaking to run a server this big and this busy for 24 hours. And a few have been hit by getting sent back in time, but they've persisted. They've gotten back in, and we only have one team currently down and at this event still. Even those that have been wrecked and damaged, some out of fast repairs, they're still sitting, still repairing, still trying to get the job done. Mia Rose from Queen's Design, part of the Red Bull development team, very talented driver, and I talked before about seeing her in some very, very different circumstances and some much sillier races, still dominating the field. So generally, I've gotten used to a pattern now of seeing Mia Rose's name and knowing she's going to be incredibly competitive out there on the track. Just came out of the pit stop, already was leading the race, but one of those that will definitely find a way to maintain it, and the battle isn't that much for effect right now. 48 seconds to the car behind. So running pretty cleanly out there. Every car very much in their own world, just dealing with traffic. We saw some closer battles in the GTPs, in the LMP2 class earlier today, and I'm sure we'll get more as the race goes on. But these pit stop stints, some drivers are starting to get out of cycle with each other in time. We've mostly run through a full stint for all drivers, though, somewhere about 10 laps in at most. Our leading team, only on 2. Only on 0. I had that number in my head, and then a still just somehow just left me. It just went terribly, terribly wrong. While further up in the GT3, Satellite Racing Nebula's, ahead of multiple LMP2 cars that have crashed out. Now been cleared by the wrecked out GTP though. 25 laps down over the course of the race. It's less laps than you'd think on a track that the track's big, but you would think you would go more than 25 laps down in 13 hours. Did you're not. And thankfully, when GTPs are flying by, it's quite easy to just let them go, run your race, and hope nothing goes terribly wrong for you. This car is 2 laps down the ONID XT SRC car, the 999. So pretty much no stress at all other than survive out here on the circuit. Was talking about Aston Martin earlier, like that's the car I like to run in, and I feel like I have been vindicated along the way because the Aston Martin is leading out the class. I don't really have like an affinity to Aston Martin as a brand. I just think when it dropped on iRacing, I picked it up and I was like, oh, this one's good. This car works for me. It just makes sense. David Haynes will be back in just a couple minutes. Tech issues along the way. You're not going to have to put up with me solo trying to fill the time for all this time, but I'm doing my best out there on the track nonetheless. Still more pit stops for LMP2 happening on the road. Area best for Multiviewer Motorsports. One of those taking the dip right now when the Michelin Man isn't covering her up. That'll be, and also that's Nate Halasik just ahead on track. Behind in terms of laps. Filling it. That's a GTP car. They kind of look the same from the pit perspective, but now I see that's the Porsche. There's Nate in the Savage Sim Racing team. Few Savage Sim Racing teams out there on the track doing the mental preparation, because it can just be sort of mentally exhausting to just drive, but then also you have to sit down. You're in the lane for a minute. You have to amp yourself up and sort of be ready to go again. It's even worse when you're just being, subbed in. Have to get used to it. That's our P9 car, the 66. Getting out there on the track. Ariane Best will be pulling out behind alongside Jagger Finley, 15th place in class still. I think that's one of the further back cars in the Savage Sim Racing paddock, but still doing their best out there on the track. It's very nice when you have multiple teams in different classes. You're sure to get to pass drivers in your team and you get to cheer them on as you run through. Sort of busy no matter where you look. Even on a track this big with this many cars, it's no Daytona where you just pack them in like sardines. It's no, Road Atlanta where there's nothing at all. But still, there's always something happening elsewhere. And I think we do now have the return of David Haynes. I believe I was able to cover it well in your absence, but tech issues strike all of us in the world. It's good to have you back.
Yeah, well, if you just never turn your PC off, eventually your PC decides it wants to turn off. So I blame myself, but I'm back with a freshly rebooted PC for the first time in like 3 weeks. So, I blame myself.
Everyone needs a rest, even the PCs. We tirelessly work in iRacing. Tirelessly. I've been there in production, and you are using that PC. Sometimes it does need a beauty sleep.
Yes. So, what was the most exciting thing that happened while I was reading the blue screen code memory management?
That's a tough one, by the way. That's a tough one. Maybe you have to send me the mini dumps later, because that one can mean anything has gone wrong, but I have a suspicion. Anyway, we're mostly in the middle of a pit cycle right now, drivers. There's not significant battles on the track. The drivers are getting their cycles done. We now have a new driver in our lead car in the LMP2 class, the Queen's Design. Not a new leader by any means, but Miro is certainly likely going to continue that lead. There's Broken Eggs cooking. Getting slippy on the exits. A little shot into that wall can be rough. That you can get wheel damage.
Yes, the McLaren 720S, just a little light on the rear on the way into the corner, then doesn't take the change of direction to the right, keeps going left. Finds just a little boop on the Armco, but I think we'll dust that one off. Kept the rear wing on, that's important. Pit stops underway, as always. M4 GT3 comes out, LMP2 drops down off the jacks. That's tyre done, still just waiting on the remaining fuel. Is it 70 or 75 litres in the tank for the Dallara LMP2?
think about how much fuel gets burned through in a 24-hour race. But really, the valuable thing is we make cars that can run without basically stopping in 24 hours. Yes, you have to, design them with special prototype racing machines, but I mean, and also the sim doesn't really have quite that limitation of cars breaking down spontaneously. I know some compare a tech issue on your hardware to that. That's just sort of a way of mentally justifying it. But I mean, in the real world, we run these 24-hour races frequently. And these cars, they just keep chugging to the end, and that's a lot of fuel you've got to drag in. 45 seconds back for over the top, hoping to try and lower the size of that gap, but the best lap out of that Queen's Design Racing is a fast one.
I've got a 300-page PDF service manual for the M4 GT3. What do you think the oil change interval is for an M4 GT3?
I'm afraid I don't drive cars, which in the real world, which is really funny, because like, why am I here? What am I doing? But am I shooting for a really high or low number here? Really, I don't think I'll be able to guess a number, but is it higher than I expect or a whole lot lower?
In my head, it was higher than I was expecting. That's the thing, is you're like, oh, race car, you're gonna have to, the oil, and you're like, that's 5,000 kilometers is pretty much a road car interval.
I mean, you don't want your car breaking down in a race. That's certainly one thing. And if you derive it from the road car, that's probably where you're going to start. But it's a master of efficiency. Here's on-track contact. That one's going to be referred to the stewards. That's Punkus Pink and the Punk crew, who it's not the first time we've seen in this night stint something happen involving that team. That LMP2 has had some trouble in the S's, and it'd be quite easy to underestimate stopping distance. We still have the same stewards doing tireless work. Some of them have been working since the drop of the flag, and I'm begging that maybe someone gets a rest at one point. But if they don't, they'll continue doing their job well.
It's hold your line stuff, I think, through there. So if you're unpredictable, then it can't be predicted where you're going to be, and you might get hit. How can you avoid something you don't know where it's going to be? Something to think about on that one, as we keep an eye on the LMP2 leader, Mulsanne corner. Another little mousetrap, easy on the way in, tightens a little bit on the exit, and then you find gravel at the track out point. What would replace the cheese to create a mousetrap that would catch you?
It does seem like there's like a magnetic attraction between me and grass and gravel and white lines. Like, it seems like there's nothing I can do. Maybe that's why I race the oval side, because there's a wall there, and the wall is a deterrent. That's why I'm quite good at street circuits. The wall is a deterrent, but the grass is not. I don't even like exploit it much as much as I just feel like I have terrible spatial awareness when it comes to me and the edge of the track. So just put anything that's not a wall off there, I think.
Lead Paw Racing with a lock-up sliding over the track there, finding predominantly paved runoff. Fortunate, but that looks like it's going into Indianapolis. They've got in a little bit hot to another mousetrap corner. Just a gentle right on the way in, bit of camber, tightens to the left, and they've probably become unstable in the right. Locked it up and pushed wide in the left, but mostly kept it out of the wall.
Very often you'll see that a lot of the watching on races like this does sort of, at this stage of the race, become a compilation of the incidents and the mistakes. It's not really that we're picking on anyone as much as the battles are more measured in strategy, and there's a lot of cars on the track. There's 46 on a big, busy, difficult track. I think everyone's had a slide. I think even some of our fastest drivers have had slides throughout the first 12 hours. They've had scary moments. They've picked themselves back up. They've kept on going. Worth noting, your full-on race leader, Teddy Mills Racing, they've used their fast repair. Queen's Design have not, in case they have a wreck. And our GT3 leaders, who I have to find on my tower, Satellite Racing Nebula, they haven't. But our lead GTP has used a fast repair. You get one in this race. Some teams have used it well. And that's a car that you probably want the fast repair for.
So with 3 classes in the 2026 Race for a Core race for records 24. The closest gap for a lead in class is the 45 seconds Queen's Design to Over the Top. We're looking at Queen's Design right now. Moving out the way, just keeping an eye on what the prototypes hypercars are up to. Flash of headlights in return.
Does look like we have someone that's very excited for an interview. Ruby Neko Mata. I've not seen anyone quite as enthusiastic to jump right into the booth, so I do definitely feel like now should be a good time, and I'm going to go up to 2 Twitch channels at the same time. Ruby Neko Mata, you here? And I hope I said that one right, by the way.
Yes, Ruby Nekomata, that is my name. Hi, hello.
How has the race gone for you and your team? You're in the 56 Queen's Design. I mean, you are certainly leading out of class. It's a very much a team effort to lead out like that.
Yeah, it's been a huge team effort. Mia put it out in front in qualifying, and she was able to make a big gap. We handed it over to the other drivers as well, Anor, Asa, and Wishel, and they did a great job in the morning hours, or I should say the day hours. It was morning for me, but, and then once we got the car, we had to sort of chase down the 77, and we were able to do so successfully. And I had a really embarrassing spin in the second Mulsanne chicane, but we don't talk about that. At least I saved it, so that's good. It was really close to being race ending, but I just locked in. I was clutch. I handled it. It's fine.
I think it happens to all of us. The gap's now comfortable, I would say, although it's within a lap, which is sort of also within the strike range where something horrible could happen. You and the team behind have the fast repair available. Are you taking it easy, or are you pushing to make that one bigger?
I don't know. I think we're in between, if that makes sense. It probably doesn't, but like, we know that we're in a good position here, so we need to like take it easy and not make too many risks, but we also want to keep extending the gap just in case something happens. We need that little buffer just in case, and we still have that fast repair, so if anything happens, we're ready. But thankfully, I don't think we need to worry about that too much. We just need to worry about actually driving the car at the moment, and just having some fun. Mia and I are being very unhinged at the moment, so I don't know how long our mental state's gonna last.
How's the field around you reacted? I mean, middle class, you're both passing and being passed. Has that been a fine experience? Has there been any troubles?
I'm usually a GT3 driver, so I have really amazing experiences, a fantastic experience, wonderful experiences of being dive bombed by LMP2s. So, I mean, I get to do the same thing to the GT3s, and I feel very, it's like, I don't know, it's like cathartic. No, I've been nice to the other cars. It's just, yeah. You're looking ahead and behind you all the time, and I think it's harder to survive in LMP2 than in any other class, to be honest, just because you're in that weird in-the-middle, like, bit. But, I mean, we've been keeping it clean, and we've been staying out of trouble pretty well, so this is, like, a huge improvement from our performance last year. We were, like, what, like 7-8 laps down at this point? Like, we're over the moon already, halfway through, and, like, more than halfway through, and we're in the lead. I'm really happy, and Mia's happy, too.
Any other thank yous or shout outs on behalf of the team or the channel, which I'm sure I'm going out to as well?
Yeah, shout out to Anor, Asa, Wishel, Mia. Shout out to all the VTubers in the race. Shout out to my main team now, Samantha Tan Racing Esports. Shout out to Samantha Tan. Shout out to Cam. Shout out to Izzy, who helped me with the setup. Shout out to Kaine, who also helped me with the setup. And shout out to, I don't know. Shout out to everybody in the race. Except this 57 car.
I have a big list prepared. I sometimes just blank when I'm asked. Good to speak to you on the track, though. Best of luck.
Thank you, thank you.
Awesome.
That was, Ruby Nekomata in the leading team right now, hoping to hold on to it, and some of their rivals behind just making their stop.
In the top left, it's still 10 hours and 35 minutes to go. Those chickens are a long way from hatching, so I wouldn't count them just yet. But their main competition, for the moment, is just leaving the pit lane now. Pit service done for Over the Top. They're gonna race into life, careful and cautious with their cold tyres. At least into Dunlop Chicane, and for the first part of the lap, you don't get all that much opportunity to heat up the tyres in the first half of the lap. You're running down the Mulsanne straight, they cool off between every chicane, and then it's sort of right at the end of the lap you get into Porsche curves, Corvette curves, Ford chicane, and hit those tyres up a little bit more. But that's their service done. Rudi Avitsland taking the 77 immediately into a little bit of traffic, but is going to pull away from those GT cars eventually. Yeah, look at the understeer through Tete Rouge on those new set of tyres the first time around. And, well, we're speaking of Rudi, producer gave us beautiful shots from in the air. The football stadium in the centre of the field. There's also a tram depot and a KFC. So Le Mans Circuit has got everything you need.
Have you been to a long endurance race overnight?
I was at the Bathurst 12-hour this year, so that's not overnight, but it involves getting out of bed at 5 a.m. to see the start.
So I've always wanted to ask someone that's been there, like, who's been to, like, Le Mans 24-hour, like, how do you sleep? Because eventually you do. You go there camping for a reason. You get some sleep. Like, I've been wanting to go to Daytona 24 for a long time. It's going to be many years out before that's achievable. I'll do it one day. But that one makes sense to me. Like, you kind of just, like, crash at a hotel and come back out. But there are people, you know, same thing with the Nürburgring 24 on the way in iRacing. Through the night hours, some of them probably do get some sleep. And right next to a track that sounds like this. That would be a struggle, but, I mean, I guess you love the sound.
The thing I've got is all of the 24-hour races I've ever been to has been either as a competitor or a commentator and not someone in a chair beside the track. So I don't know if, like, that gives me a different sense of purpose or a different focus. Pit service underway. Rainbow Racing Helios, the 16 in 16th.
I need to go to more races. I go to quite a few on my local track, but I've been also. I mean, I've done a few interesting ones because Formula E does some quite cheap races, including the cheapest way you can ever go to Monaco. That was interesting. But I do need to expand my horizons quite a bit. Now, we've been told, by the way, this is a shout out for producer Ramiro, who working alongside Hugo Luis Carmon, both have been doing fantastic work today, and they'll continue to throughout the rest of the race. Nasty shot there for the 153 is I've heard that Stinky is hungry for some peanut butter from Georgie McKay, so I feel like we are gonna at one point get the shot. Another slip. It's a lot of LMP2 slipping out. The GT3s aren't doing this nearly as much. It's actually a lot of the LMP2s getting overloaded mid-turn.
Yeah, well, they're a single class of car. They're a lower horsepower than some of the other ones, and you really trim them out. You really run them in low downforce to the big here, but that makes them challenging to drive. We are going to get to Stinky, but we check in with our GT3 leader, making up time through the Porsche curves. Now towards the mousetrap. You've got to get left that space through Maison Blanche, which means something in French, I'm sure. And GT3 leader is going to put them another lap down. Hello, Stinky. How are you doing? You hungry, buddy?
Been getting served peanut butter on stream regularly. He's getting it now.
Oh, there it goes.
Here it comes. All the way up to the lens. Our most committed fan.
This is peak.
This is like our equivalent to, like, you know how the Super Bowl runs alongside the Puppy Bowl? This is like our equivalent. Our race also runs alongside the greatest motorsports fan dog.
No. Yeah, exactly, yeah. This dog is living the life, and also a car race is happening, allegedly. The leader from Hypercar is in pit lane right now. So for Taylor Mills Racing, Chloe Mugford's doing the hard yards, and enjoying the spoils is Stinky.
Got Stinky's breed wrong earlier today. Had to get corrected. You know, sometimes we just guess these things and then they come, oh, he's still having a great time. I do notice, by the way, in the background, the Caterham F1 team poster. That's a throwback. That's a throwback.
Caterham 7 coming to iRacing, allegedly.
That one's been confirmed.
Well,
they
yeah.
did actually. I did.
Look at those ears.
They did say it. Coming to arcade first, and then they also added on top, it will be coming to the sim. So I actually thought a long time ago, are we going to get Caterhams? And I thought it would be a bit of an out there suggestion, like, oh, it wouldn't actually happen, and it's happening. Maybe get one on the track next year. You know, we do need our garage. Well, I forget the number, and I think I got it wrong last time entering. Get a Caterham out there. If it can't be a Ligier.
I know the number. Guess the number.
It's 56 or 51. It's one of the two.
It's 56. So
cool. I said 51 earlier. I was thinking, does the iRacing app Garage 56 use a different name or the same name? And that was tricking me.
More dog activity. A few of our dogs have gone from resting to active, it seems, at this point of Race for a Cause 24. 7th place in LMP2 Prismatic Motorsports Minerva. Wow.
I freeze up when they put my cam up there. Sometimes I have to put my cam up there as part of commentary, and I still half want to freeze up and I don't know what to do. And then they can just get you at any time while you're racing. They provide the cams, and yet it's still a surprise when it gets to you. I totally get it.
Oh, producer could put my cam up. The Pun Crew 13 on pit lane. You've got a lot of these prototypes are all down the exit end because of the way that pit stalls get assigned based on the qualifying results. Scout Lawrence from 2nd, also on pit lane. These prototypes tend to have rather small fuel tanks. They're pitting more than once an hour. It's sort of 50-55 minutes-ish often for Hypercar, 45-ish for LMP2. GT3s are the cars with some decent fuel tankage that gets them to about an hour or so. But then Le Mans is also a high fuel consumption track with a lot of time at full throttle.
I'm going to have to expose Ramiro here, and I'm afraid if this means that I never work with him again, then so be it. But he straight up said that I like to show the cameras because they get nervous and might crash, which is an exciting that is an exciting way to add excitement to the race. But also, like, we talked about whether the commentators like curse exists, and I said like it doesn't really exist, but we like to like rhetorically believe that it does because it manifests. That is actually producer doing a thing that could happen.
We all know that by being observed, the state of matter changes. So same thing happens to racing cars, racing drivers. Negotiating Tete Rouge here with Scout Lawrence on the outlap. Handling it well, getting the tyres in, finding a little bit of slipstream off the Mustang GT3 and stretching the legs of the prancing horse. Getting a bit of a weave in for some of that extra tyre temperature. Dogbox Racing Alpha 006. There's drama for them in the Ford chicane. There are some bits missing off that car, I think, and you're already just past where the pit entry is. Challenging place to have an issue.
There's another one. Might be too much of the curb there for the FF by XR team. Adoration. It's getting busy down here on the Mulsanne. Quite a few cars for this Ferrari 499P to pass. Now, I was asked the question, so I must pass it down the chain to you to put you on the spot in the same way. Let's say it's out with GT3. What car would you drive for 24 hours around there or as part of a team? What would you pick?
Ooh. For GT3.
Well, we'll move up in just a second, but we'll start there.
Okay. I can't wait to make my pick in LMP2. I'll take a Ferrari GT3, please.
My total choice, as I've said many times, I'm going to keep saying until I eventually have to leave, is just give me the Ligier JSP 320, please. Anyway, I'm sure you're very excited about that Dallara and LMP2. A variety of choice, but let's move up one and let's not even let you finish that punchline. If you like your GTPs, is there a favourite among that field?
Well, I've raced a Cadillac before, so I'll take the Cadillac.
We'll take it. You'll take. Everybody says they want to drive the LMP2 though. I mean, that's why we have more of them in the race than any other class. Like, everybody has said that along the way. Give me my weird, slow LMP3 that barely passes GT3s. Then I'm happy, and I could do that for 24 hours alone. There are actually drivers doing this for 24 hours alone on the track, by the way. The 560 car, who I'll find the team and driver name. It's Cautionary Tale Motorsports, and Tyler Book is literally doing this whole race by himself. He's hung in there for more than 12 hours. He's got a little bit more to go. No teammates to help.
There was another one from LMP2 as well, as I checked the spotter guide, but then I don't have that tab up anymore because my PC blue screen. Might go find it at some point. Here is one of the Ferrari GT3s negotiating the Porsche curves. Super commitment, trailing the brakes a little bit for the change of direction into the right-hander. The pit alarm horn is going off a million times in my ear, and that's because of all of those cars pitting second in GT3, third and fifth and eighth in hypercar.
It's never quiet in the pit lane in this race, so curious to see whether they'll do a driver transition, because we've already spoken to one of the others in that team. I have not checked all the team lineup, so I'm getting surprised by the things that I see. I'm just choosing to take shocks and surprises, but we will find out if that car disappears and appears just one more second for the driver. So obviously drivers will be doing multiple stints. One stint is barely enough, you know, you want to have several hours blocked in. There's Nate Hallerstick for Savage Sim Racing on the way out though to pass.
Sticky flash of the headlights from the GT3 versus the hypercar going into the braking zone of what was the Dunlop chicane, and that's why the front jettisons off the 963 GTP and ends up across the other side of the track, and ouch.
Rare to catch one of those live, honestly, with so many cars to look at on the track. And, you know, like, usually if you look towards the closest battles on the track on any typical race, you're likely to catch the incident, but it's been quite rare to just, like, jump in and see it happen while it's happening, because you've got 56 choices and very often you're wrong. Looks like just outlap on the GTP. That thing's brutal on the way out on the cold tyres, and it absolutely bullies and beats you. If you basically have to, like, write a letter to get pre-approval, write a letter, second-class stamp, and get pre-approval back from the car before you're then allowed to use the whole accelerator pedal.
Let's take a look here. I think this is the second look at it. So cold tyres. There's a flash of the headlights from the GT3, and unfortunately just getting too much of a bounce of the curb.
I think it was power.
Chicane. Yeah, but it's the yes, okay, sure.
You know, unfortunately they didn't wait to get the letter back in the letterbox from the car. Am I allowed to use the pedal? Oh, not quite yet, I'm afraid.
Hypercar leader trying to be very careful whenever they're on cold tyres for the reasons just described. Chloe Mugford leads by just over 2 minutes. I've illuminated whatever that hotel is out there. Is that the one on the... I think that's the one on the outside of Mulsanne Corner. Interesting looking one. No two windows alike there as we head down towards Indianapolis. One of the fastest parts of the racetrack here is actually not on the Mulsanne Straight. It's from Mulsanne Corner to Indianapolis. There's your race leader. And back at Mulsanne Corner. No, back at one of the Mulsanne chicanes is the number 7 LMP2, Team Sakura Engineering.
might get a chance to speak to one of the drivers from Secure Engineering. In fact, the one that set the fastest lap in class. I might just leave this one, David, unless you punt it right back to me. This is... I'm going to try and get this. It's Noah Osbaldeston. That's not right, but it's close enough.
Hello?
Hello, how are you doing?
I'm very well. How are you guys?
Good. More than half of this race done. 10 hours 19 to go. How are you managing it?
Yeah, it's been sort of a fantastic couple of hours for me. I'm basically done for the driving for the first half, and yeah, it's my first proper main event with Team Sakura. I did the road to the cause races. But yeah, it's my first 24 hour with the team. I'm settling in quite nicely, and I've found it very, very demanding in some ways and very easy in others. Especially for me, just getting in the car one lap, the one lap pace has been very well. But for me, it was just all about sort of learning how to sort of adapt to the endurance more of mindset. Again, it's my first proper, I'd say, esports or charity event with such a big organizer such as Prismatic themselves. So for me, it was learning what the do's, what the don'ts, and just trying to maximize myself out of the best possible outcome.
What's your favourite part about driving the Dallara LMP2 other than the fact that the steering wheel is slightly off-centre from the driver's seat?
Yeah, I think for me, it's the downforce. It's what I love driving on iRacing. If it's not the F4 car, I do all of the F4 stuff. Yeah, I just love prototypes. I race prototypes in real life a little bit in Sports 1000 in the UK. So for me, any prototype car is sort of fantastic, really. Even if it's LMP3 or LMP2 in this case, that what I really like about this car as well is it's although the setup's very complicated, it's very easy to get right. Like, it doesn't need a huge amount of knowledge or obviously the best engineers will get the most out of it, but even if you're just starting with engineering and sort of the setup guides, you can make a really good setup out of something quite simple. So yeah, it's a complex yet simple car, and for me, I just love driving it, pointing it in with the rear brake bias quite far back and point and shoot, really. That's what I love about this car.
Quickfire sports quiz round. Which team plays their home games at Wembley Stadium?
England.
Who currently holds the Ashes?
Australia.
2 from 2. Congratulations, well done. How do you feel about your performance in this quiz?
I got really thrown off by the Wembley one. I was like, there's no Prem teams that play at Wembley, but that, and then Ashes. I mean, England are not very good at cricket at the minute, so I mean, it wasn't going to be in them, England, are they? So, yeah.
Favorite racing snack?
Racing snack? Oh, that's a good one. Racing snack? As in, like, sort of before a race?
Yeah, before a race, after a race, during a race. I'm thinking during a 24-hour race as well. Something that doesn't upset your tummy, so something not too liquid. I love me some biscuits.
Oh yeah. Okay, in snack, I would say cake. Definitely cake.
Yes. And there's no acceptable alternative at this time of the morning if you can't have cake.
No, the team it got to the famous 2:30 in the morning, and we were like, yeah, let's have cake. So we all had some cake, and that's probably been my favourite snack. I mean, what would you say yours? You like biscuits? What kind of biscuits?
I'm thinking Australian things off the top of my head, so I'm thinking barbecue shapes. I'm thinking not a chocolate biscuit, so not Tim Tams, but something something like maybe like a chicken flavoured biscuit or something.
Yeah, no, that does sound quite good actually.
Best type of cake?
I think for me, just a Victoria sponge, something classical. Not doesn't too much. Chocolatey can again, like you say, sit your stomach a little bit. I think vanilla's a bit boring, and carrot cake and just vegetables, isn't it? So yeah, I'd say Victoria sponge. Victoria sponge is kind of where it's at, in my opinion.
The best thing about carrot cake is that you can taste the icing, and the icing's normally pretty good on a carrot cake. But
yes,
maybe that's just in contrast to the cake.
Yeah, the icing's normally quite nice on cakes in general. I guess the thing with carrot cake is just the fact that it does still kind of taste like a carrot. I just to me, vegetables and like foods like cake and vegetables, just no chance, not at all, not for me.
Now, do you have a pet dog you can hold up to the camera?
Oh, I don't have a pet dog. I might have a pet cat. I'm not sure. I mean, if you give me 30 seconds, I might be able to go find one. Really.
All right, okay. Play the hold music as Noah Osbaldiston is on the search for a cat. There he goes. All right, start the 30-second clock now. Howie, do you know how to do the countdown music? All I know is in the last 5 seconds, then it goes. If you're joining us now, Noah Osbaldiston has been on the search.
He's got it
for a cat, and he has arrived. He's coming back. He doesn't even have his headset on, so he doesn't know we're talking about him. But wow, there we go. He has a little dark void.
Yes, a little bit camera shy, but this is low key. He is a 2-year-old Maine Coon, purebred, and yeah, we're a little bit camera shy. We're not too fond of it, are we? He's not quite media trained in the world of esports yet. I'm working on it. But yeah, I've got 3 of these little things. Well, I say little things. He's practically now 7 kilos, so he's fairly big. And yeah, this is my pet. No dogs, just the cat.
And what is their favorite racing snack?
What's your favorite racing? Probably cheese. You love cheese, don't you? Cheese out the packet. So you get cheese taxed. Soon as I get the cheese out, get cheese taxed instantly. Yeah, that's what you like. Cheese tax, or like the little Crave biscuits. They love the little Crave biscuits. All about racing snacks. But yeah, we've got the go-karts on the table, and he loves sitting in the go-karts. So definitely a racing driver in there somewhere. Somewhere in there.
Fantastic. We'll get back to the race. We trust that you'll enjoy it, and best of luck with the snacks, with the cats, and trying to get the ashes back.
Thank you very much. Speak to you guys in a bit.
Noah joining us there and giving us, I think, really good value, and paying the cat tax at the end as well.
I think the number one thing I've learned from that is that I need to up my interview game. Oh, how dare I? Like, wow. You had everything ready. And then some.
LMP2 leader is pitting. Queen's Designs and the 56 is in the lane. Other cars in LMP2 class here is a battle between 9th and 10th. And has something happened for Panda Spec 670? Yes, just a little bit too much curb on the way into one of the first Mulsanne chicane. And they have
there's
ended up...
2 6.7s. Oh no, there's 2 of them. I just realised. Also, one day, Ramiro's going to throw us off our game and just start showing us a bunch of replays where no one crashes, just so that we don't know it's coming. Because there's another one from Weber Racing Helios. One day, he's just going to queue up some cars doing laps in the picture-in-picture, and it's going to be to make us stop assuming everything every time it comes up. But it happens. It happens to everyone.
Well, you know what they say about assuming.
Yeah. Something, you and me.
Yes. Oh, those marshals are going to have a bit of work to do. FF by XR off there. At Astra VRT. Oh, that change of direction. Bouncing over the curbs in the forward chicane. The bar has come down on the mousetrap for the 53 hypercar.
Got to pick yourself back up after these.
Spec again.
It looks like the same one. It looks like the same one. If not, then that's brutal. That's horrible. I hate to see it.
If it happened while we were speaking to Noah, the Pun Crew Pink have gone on long at what I think is Mulsanne corner, not Tete Rouge. L1 Racing also bouncing those curbs, but the later part of the forward chicane in the 24 going around. Oh, tough spot. Engaged reverse gear, something you probably don't want to do in a race all that often. Lame Sheep sideways there early in the lap and out into the gravel. And
I'm pretty sure that's the same one again. I think
And
that's the same one again.
Well, it's either that or it's Kylie Minogue, and they're just spinning around.
I literally predicted in our little text chat, Ramiro will show us the same panda one again to throw me off seconds before it comes, and I thought, nah, can't home for it that time. Do have a Savage sim racing driver in the 69 car of all. Venra Ponzi in the server. Gonna have to work out quite who that was on the track. I could leave this one with you again, just because you had some unmatched talent, and maybe they'll be thrown off the Wembley question again. Is that all right?
I have to come up with new sports questions for 9 and 10 in LMP2. Blaha United battling with FF by XR for that 9th and 10th as Fenrir joins us. Hello, how's your race? Knock knock, hello.
Oh, sorry, I pushed it up, my bad.
Hey.
Hey. Yeah, it's going pretty good. We basically went from P10, not expecting much, to quickly P3 and having run to P4, P3. So yeah, that's pretty good result. You have to admit.
Favorite GT3 model, favorite hypercar model.
So like in looks then, or?
I know we're just throwing things out here.
Okay, GTP. GTP would. GTP would probably be Cadillac or Porsche. Oh, GTP, but Porsche again. To be honest, they're just really clean. They look good, and yeah, they sound good as well. So.
We love a race car with the engine in a weird spot. What are you doing to stay awake for this race?
I'm running on hopes and dreams at this point. I tried to nap, that didn't happen at all. I guess I'm listening to music at a dangerously loud volume. Now that's one thing. Doesn't work well, but it semi does the job.
Do you have a dog or a cat?
I have a dog, yes. I used to have a cat, but not anymore.
Where's the dog?
In my mom's bedroom right now.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
We've been trying to get every dog cat cam, but if you can't get the dog, that's all right. That's okay.
Yeah, my face cam would have been pointed at him immediately.
Okay, are you ready for quick fire sports quiz questions?
I mean, I can't promise I'll speak the words correctly, but yeah, I'll try. Let's do it.
Question 1. Which nation in Southern Europe that wears a blue kit did not qualify for the 2026 FIFA World Cup?
In Southern Italy?
Correct. Okay, no, I'm running out of questions now. That was the only one I had.
Yeah, okay. Nice.
Oh, do you have a sports question for me?
Sports question. Well, now that I think about this, do you want something easier or hard?
I just want something interesting or unconventional.
Unconventional, okay. So it's gonna take me a long while because it's 2 AM right now and I haven't slept for way too long.
while we wait, which Counter-Strike map are you on right now?
How the fuck do you know? Sorry for saying. My bad. Jesus Christ. How do you know I'm in Counter-Strike?
Not only did someone tell me to ask, but then it also showed on Discord.
Oh, okay. I was playing Mirage on Face It and was against the team, so I quickly left the game.
The Howie Burrows has got the real questions. Fenrir is not interested in the World Cup or asking me one, but
I am interested.
we know.
Dude, it's 2 AM. You're asking a lot of me.
Are there any sports you follow that I might not know?
Counter-Strike esports. Hold on. Oh, this is my area. Okay.
Okay, you're not going to throw me something about curling or darts or croquet.
Croquet, yeah, no, that's not big enough. We have
sailing.
Not big enough as well. We only have really volleyball, football, handball, and rally racing. If you want like an actual question about the CS esports, then okay. Who won the last CS2 major?
Was it?
Better not Google that shit.
Thierry Henry.
It was what?
Was it David Beckham?
No.
Tundra won the last Dota major. I mean, I can give you that one.
I have not watched Dota in my life. Dota.
I got halfway. That's a compromise answer.
Yeah, you gave an actual answer. He gave David Beckham is not football.
It was the closest I was going to get. How do you feel you're going to go in this race? What position, what finish would you be happy with?
We're happy with basically anything over P10. Like, in terms of SOF, we're like incredibly low here. Like, we are not supposed to be this high. But like, we just kept going. We've kept it clean. Well, mostly, except for my murder in the beginning. And yeah, if we stay like this, we'll be incredibly happy. If we can somehow get a P3, then that's a huge winning number.
Well, good work. Best of luck. Eventually get some rest. Hopefully no more cheaters, and come up with a good sports question for me. And yeah, 10 hours to go. Well done getting this far. See you at the end.
Thank you. See you. Have a good night.
Well, that wasn't awkward at all, Howie, but we loved it. We got through it. We learnt things. We all learnt things.
I was recommended in chat from what must be a friend to ask if he's playing. I could also see it show on Discord, but I wasn't going to think about it until that was thrown in. And we're almost off the air. We're almost off the air. It wasn't me, though, and that's what's important. And we remain on the air as we tick over past our 14th hour. That leaves one more of me on the air, and then you'll never have to hear from me again until maybe next year. Swedish racer in support of a great charity, LGBT charity in Northern Ireland in this case specifically. Always proud to represent this event. I'm very, very happy to be a part of it. I'm going to shout out one more time that I'm a non-binary commentator in the booth, so none of you can escape that truth. Red Bull Racing just trying to make some of those tricky opening turns. Low downforce on this track, as I always bring up it. That's the same one again. That's the same spin again from Panda. Good try. But always, I was very excited to work on this event just as a result of that. It specifically belonged to LGBTQ for Youth Ireland. There is a raffle associated as well. If you donate $15, there is a chance to win plenty of sim racing prizes. Still trying to raise plenty of money, and I need to work out how much they quite have raised so far. Unfortunately, I did not come with the important pre-baked information. Here it comes on my phone. It's coming very fast. It's very exciting. So far, €3,764.01. It was a funnier number before, and now it's just 1 cent. Someone's pushed that one over the line. Still plenty of time to go, and still plenty more money to raise throughout the course of this event.
I get Zoom to find my webcam, but it won't, and we are nearly at 14 done, 10 to go at Le Mans for Race for a Cause 2026. Following your outright race leader right now, Chloe Mugford, and the Cadillac GTP.
That's a very comfortable gap for Chloe up front. It's almost a whole lap. And by that, I mean it's a minute off a whole lap. You know, laps at Le Mans surprise me. But it's more than half a lap, and it's 2.5 minutes. I'm still watching that fast repair gone. The car behind, the Prismatic Motorsports Athena, doesn't have their fast repair gone. Anything can happen. This car can snap out from under you. It can be a bad time. On top two, though, they've swapped places 1 and 2, but there haven't been any big shocks when it comes to grid to finish. Queen's Design, they got pole. They've kept it on pole ever since. And so does Satellite Racing Nebula. So, he's back asleep again. There he is. I mean, this is what he does most of the time. And that, I don't think it's a lot. Is that you, David?
Yeah, so we're going to get a different angle of the Panda Spec replay.
Oh. Well, an unfortunate incident. We hope they can bounce back. And I'm sure I might see it one more time before I'm done today. So that's a joke that, like, you have to have been here in the moment to understand. Otherwise, it seems like we're picking on them. It's not about them. It's about the moment and the repetition. He's trying to sneak it in every time now. Might have lost David again. I feel like that might have that webcam push might have just taken everything out of him. Oh, yeah. I'm seeing you light up on Discord. You're here.
Panda mistook me for a bamboo shoot and I got eaten.
You've been through multiple catastrophes to make it here, which in my opinion is persistence.
So, your leader in LMP2, Queen's Design, just minding the traffic as they head into Arnage Corner. No, Indianapolis, followed by Arnage. Again, if you're offline going in there, it can very easily lead to a mistake as it's a curved, high-speed braking zone to really have to woe it down for that tight 90-degree left-hander. They've worked all of that out, and they have a minute 15-second lead in class versus over-the-top Rudy Ervitsland.
I heard rumours that teams were meowing on the chat, and we didn't get to experience any of it, and I can confirm that they're doing it again now. They just had to grace me on my last hour on the show. You know, you get one of them going, it's like a chain. They've actually been told there are rules. You could only cat meow on the all teams so that drivers can mute it in case there's important information on the track. Like, we've had to regulate cat meowing because there are some people that are very, very big fans of it. There are times I've been horribly distracted by cat meowing on the mic when I'm trying to set up a production, but this one I can just about take it. I think I can get through it all. It's just a few drivers, but it's the same few. They're really going at it. They're having fun.
I'm also connected to the server, hearing the driver chat and maybe occasionally regretting it. 7th in Hypercar have picked themselves up a meatball flag. I'd pick up some meatballs, but I wouldn't want to pick up mechanical damage right now. Charlotte McLeod in the 24. What kind of a damage are they carrying? 4 laps since they last pitted, so this isn't a cold tire out lap situation. Meanwhile, the leader from Hypercar has a slowdown cutting something somewhere.
I've got the clip of it anyway, not like I can show you, but we'll get to it soon enough. But I can tell you that it's not a completely wrecked car, but it's kind of the worst place to hit on the car, right on a rear wheel. So I'm trying to see if that thing makes it back. It looks like it's driving fairly comfortably, but rules are rules when it comes to damage on the track, and we may be able to get a replay of that. That's me putting our producer on the spot right now. You got to send him hunting now. More replays down. I wonder which one will like tail at the end of that replay. I have no clue. You know, absolutely none. It could be anything.
Second place from LMP2 hitting the lane. They've done 10 laps in this stint before over the top. Come in. Is there a driver change happening there? I'm not sure. But it puts the leader, for at least the moment, even further ahead. 4 laps into the stint for Queen's Design 56. So that's not quite the halfway on a fuel run just yet. Doing laps of 3:45, 3:40. So, yeah, gosh, a fuel stint comes in underneath 4 minutes then in these conditions, if you're not saving any.
I try not to do the maths. I try to let someone else do the maths and then complain when they're wrong, because at that point it's not really my responsibility. Just drive till it's empty and then naturally sort of use less fuel because I'm a slow driver, as I pointed out earlier on. Don't know how long I'd last out here, quite frankly. I'd love to give it a shot. But every time someone puts up a 24-hour race, I'm like, am I sure? I think my one experience of organising a team for one was difficult. I need to like tag on to someone else's and then tell them, don't hate me when I wreck the car, which is going to happen unless you give me a Miata. And even then it might happen. I used the American name for the car. Rough. What's happened to me?
Don't know, man. So, with the leader, 3:37 last lap. Coming to that halfway point of the stint, 5 laps done. 5 to go if that's what we get. We'll see what everyone else is doing on their consumption. And from the very quite dark far side of the racetrack to the pit straight, where there's just a little bit more illumination going on. For the fans, for the advertising, for the flag stand.
Those are some dedicated fans staying in the stands for all 24 hours and never moving. Every view of that Dunlop Bridge, it makes you just a little bit sad that it's not going to be quite the same anymore going forwards. But it remains preserved as an asset in time.
There were a couple of slowdown penalties out there as well. So over the top from second on their outlap, got one, easily done. Yeah, Taylor Mills Racing, Chloe Mugford leading the way had one. But any time I look at this this live timing, there's almost always someone serving a slowdown penalty. That's kind of how Le Mans seems to work.
You know, I'm always thinking big about some of the things you see and hear in iRacing, and here's one for you. So he tells you, they say you cut the course, you have to slow down and give up the time gained. Do we know who they is? Yes, it refers to the theoretical idea of stewards, but we know those aren't there. There's not a real person watching all of our iRacing races, unless it's this one. But usually there's not in our public races, so, you know, there's the otherworldly god. They say you cut the course. I think that's pretty important. You see, I said at the beginning of my stint on the show today, you're going to slowly witness my sanity drop over 4 hours, potentially. And we're reaching the apex now. We're reaching it.
Oh, there's 50 minutes more of Howie Burrows, folks. And then no more. Couple more cars on pit lane, so the 2-minute stop is for this car, and this is why Tetra Rouge snap backwards into the wall, and like you said, right rear corner tyre and suspension took a pretty nasty hit from that angle.
And the actual thing was able to get back to pit lane, but it was less undrivable than I thought. But rules are rules based on what is and isn't safe, and sometimes that flag gets thrown if it wouldn't be too happy in the real race. I was expecting something cruel on the other side of that clip, and because I didn't get it this time, maybe I'll get it next time. But I'm spared this time around. Another pit stop here for Gianni Terha for Quadish Racing. I think Quadish, it's Quad Dash. It's actually a Quad Dash in Sim when it's not all capitalised. Look at leg for a stop. This is actually a regular stop without too much damage on it. And out they go.
White liveries always get so dirty in these endurance races on iRacing. So the marbles just love to stick to white paint. They are going to come out of the lane and into 6th place. They are 45 seconds behind 5th, but quite a distance, more than 2 minutes ahead of 7th. Gunnet Kate Adams, who we have seen, and Dog we have seen. The number 28 car, just 1 spot behind Quad Dash Racing here. 94. And as if by magic,
I do believe the car gets cleaned when you change drivers. I do believe that actually gets you, because it technically reloads the car. And that actually does get you all the marbles gone for a bit, and then they find a way to come back and taunt you. You see, we actually have a person in the background of Garnet's, which is not quite, although I swear I saw a pet earlier. That's not a pet. That's a you know, a friend, a roommate, a family member, whatever, and whoever is there, but we're keeping an eye on her camera. Little twitch. You see that Ramiro's theory of trying to make them crash might come true. That was close. We almost got it. Hang in there.
It's not needed. They're in 7th place. They are, as a team, 7 minutes behind the race lead. You don't need to jinx them. We definitely need to jinx Mia Rose. The outright leader is on the pit lane, and looks like there's a driver change for Taylor Mills Racing. Anna Klemic taking over from Chloe Mugford in the race-leading car. Oh no, what's happened here, Howie?
There we go. It's always the same corner in exactly the same way. Someone has to ask this team how that happens.
There we go. Race leader with the full service. It's a new driver after taking fuel and tyres as well.
There's the theory. The car is cleaned. For now.
Now, I've seen a million slowdown penalties from running wide at Tetra Rouge on cold tyres on the outlap. Here we come. Don't touch the grass. Turn in. Very gently done. Very gently done. Sports Stadium on the right. Tramline goes in a tunnel under the road somewhere here. KFC drive-through up on the right. Lots of shops selling horse supplies. So if you need to buy something for your horse or your Saturday night, there's some shops around on the Mulsanne Straight there.
I mean, these are public roads. This is not a track fully made up of race-built sections. I'm not even saying that. Probably only really this first sector and the way back of the track is. The rest of it is public roads that everybody gets to use every other day, which means that KFC probably gets a few more average customers from average cars. Could you imagine working the drive-through and then a GTP just rolls up? You know, they need their refreshment too. That's fair enough. Although it'd be difficult to really get it in through the window, I feel. Obviously, you know, this one of the things about sim racing is you do get to race on the track when it's not always completely open, because this track cannot be raced on permanently. It only opens up for the very special event that is Le Mans.
We just had the pit stop for first place. Now we'll get the pit stop for second place. Prismatic Motorsports 98 get a driver change. Ivory Balfour going in. Also fourth place, the Pun Crew, Alexander Oppenheim in that other GTP back there, the Ferrari being very, very, very popular. Here goes 4th place out of pit lane in the Cadillac.
Looking at car diversity, I like to always look at it on the field. It's actually pretty well split out in the GTP class. Force of habit. The only car we're really missing is an Acura. Cadillac and Ferrari is popular, but there's a couple Porsches and there's one Audi that is masquerading as something else out there. Always love to see it. Obviously, always very disappointed by the lack of car diversity in LMP2. We really need to get the BOP on that. But going further on down into the GT3s, a few more McLarens than I usually expect to see. A lot of Aston Martins near the top. I think there's like one Mustang, a couple Ferraris, a couple Porsches. Well, that one a little bit less so, but you've got to pick something your team's comfortable with. And sometimes that isn't just what you want. There's one of the Porsches for Savage Sim Racing.
I'll get a driver change. Goodbye, Nate Young. Hello, Zach Burke.
Still a long hold for a lot of fuel.
Yeah, because it looks like 13 laps to a stint from them just now. So 10 from LMP2, 12 from Hypercar, 13 from GT3. Feels pretty familiar now I think about it. And wait. Probably over 100 litres, or as we call it these days, a new mortgage, am I right?
This is another benefit of sim racing. You get all the fuel you can ask for. It comes with the subscription. Forever subsidized.
Elf Core 50. Yum, yum, yum. Put that in my tummy. Let's take a look at the number 93. Going through the first Mulsanne chicane. No, that's somewhere else. That's... Where is
Hard
that?
to tell.
Ah, they've been checked up through part of the Porsche curves. That's a check up in the Porsche curves. Entry to the Porsche curves, right? Wow. No, later on. At what is often called karting. Second and third in GT3 simultaneously have slowdowns, by the way. The 99 and the 999. So in perfect synchronicity. On into TSRC and Broken Eggs cooking. And hey, if you're going to make an omelette, you do need to crack a couple eggs.
Seen them slide off the track a few times. I don't want to see them break too many cars. Then I sort of saw it earlier on in the commentary stint. I think things have mostly calmed down for them, thankfully enough. Heard something from one of the teams. I have to follow up and see whether it's true, because if it is, we're going to have to see it. But also, you know, people can go on the internet and just tell lies. So if that is so, I've been told there's quote a sick 360 going into Tete Rouge from the 65, but I would like to check this on my end before I pass it off as a certifiable fact, because you have to see it to believe it, I think. Oh, I gotta go back a long time on my screen. Yeah, it's true, by the way. It's absolutely true. Never quite seen an instant like that.
Arctic Sim Racing third in Hypercar. Denis Kultunov looking for the pit crew to service the 6-7. And how about a driver change too? Hello, Ruben Goit. Now, is that after just one lap? It's not, is it? We also got Who Wants This Soda, the number 48. Arctic Sim Racing have probably got another about 5 seconds of waiting for fuel here. And then once they reach about 40, 42 seconds, vroom, off they go.
I lost the ability to keep track of whether or not they'd only actually done that for one lap, so unfortunately that just might be a question that lives in the air, but I doubt it as well. You wouldn't like. Some teams are just very much off cycle of others. They've pitted earlier, they've pitted a little bit later, and it's come out that way. Up in P3, 2 laps down. So I mean, these top two hypercars, I'm going to call them the appropriate name consistently eventually, absolutely are the measure of everybody else here today. They've just been running laps around their opponents, quite literally.
Outlap still ongoing for Arctic Sim Racing's Porsche 963, running down the Mulsanne straight towards the braking zone for the first chicane, which is a right-left. The second chicane is a left-right. Things to think about.
It's a lot of straights and a lot of chicanes on the track, and it's one of those reasons why I've not done an endurance race at Le Mans. So I've only done sprint racing, so hasn't really clicked with me in a way that like I get. Yeah, I kind of end up preferring Daytona because it's just a little bit like more going on, even if it is another simple track in itself. Obviously, I've never faced it in a 24-hour format, which I think is where it's really born. Here's what I've been told is the SICK 360. That's what the words from the driver itself, all the way around. Keep it locked, keep it going. No harm, no foul on the track. I think we take those. That's worth some extra like combo points, I think.
Yeah, 360. When you're in the mirror, you're just looking at me.
Being reminded of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater by just saying that now. I'm throwing myself all over the place. It's late in the stint. It's late in the night, and just as a reminder, I'll be wrapping up my time here at the end of the hour. Ewan O'Leary will be stepping in. David Haynes is around for many a more hour though, and probably has many a scary question for interviewees. Make sure you know who's about to ask you some questions, because you might be put on the spot. Hope you're doing some research for the next sporting questions. Some of those second ones were devious, though, I gotta say.
Let's look at the 006 Dog Box Racing Alpha. Gets in a little bit hot to Mulsanne corner, missing the apex, stamps the brake pedal a little harder, turns in still, and loses the rear just a little bit, but gets away with it for the most part. Live pictures. Oh, that's off the road on the live pictures, going into the Porsche curves. Not great for Ruben Guitz. Just getting in a little too hot there, losing out a little bit. They don't need to worry too much, though. They're still 2 minutes ahead of the Pun crew, and they are, unfortunately, at the moment, it seems like about 4.5 minutes behind Prismatic Motorsports, second place in class. Let's take a look. Now, that's a good setup. That's some nice mood lighting. It is lacking just one thing.
Don't want to let the cat that close to the sim rig, or else it will walk around the pedals, get behind the PC. It will be a bad time for all involved. That's my tip. I've got to say, every time you save it, like we've seen some of the instances get saved earlier, every time you save it, it's a miracle. I mean, it's easier to save the GTPs a little because I don't have ABS, so you can lock down both pedals and keep the car going forwards, or you lock in the brakes. Actually becomes a benefit to you when it comes to saving it. But every time you keep it out of the wall, you say no more of your teammates about what just happened. What matters is you took no damage.
Bounced a fair bit of a curve in the final chicane as well, and then took one hand off the steering wheel past the GT3 down the front straight. Oh, has a little bit of a moment, turning in almost too early to Tetra Rouge there. Almost cut the corner. Something nasty. Did they? Yes, did pick up a slowdown and served it very quickly.
Sometimes I try and just serve my slowdowns by driving normally and hoping that I'm slow enough that it evens out. But a bit harder at Le Mans, though, with the long straight. That's a two-way twitch from Trans Am Motorsports. Sort of go one way, try and save it the other way, and then both ways are going to send you off the track eventually. I mean, I'm going to keep saying it. A lot of these high-speed corners, high-load corners, they're causing lots of problems with these LMPs. I think the downforce is just a little bit like the cars have downforce, but they've been set aggressively enough to deal with the high speeds that it's very easy to throw yourself for a little bit of a loop. Here's Fevin Racing, who does have the high mum on the back. That was called out earlier, the first time I've noticed it, and that is a really unfortunate twitch. I am really not sure how that happened, and it's straight into the wall. Oh, you do hate to see it.
Change of direction just before the Indianapolis kink is always going to catch you out. Let's take a look at the conditions, and around the grounds, it is a cool track right now at 19.4 degrees Celsius. That wind of 9 kilometers an hour is coming from the north, so it probably smells like the English. And humidity is whatever you would expect it to be, but we're heading towards 3:50 a.m. The sun will begin peaking at the horizon sooner rather than later. I don't think my friend Howie Burrows is going to see it though.
It's fun to do the night, though. The night is always the most atmospheric part, and no, when it comes to that temperature, I won't say it for the third time running, so you're all spared, but I do like the nighttime hours. It's what I always tune into on the 24-hour races. There's just an atmosphere to it, because proper night racing in the dark is something you don't see terribly often. I mean, sports like Formula 1 are doing more and more races in the night, but they've got to light up the track so much that people can see. There's something very different to one where a lot of the light is created by the cars. It's just I called it serene earlier, and that's a strange word to use to describe the atmosphere of a racetrack where we're going hundreds of miles an hour. But there is something about it that just feels very different than the day, which is where you usually see busyness of races.
Ames on 006. Dogbox Racing Alpha are on the pit lane. Jules Carpenter is behind the wheel. The fuel is going in. I reckon those tyres are done. I'm going to count you down. 3, 2, 1. Get out of here. There they go. And a quick look at the stinky situation.
The sleeper. Oh! Stinky suddenly became self-aware for a second. Spotted us. There's only Mustang in the field, by the way, down the road.
Just conserving energy until prime moment. Just keeping an eye on situations. And of course, you've got to be so careful in the night, on your cold tyres, on your outlap. Things for Jules Carpenter just a little challenging until you get some temperature in. 14th in that class, and oh, there is a drive-through to be served.
I'm checking exactly
as Rodriguez.
this is. I'm not sure that was a manual one. There are incident count penalties. You can't get disqualified, but you get a drive-through at 100x, and then once you get 100x, it's every 20 after. That's likely to be the cause of that black flag assigned by the sim. It's generous. Lots of talk that iRacing, for some of their special events, are going to start introducing DQ limits. They've said that they're going to start doing this for the endurance events now. We've had quite a few years of no DQs. But I remember some players have just been asking for it, and now there's going to be a limit. I think it's something. I think for Sebring it was around 150 or something, where once you're done, you're done. Not happening today on the track. There's Prismatic Motorsports Minerva. Flipping and sliding. Ready, struggling. Trying to make the best of it.
Bit wide out the final corner for Zach Burke as well, as we check in on Savage Sim Racing GT. The Porsche runs 4th in the GT3 class. The LMP2 leader pits. No GT3s are on the lane right now. No, wrong. 2nd place comes in on a TSRC pit lane. Always a busy place at Le Mans. There's Queen's Design. Driver change. Mia Rose out. Ruby Nekomata in.
I always see 10 or 11 on the stint and I think, they've got plenty of time to go. And I don't think about like the obvious reality of the matter that actually, yes, it's a very long distance around the track. A very, very long distance. Get you in. Ruby Nekomata talked to her earlier. Back in the car to lead out Queen's Design, hoping to continue leading them to the top. Lead Paw Racing. Looks like there's another black flag on the team as well.
Do you reckon they could have got that on pit entry?
Possible. I can check to see whether it's like something obvious. My sim is sometimes struggling to render every car at all times, but I think it probably was on the entry to the pit lane. You can get one if you mess up the chicane going in. It becomes an unsafe pit entry. I've thrown away many a race like that, and if you go just a little bit over the lines entering that, it's all over. Worth shouting out, by the way, with regards to the team, that one of the drivers on the team, I believe I have the name, Pan Hiradi. No, that's not how you say it. I'm really sorry. I'm going to go with Pan. But she has adjusted her sim setup in order to accommodate a disability. So there's a brake extra acceleration and clutch pedal on the wheel with a button. She doesn't use the whole lap. She doesn't use it for the Porsche curves, for instance, where you need to be on and off the power. But she does use it for the very, very long straights on the track. Helps relieve tension and pressure on the foot, which is going to be down for a long time around the track. So one of the first endurance races she's driving with those sort of partial hand controls. It's always nice to see drivers adapt their.
Orlando Outlaws Esports, the McLaren, having its pit stop from 7th in GT3. Yeah, no, this is on schedule after 13 laps, and the driver change gives Lily Fraser. So, the black flag didn't clear for the 621, so I don't know how that works. If you had it and you stopped in the box, surely it would hold you and not release you until you cleared the black flag.
So a pit entry penalty is a hold, and that is added to your pit stop. That implies to me that it's actually like to be an incident point one, because an incident point is a drive-through, and you can't serve a drive-through by stopping in iRacing. You have to enter and drive through again. So it might just come at a really unfortunate time and actually be an incident point related. They are a team that have been involved in a number of incidents throughout the race, so the points count up collectively, and they may start to stack up. But even there's off track in the pit entry. There's that chicane you have to go through, and you can get a 1x just touching that, and then it's all over, and that becomes a drive-through, and that has to be served a second time.
His pit stop from 3rd in GT3. Stop's almost done for Broken Eggs Cooking. Exactly, it is. Away they go. 99. Gonna hold 3rd place.
Here's Alice Spice in the LMP2, coming in from P10. I was given the correct pronunciation of this, and I forgot it. It's been a very long time, so because it's not Blahage. That's the trick. You know, if you say that, you messed it up. It's all gone wrong. It's Blue High, I believe. Yeah, it's Blue High, the classic IKEA shark. I do believe we do have one more interview to run through. Mia Rose, who
yeah, that'll be you. I've got to step away.
Yeah, I was about to think, you know, let's not put her on the edge, but dominating in team so far, and hoping to do some more. Mia Rose, dominating the LMP2 with your teammate. You having fun out there?
Yeah, the voice chat in Sim at the moment is going a bit crazy. I think it is that time of night where some people are losing their minds, but you know, it's all in the name of charity.
So, you know, I've seen you in one other race, which was a lot sillier than this, but this is maybe proof to me that you can also run it very, very, very fast. And I'm not alone, very, very fast out here on a much more serious race, in a much more serious context. With a gap like this, are you driving incredibly comfortably, just being careful, or are you pushing hard to try and maintain that gap?
We were pushing hard, so like when I first got back in the car, would have been about 3-4 hours ago, I was trying to push to catch the 77 and then build a gap, and then sort of they've seemed to have changed their strategy, so we know that we're really fast doing lift and coast, and I think they're still figuring it out or something, so at the moment we're just hitting the fuel number, trying not to hit anyone, try not to get any more X's, and hopefully by sunrise we've got a lap lead.
Looking to get out a whole lap. Does it get tiring out, or tiring, yes, but does it get boring out there? Or does it is it always engaging because you're in the middle of two classes of traffic?
It is engaging at some points, like when you deal with traffic, either it be a faster or slower class. But like, I think with how sort of casual the voice chat banter has been so far, that's sort of what's keeping my brain sort of involved in it. You know, doing something else is outside of focusing on driving. Like, it can be bad for the lap time, for example. Go look at my last stint. But, you know, it's sort of still keeping the brain active, just clicking the laps away, and sort of, yeah, it's sort of, like, these events are really good because the banter is very high, so it's a very casual, chilled environment, unlike if this was a special event, for example. It's sort of high stakes, serious, you know, jokes are allowed here and there, so we just showed a graphic that you might not be aware that we just did. David Haynes has been holding back a graphic for a very long time of finishing just ahead of you on a pro kart. So I'm afraid that was David asking and not you, but not me. But I'm not going to take away your talented driving on the track right now away from you anyway. Yeah, I was about to call him out while I'm in here, but he's called me out. So, but no, I think he forgets the Red Bull sim racing tournament we did 2 years ago, where I kind of beat his time a little bit. So he won't show you that because he can't show you that because he thinks that he's the faster driver. So birthday karting at the end of next month, David. I think it's a good rematch. Why do Race for a Cause 24 at Le Mans when we could do Race for a Cause 24 at Kingston Park Raceway? I think that would be a really good event, and then David Haynes can probably smack my ass in the cards.
Good old friendly rivalry. I think they're going to hang on that one for as long as necessary. No, that's all good, all wrapped up. So as the daylight comes and your team look ready to continue dominating, any other thank yous or shout outs for you and the team?
Yeah, just shout out, I think, to all of our drivers so far. So Ruby, Sarah, Acer, and my wife, Anor. They've all done an amazing job
so far. I've just got in the car and gone fast. They've been able to keep it consistent, hit a fuel number, not hit walls. I said it earlier in the YouTube chat, this is 1,000% better than last year, where at this point of the race we were, I think, about 15 laps down. So to be leading by around about 2 minutes after stops happen is amazing. Also would like to thank some of the supporters, or some of the teams these other drivers race for. So for Ruby, Samantha Tan Racing, letting her come here, use her expertise and their expertise for this race. Also Mariah United VTuber Racing Team for letting Asa come and join as well. Sarah is also another VTuber. Wooshgul is her handle. She's also another VTuber, and Sudspeed as well for supplying me with gloves. And if you want a pair of Sudspeed gloves yourself, I believe Dustin in the 24 car is running a pair as well. Use code 1RosieMia, so ONEROSEYMIA for 10% off at Sudspeed's website, sudspeed.com. And yeah, just thank you as well for Prismatic for hosting this event. When we did it last year, even though we finished 15 laps down, we still had fun, and we're having fun right now. And hopefully this event keeps going for years to come.
Mia, quick fire sport questions.
Yeah, well,
Who is the reigning NRL champion?
Who is the reigning NRL champion? Oh, isn't it the Broncos?
Who's the reigning AFL champion?
The Lions?
Who holds the Ashes?
Australia? Oh no.
Suncorp Stadium is also known by which non-commercial name?
Lang Park.
Thank you, well done, 404.
Jesus Christ.
He's been doing that to everyone, and he died to throw you some. Dying to.
I was waiting for him to throw me something like, what car won the 24 Hours of Le Mans in 1927? It's like, I wouldn't know.
Or give me a
Actually, David. Oh.
Also, did you say 97? Because wasn't that the year the McLaren AF1 won outright the last time a GT did?
No, I said 1924.
Oh, okay.
I heard 27.
It would have been 27, yeah, so, yeah.
There is an answer to this, by the way. I've checked. I'm not answering.
I'm waiting for my sports question.
I don't have one coming to my head, David. I'm sorry. I'm so been so zoinked out because the voice chat's been going off in the game, and we've been saying 6-7 too much. So I think Ruby's in a triple. I've got a triple deck. So yeah, the breakdown of my sanity will begin.
Okay, well, thanks for joining us, and get well soon. You're not sick. You just need to get better at karting.
I'll try. Once I've done beating the competition here, I'll come beat you in karting. I think that's about fair game.
Old blood, old feuds don't seem to die hard out here. I'd love to see you two on the karting track one more time, but you might need to get me a trip over there. That's Mia Rose for our leading team in the LMP2.
Nine hours, 16 minutes to go in the 2026 Race for a Cause 24. 46 cars took the start. I'm looking that probably 45 still running at the moment. Not without their problems and issues out there. A few meatball flags like the Fox Body Frameworks 143. Twin Turn SR22 also needing to get some repairs done. A few other cars on pit lane. Faven Racing have been there for over a minute and a half, which was an abnormally long stop. And that's what's happened to the 94.
Name a more iconic duo, LMP2s and losing it under load. Well, that one is cutting it a bit deep into the mousetrap, actually. That one's cutting it just a little bit over what I'd expect. But the GT3s aren't spared. Seems that wide gravel trap being tricky for many. On more for good measure. No? Okay. Yeah, no, he had to do it one more time before the show, before by the time it wrapped up. I was waiting for it. I respect the dedication, I really do.
Here is your outright leader. Taylor Mills Racing, Anna Klemick, 9 laps into the stint. 12 laps is a normal stint. Few other cars getting some work done. I think that Fox Body 143 has now been on the lane for about 6 minutes now.
Win or lose, multi-class endurance races by fuel saving. There's obviously parts of the track where you really don't want to meet a faster car. And, you know, drivers in series like the IMSA Esports series will tell you that, like, a major factor is fuel saving when you're about to get to a section where it's going to be hard to pass a car, where you'd rather stay behind. You delay catching them as much as possible, get to the car in the easy parts of the track, of which this track provides many, and then over the course of the race you might have saved a pit stop or two. That could be a difference in the very, very long run, and that's often an important choice in iRacing endurance. There's some factors we don't have in real endurance, such as the safety cars, such as the car reliability. It's a green flag run, so you really have to focus on what you can do to make your runs better.
I'm looking for what are the 2 closest cars on track, and I should be looking at when is the nose going to get reattached on FF by XR Adoration. Now, normally putting a new front clip on an LMP2 car is a pretty easy feat. It's not the work of a lifetime, but the work of a few moments. And there's also a Porsche 963, which I believe is the Fox Body Frameworks car, trying to get a rear wing reattached, which is a little bit harder. On board with the Master Craftsman in the 53. Just needs to exercise some patience to get past the LMP2 car that then clears straight out of the way. Second place in LMP2 is just leaving the pit lane right now, by the way. Clayton Helgland has been past the pit entry and into what everyone else calls the Ford chicane. Apparently we're calling the mousetrap. 557 gets high-sided on the curb and nearly gets drilled.
Good dodge. My Audi must remain alive on the track by all means. I think I respect their dedication so much. And that was almost a disaster. And also, like, that's a scary direction to go as the GT3, because you know that's the direction that the GTP is sliding. So that is an immense risk, diving around the outside like that. I think that's quite lucky. It's going to be easier to slow down and try and take the inside, but you have to make a decision in like half a second. So here I am sitting here telling you how to make decisions driving hundreds of miles per hour. Not that easy.
No nose behind them, no tail in front of them. Poor thing there. There's a bit more damage going on for the number 22, but they're working on it. They've been working on it for about 12 minutes now, unfortunately. Oyvind Helgland leaves the lane into second place in LMP2. Yes, or as normal people call that, 12 minutes, but 756 seconds. Yeah, that's what's happening for them, and also the Porsche in front of them with some problems. We look at the LMP2 class leader, Mia Rose out, Ruben Nakamata in, and their gap for the lead approaching 3 minutes now. They're halfway through their stint, over the top from second place, have just stopped. That's how it goes in LMP2, the offset stints between first and second.
Queen's Design now ahead of a second GTP on track. Obviously, you'll never do that on pace, but on incident, you know, you can end up headed and down the lines of the Fox Body Frameworks car, still seeing repairs. They will, if they end up out, likely get their laps back before the end of the race, because they're, you know, they're only just been passed on the track. That car is faster, but the Punk Route Pink in the 14 is one that is simply puts out a lot of incidents and is really just trying to slice their way through every LMP2 they can. At this point, taking positions off LMP2 sort of is the game. 21 down on the leader. 7 down on the next car.
So I've got a question for you, Howie, here. On the Easter long weekend, what is the best food to eat? Because I've had hot cross buns, I've had a delicious chocolate and hazelnut bunny, some donuts are coming my way soon. What's your favourite themed snack?
I'm unfortunately very, very simple in this regard. The most I'm going to say is that I do try and make sure I get to the comedically sized chocolate egg, and every year as I get older it gets harder and harder to finish, and it's like a flashback to my childhood when I devoured that thing so quickly. My parents would tell me that I had to do it slowly over time and couldn't do it in one go. Now, yes, I am well and truly responsible for controlling myself, but my body will tell me sooner rather than later that it needs a break from the big chocolate egg. It's I still have to keep the tradition going, though. I still have to keep it going. It's like you've got to keep those little childlike joys in your life. Just by the way, 10 minutes away from me, stepping out the booth, and Ewan O'Leary stepping in. David Haynes around here for quite some more time to go, with plenty more sports questions down. Racespot bringing coverage of the whole race, and so time is starting to run down just a bit.
The problem I have with Ewan O'Leary is he doesn't know anything but racing, so I can't ask Ewan, fun sports questions. He's like Wembley. He'd be like, Wembley Stadium, what's that?
You try and get me with one. I'm not amazing, but I can try.
Like, I know nothing about anything I should know about, and many things about things I don't know anything about. And Ewan O'Leary is a very, very focused person who seems to lack general knowledge, and that's what I love about him.
Like, I'm curious how badly I would fail a sports question, but I'm going to need one.
Are you asking me to provide you with one?
Yeah, get me and watch me flop all over badly here.
Okay. Okay, name any doubles tennis tournament.
You had me until tennis. You had me until tennis. I know I could name a singles one very easily, but anyone in the UK could. And I also know that the Grand Slam is made up of tennis events. Can't get you a doubles tennis event though. That one ain't there. I won't Google it.
I'll be honest. I was thinking of one, and then I Googled it, and that's not a doubles event, so I was wrong too.
Did you? No way did you look. No way. I'm telling you, if you looked up Wimbledon, that's the L.
No, dude, I thought the Davis Cup was doubles.
Well, that one is a little bit more of like, I don't know the Davis Cup. Once you're digging more obscure, you sort of have to be right.
Okay, Hopman Cup. 8 countries compete in the tournament. Mixed doubles from each country. Okay, that sounds good.
And, I mean, we can't forget Wii tennis. That's everybody's doubles tennis tournament that they grew up with.
That was my first iRacing grind. You had your ranking, and the more games you won, you sort of got harder opponents, but you scored more points, and you could get towards like a 2000 skill level. That was my first iRacing grind. Wii tennis.
And you had to face Matt at the end. He was like the final gauntlet. I was able to hit like the match score in bowling, but everyone was able to do that. That thing was so exploitable that a 10-year-old could work it out. But the other ones, like Matt was a gatekeeper. Matt was always going to make it hard.
But I just need anyone to support me in the way that crowd in Wii Tennis support that match. Respectfully, but enthusiastically whenever a point is made. I got the leader from Hypercar. yes. Oh, in bowling, yeah. We got the leader from Hypercar in Taylor Mills Racing. Also got a couple of others going on there.
Not going to get caught by Prismatic Athena anytime soon, unless there is suddenly like 3 minutes of damage that we just weren't aware of and didn't get me bored on that car. Still going to be comfortable out there in the lead, but these gaps grow and shrink as the stints do. Prismatic will be pretty much this lap or the next. They're 11 into the stint, so there's going to be no gap at all really between the two. It's another black flag by Fox Body Frameworks. Still struggling out there. They're still getting themselves some more. I wonder if that one was incident limit. When I look on board, it's just while they're sitting in the pit box, so it's also partly speeding. Because they were still. I don't see anything in the steward's announcements. Just one of life's great mysteries.
Yep. Like, why are oval turns called 1 and 2 when it's obviously just one turn, turn 1? Why do they give 4 numbers to it? One of life's great
It's an
mysteries.
easier way of saying entry and exit. You can do it in one syllable. That's it. That's how I think of it anyway.
I briefly forgot you were an oval apologist. Anna Clement stays in the Taylor Mills racing car leading the way. We're keeping an eye on some of the GT3 comings and goings, including their class leader Satellite Racing Nebula at the moment. Alex Ellis. What I love about these 24-hour races is it spans every time zone. So everyone has a middle of the night, but it's in different places for different people. So we get so many different flags, nationalities and countries. All the ones that I can see on track right now are New Zealand, USA, Netherlands, United Kingdom, Austria, Czech Republic, Germany, Mexico, China, Norway, Antarctica, Netherlands again. I think that's Chile. Is that Ecuador? That's definitely Puerto Rico. India, Jamaica, Italy, Greece, Scotland, Austria again. I think that's Hong Kong. Yeah, that's definitely Hong Kong, and that's iRacing. What I find interesting is you have the option to choose either the flag of England or the flag of Great Britain. I should have the option to choose the flag of Queensland.
I think it's because of the way that, like, I mean, so really, the truth is, iRacing did literally just pull their countries from a fixed list that I think someone documented online pretty easily. Like, they just pulled it straight from a list. But I think it's the fact that, like, it's a country in a country. Everything about this place makes no sense. I know that, but it's like sort of the fact that, like, it's a country, but like it's not an independent country. And in some of the choices, though, it's because they just pulled it from a really, really big list. I gotta say, it's gotta feel good, though, as an Australian, knowing that the 24-hour race is the one time that you know your services will be needed, and there's no such thing as an inconvenient start time, because whatever's a convenient start time for them, it's time they can't be racing. It's your time to shine.
I'll tell you this for free, it's always a good day to be an Australian.
I'll take it. Except for the drop bears, I'm well aware, but, you know, I heard that you guys are quite good at warding those off. Don't worry.
What's your town?
I'm in Canterbury.
Here goes the Google machine.
Oh, here it comes. Canterbury Tales. That's the place.
Okay, alright. Canterbury. Overcast, 10 degrees Celsius with an overnight low of 3.
4 a.m.
Ooh, Brisbane, 26 degrees, lightly cloudy, overnight low of 17. I'll take that. That sounds nice.
And drop bears. Add them on top.
Yeah, but the drop bears sleep during the day, so it's safe to go out.
That, I think my time is done, though. So, it's been a joy handling 4 hours. But, indeed, my sanity did just about hit its limit. As expected, as I foretold.
Send me a sports question to ask Ewan O'Leary, who is going to join us as we hit 9 hours to go. Hello, Ewan.
Hello. Good evening. Good morning, I should say. Good afternoon.
Good
for
any
you.
time of the whatever it may be. Just before I, give you the reins and you grip them tightly, name a sports team that might play at Wembley Stadium.
That might play. Shall I go obscure? I don't know, Hull KR. There you go. There's an obscure one for you. Super
Nice.
League final.
I'm not a super duper fan of throwing the ball sideways and backwards, but that is, I'm very impressed that you've, dug niche and shown me some general knowledge.
I was trying not to just say, Man U. That's not very interesting, is it? So trying to be interesting as much as possible. By the way, where I am in England tomorrow, or the day after, sorry, it's going to be 17 degrees, so have that, Australia.
That's shirts off for England, isn't it?
Well, not for me. But,
Go down to the beach, get some fish and chips, feed a chip to a seagull.
Yeah.
Paint the St. George flag on your chest.
Yeah, all of that. We'll be out there. Having a hot tub in your bin.
Oh, yes.
That's the kind of day we're talking about. It's a Monday. Bank holiday Monday, so there you go. Things will be good. But it will be myself, there with David Haynes taking you to, sunrise. Pretty sure we're going to see sunrise in the morning. Hopefully, otherwise we are in trouble. This is...
You don't normally see sunrise in the afternoon.
But no, well...
That would be like 12 hours of daylight savings?
Yes. That's too much daylight saved for later. I'd rather use it up.
But if you do save too much daylight, you end up with sunshine in your pocket.
4:25 in the morning is the time on the 4th of April. We're probably not a million miles away, as I say, from
football
sunrise.
There's the football stadium where the Le Mans team play.
Yes, I don't know how they're doing at the moment. It's the kind of thing you might know.
I don't even know if they're in the top flight league or if they're like a French Div 2 club or something, but that's a decent sized stadium that they've got. Not too many lights on in there.
Yes. It is always a double take when you see an aerial shot of Le Mans. Oh, that is a football stadium, isn't it? Yes, it is. On the outside of town here, where the...
Okay, they're League 2. They are, but it's spelled en français. Ligue 2. Ligue 2. But good news for them, they're third on the table in League 2 of 18 clubs. 3 wins on the trot now for Le Mans FC. That's good. That's like when the race isn't on, that can be a source of pride for the people of the town of Le Mans in Western France.
Yes. Get themselves to the playoff Friday. There you go. I had to Google how many get promoted. Do you want to have a stab at how big the stadium actually is, capacity? I haven't just seen it.
Look, it feels like it'd be just above. Are we like 18 to 22,000?
A little bit higher, even.
Well, that's good. That's good. Like 27, 28.
No, not quite that high. 25,000.
No, that's good. That's good. Mia Rose, who joined us not that long ago, her sports question was, Suncorp Stadium in Brisbane is otherwise known by which non-commercial name? Lang Park, and it's a 48,000 capacity stadium. You can't cut the chicane like that. Or, if you do, you'll have to slow down and give up the time gained.
Yes, indeed. That's not the first time we've seen that tonight, and it won't be the last either, I wouldn't imagine. Few tired bodies out there. I was just listening to you actually list the nationalities of all the different drivers who are out here. I'm finding it difficult to believe that driver, whoever it was, is actually racing from Antarctica. But you never know, I suppose.
I've seen a couple of others where you go, are you actually from South Georgia and the South Sandwich Islands? But when I see the other flag, I'm like, it's entirely possible you are from the Virgin Islands.
Yes. Oh, as Harry was saying, there's always a good time in the day wherever you are in the world in one of these races. Even for Australians, which can be a difficulty sometimes. But at the moment, it's the graveyard shift for those in Europe. Although to be fair,
I'm proud of myself.
Start to get up.
I did correctly recognise the flag of Ecuador.
You did. Well done. I'm surprised there's an Ecuadorian racing as well. So guys, I don't know how many Ecuadorian sim racers I know, or indeed South American for that. What's the phrase?
I don't know. All I know is I'm going to ruin international relations between Australia and Ecuador by starting some beef and saying I reckon Queensland grows better bananas than Ecuador does.
I don't know how hurtful that will be. Do you
Well,
grow
we'll
bananas in
see.
Queensland?
Yes, many.
Oh, I see.
My dad grows bananas.
Oh, right. Okay. There we go.
Not like commercially on a giant farm. It's just like you can just grow bananas.
Oh, just in the garden. Oh, right. I
Yeah,
thought he was a
just growing
farmer.
bananas. No.
Thought you owned a farm.
No, it kind of did sound like that. That's why I felt the need to clarify. I realised that it was open to you imagining my dad with like a tractor or something.
Yes, I was. Imagine him in the field. To be honest, I imagine everyone in Queensland's a farmer. That just feels right. That's probably highly offensive, but that's my perception.
My favourite Queensland farmers right now are the people growing sugarcane, because then from the byproduct of sugar production, we can then distill ethanol, and then I can put ethanol in my car.
Well, there you go. The food cycle, as it were, or the sugar cycle in action.
You want to hype that? You want to be like 3 wide on the Mulsanne straight, or is that like, is it too early for you and O'Leary to get that energetic?
I was thinking about it, but just deciding how much of a disaster it was going to be. But in the end, it was fine. For Reska Kyozo in the 48 Porsche, Who Wants a Soda hypercar. Well, probably everybody at this time of the day. Although, again, I'm talking like it's the middle of the night for everybody. It isn't quite. It's probably quite a nice time in the evening if you're over in North or South America. Not too late yet. It's a bit early in Europe, but you might need some form of beverage to be staying awake, especially if you're one of those people doing an all-nighter tonight. I must say, a very famous fizzy drink is one of my go-to staying awake potions, as it were.
Is it one that's like, it's got like the male cow on it? Or is it the one that's got the claw marks on it?
It's perhaps the most famous drink of all time, unfortunately. It's not very interesting.
Okay. The one that used to have cocaine in it?
Yes. Some mornings I have to, or evenings or whatever, I wish it still did. But that's...
Well, because I was going to go through the clock face and say, what's the correct fizzy beverage for that hour? Because,
good.
1 a.m., it could be a Red Bull. 3 p.m. could be, a Coke. Midday I'm leaning more towards like a Fanta. I'm leaning more towards like a lemon or an orange drink situation.
I'm having a Fanta in sort of 7 p.m, 6 p.m. That's an evening with your dinner sort of drink for me. That Fanta.
Best one to have with fish and chips would be.
Eddie, the fish and chips is sufficient.
I'm thinking lemon.
Yeah, lemonade.
Meatball flag on Dogbox Racing Alpha 006. Joel Carpenter has just towed that hypercar to the pit lane, and something has transpired for them that's put a bit of damage on that Ferrari.
Sounds like more than a little bit as well. A good spot. That was only about 20 seconds ago. It's from 6th place for 006. And there's only a lap back to L1 Racing. I'd imagine with a meatball and a toe, that position's going to change. We'll try and find a replay of what happened. We'll try and see what's happened in the through the darkness as we follow the 2nd place GT car at the moment. Ben Brown driving that one. 4 laps the gap at the front of GT3. This has been an exhibition from Satellite Racing Nebula. Alex Ellis, now the driver of car 64. Yeah, a real great race so far from them in GT3 as the LP2 leaders come in. Let's see what's happened here down towards the final corner. Oh, trouble for Lame Sheep Racing with one of the McLarens. And there's where the hypercar went in. So that almost seems like it's separate for the 006, to be honest. They didn't seem to pile into the other two, but there was another prototype in there. Ah, right. So Jules Carpenter slows down and the hypercar behind does not.
A duel between two thorns, unfortunately.
Amazing that the Dogbox Racing Alpha car is the only one to get a meatball from that. There's a lot of bodywork down there, but I mean, look at it, I suppose.
That front left is attached by Wi-Fi.
Yeah. Bluetooth. Yes. It's not. That's not going to be going anywhere quickly, and that's not going to be a quick repair either. Well, I'll say that.
Well, it's done.
It's done. Yeah. I shouldn't say things like that, really. But there you go. Good grief! Look at that. That's from a few moments ago. Only 1 minute 48 in the box. I forget that they're so late in the lap that the tow wouldn't have actually taken very long there, would it?
Yeah, interesting to get a look at some of the ducting to the brake cooling. The Ferrari 499P also has a radiator up front there that cools some of the hybrid componentry, because as a LMH hypercar, not an LMDH technical rule set car, it does have a front axle charge and deploy thingamadoohickey, a motor up there on the front axle, which some of the other ones don't have.
Yes. I think.
Imagine how much energy you could recharge if you had front axle regeneration. Someone should tell F1.
Yes. I was going to avoid that subject, to be honest, tonight, but or this morning. But there you go. Too late now. Partly because I seem to be in the minority that I've quite been enjoying this season. But never mind.
This is how he borrows emotional support. GTP, comfort character.
Is there a
Audi BMW?
Is there a story behind that, or is it just obvious?
Just loves the Audi livery on a BMW.
Okay.
It was sad when it was spun out earlier. And they're probably going to be very delighted if a move can come off here. It's not for position, best I can tell. I think that's Who Wants a Soda or Pun Crew in front of them that is ahead of them for position outright as well.
There's only four Porsches, so take a 25% chance guess in the darkness. But yeah, you're right, this is not for an on-track position right now. In fact, 557 is over a lap off 8th.
You got to be careful taking a guess in the dark.
Yes.
They've got a slowdown though, unfortunately. K. Baltzman, I think, went a little bit wide out of Tetra Rouge, or cut it a little bit there. Just got to try to serve that.
Oh, no.
Something bad happened on the cold tyres.
Oh.
Carl's just out of the pit lane with the repairs completed. I think they got a new set of tyres and they were cold, and the first lap for GTP hypercars on their cold tyres has been very challenging.
Yeah, and I suppose there's no more time than this period of the race where tyres is any more of a challenge than it is right now. Just 19 degrees Celsius on the racetrack. That's 67 Fahrenheit for those of you in America. Oh dear, as 22 goes off straight on at Indianapolis. Able to rejoin though after a quick trip through the gravel, and 93 going straight on in quite a similar way, but in at Mulsanne corner that looks like instead. Just waits to rejoin before tearing down towards Indianapolis again. Kate Botsman doing a good job here though, because despite a slowdown, Tête Rouge already back into the slipstream of this Porsche, but still unable to get past it just for the moment.
So slipstream's always very powerful on this part of the lap. You exit Tête Rouge, long straight, middle of Mulsanne straight, long straight to Mulsanne corner, long straight to here. That's the most slipstream intense part of the lap now completed, and they're coming up on some traffic.
A lot of it. It is still a very busy race.
France, le trafic.
Embouteillage. That's probably said wrong.
I think I even butchered the pronunciation on de earlier, so whatever.
We're hardly fluent speakers.
What, of English?
Yeah. Yeah, can't do our native language that well. Get that down before we start speaking others. Oh dear, 35 getting served into the wall there by Quadash Racing. Well, we've seen that quite late, to be fair. Maybe there's more to that story, but from that replay, very much looked like they got served into the wall. The damage I don't think will be too bad, but any aerodynamic here is very hurtful indeed to your lap time.
Yes, Quad Dash are 6th in class and Afterban are 13th in class, so there's blue flags that are advisory and there's blue flags that are shoving them out of the way. I think we got the stick end of it.
May have been a sense of, yeah, I'm in 6th and you're a long way down. Let me through, please. Into the chicane there. Still not entirely sure which Porsche this is just in front of us.
And no, none of them have got a slowdown, which is what I was expecting to see from how wide that was out of Tête Rouge.
Strange, isn't it, the way that, well, it is consistent, but it always feels strange when you're watching or driving how sometimes it feels like you get away with it when you shouldn't, and you don't get away with it when you should.
Well, the thing about Tête Rouge there is it's like making any kind of mistake. It's not how big your mistake was, but it's how you recover from it. Because you can go very wide, but so long as you get back on the track before the end of the curve, you're okay. Whereas you can be just an inch wide and stay out there, and then get pinged. So you can go wide as you want, so long as you come back.
It kind of feels like the wrong way to have it to me. I mean, that's almost like saying you can do it as long as you don't get caught. You know, it's not really how rules are supposed to work. But anyway, not in my opinion anyway, but there you go. Has been like that for nearly 10 years now in iRacing. Oh, that's late on the brakes, too late from Botsman, who goes wide into Mulsanne corner. You can see that coming from a way away there, because that was too late on the brakes, and it was obvious from some distance, and there the gap grows again. I mean, following these two has just been the perfect description, really, visual description of consistency in an endurance race. I think Botsman is probably quicker than that Porsche in front, but 2 mistakes since we've been following in the last 5-10 minutes, and you know, now they've lost 5 seconds or so.
Not just a Garnet Kate Adams update, but also a Buddies and Dog update. Maybe even a Septum update.
I was going to say, I thought I was going crazy. There are people in the background.
Yeah. I'm trying to work out if that's a cushion or someone's pajamas, but I think they're being told, watch yourself.
Yes. I can imagine how much fun it must be to all meet up together in real life and do one of these races. It is an online event, but, and indeed, as we explained earlier, people joining from all over the world. But it must be good fun to get together in the real world and complete this event. Is it possible to? Are they going to get disqualified if any team does this with one account or one driver, or is that
I don't know, but Yellow Vision Aaron Smith was registered as just one driver, but is not circulating at the moment. I think is the only car not running at the moment.
Yeah. 203 laps down, and 182 on the next car in class.
I can look which teams have had how many drivers here, and then I'll get back to you, Ewan.
Thanks. That's normally how I.
Well, I do.
Here's
a
ask a question, and you find the answer.
Quickfire sports question without notice. You have 5 seconds to name a Team GB gold medalist.
Forever.
3, 2, 1.
I couldn't do it in 5 seconds.
Oh, dude, easy ones like Mo Farah.
I didn't even think about Mo Farah. I was going to say Keely Hodgkinson, but that came after 5 seconds, so there you go. Perhaps, yeah, go on.
Oh, hello there, nice collection of hats. 2 cars have only featured 1 driver. They are Yellow Vision, which is currently parked, and Cautionary Tale Motorsports 560. At the other end of the scale, 7 drivers have driven Doug Henson Racing Yellow, Lame Sheep Racing, and Panda Spec Motorsports. I think we've got a replay for them at some point as well. Parker Clardy in the 666 pit stop underway, but those are the 2 ends of the scale. You've got 2 cars that have only been driven by 1 person, 3 cars that have been driven by 7. No car has been driven by 2 drivers.
It's a bit unusual, isn't it? Although, I guess 2 is sort of, you know, not in the fun zone, as it were. You'd rather do it all alone or with lots of people.
3, exactly, that's right.
Yeah,
2's not the fun zone. It's got to be either by yourself or 3, Ewan.
Yes, I think so. There's Beta Frost going for a wiggle through the S's and then eventually an incident. I mean, don't forget, this, I'm sure this has been mentioned a million times already, but I'll do it again. The current version of Le Mans is a bit more forgiving through the Porsche curves. This version in iRacing is absolutely not. As a black flag for Parker Clardy. Can we have his camera back up, Ramiro? I want to spring a sports quiz on you, David, if possible.
Okay, I'm ready.
Based on what we just... based on Parker Clardy's camera, it's not to do with the hats in the background. I'll wait for Ramiro to
okay, because I was going to say a hat trick is 3 wickets in 3 consecutive balls if you were going to ask me a hat-related sports question.
Actually, I'm not quite as inventive as that. What has he got the black flag for here, by the way?
Speed looked fine, white line looked fine. Sometimes drivers hit the incident limit on their in-lap, and they take their pit stop, they come out, they've still got the black flag, they've got a service to drive. So, I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't see anything wrong with that exit there, but clearly that car must have hit the incident limit just before Clardy got into it. Not a nice welcome to the car, really, is it? With the black flag. This is Kay Boatsman, meantime. Oh no, oh fine. Coming into the first chicane. But yeah, just getting up to speed again and tiptoeing on cold tyres. It's a rude awakening, isn't it, to getting into these cars, having to deal with the cold tyres in the night time. Not particularly warm conditions.
so who's got the most drivers, who's got the least drivers, but who's got the best ping? It's Eric Gregus in Czechia for Ad Astra VRT. The most ping at the moment is an Australian, Doug Henson Racing Yellow.
You're not always causing trouble with that.
We didn't invent geography, dude.
Well, no, but neither did we, to be fair.
We don't have a secret government facility adding 200 milliseconds of ping just to be annoying. It's called physics.
That would be a very Australian... I feel like that would be a very Australian thing to do, though. There's Parker Cardi again. It's a good collection of hats, but I wasn't going to ask you about that. I was going to ask you what the sports team of his T-shirt is. Do you know?
It's the A's, formerly the Oakland Athletics, but they keep getting moved around because capitalism.
I don't think it is the A's, actually, on his T-shirt.
Oh, is it the Anaheim Angels?
No.
Is it the... Okay, well, I can't see his shirt anymore.
I know. Trying to see what's on his hats now, to be honest with you.
Well, some of them are red, but they don't have white writing on the front, so I'm not so worried.
Thought you were a big fan.
You know me. I'm always saying, make Australia great again.
Yes, yes. I have heard you say that. I'll put you out your misery if you want. It's the Atlanta Braves. You were in the right sport, though, so there you go.
Ah, right, yeah. No, I'd rather be the fastest than the fascist.
Meantime, there's the race leader again. Haven't seen Anna Klemic, actually, since I've been here for the last half an hour, but the 41 Taylor Mills Racing Cadillac is continuing to lap quickly and continuing to lead laps. 2 minutes 49, 2 minutes 50-ish, the current gap. And then to one of only two Ferraris, rather, in this race, in the hypercar category, the Prismatic Motorsport Athena car in second place. So not popular for whatever reason, the Ferrari, but clearly not bad in terms of speed.
Look at those headlights lined up down the middle zone straight. You ever been at a busy airport and been able to see 3, 4, 5 planes lined up ready to land?
No, to be honest. I don't look out the window in airports because maybe I'm the only person who has this. Maybe someone else can relate to me and make me feel a bit better about it. I find looking at planes taking off and landing more scary than being on them.
Nah. But okay, whatever. Fair enough.
Am I weird?
One day you'll get to... You'll either be in Hounslow or the beach in Los Angeles, and you'll just see all the planes lined up, trying to land.
That feels scary to me. But
what, Hounslow?
No.
That sounds. Oh, you got it. Oh, okay. All right. I was wondering if you
No, I didn't.
Had a problem with the communities in Western London.
To be honest with you, I doubt I've ever been there. I don't think I have. 143, meantime, has also got a black flag, the Fox Body Frameworks by X-Ring car. They're actually behind the LMP2 leaders, which shows you what a difficult race they've been having.
Yes. Significant repairs at a couple of pit stops. And they've gotten back out there, but across incident points and other things, black flag. But if they set that drive through and then they pick up a normal hypercar pace, they'd be about 10 laps from usurping the LMP2 leader.
There's Eric Gregus having that looks like a cold tyre spin to me through the
and
S's.
Having the best ping of anyone in the server hasn't helped him there.
No, hasn't helped at all. Funny that.
But all the Australians are facing forwards. In fact, leading LMP2. So what does that tell you? Ping isn't everything.
And the right way up. I can believe it.
Who holds the ashes, Ewan?
Stop it. I don't think I've spoken to you since then, actually. Goodness me.
Not because you've refused to, but just by matters of coincidence.
Yeah.
You made it sound like it was the incident. It's like, well,
oh yeah, it's
I haven't spoken to him since.
You're right. Now I think about it, that is what it sounded like. Sorry. Yeah, I've not been avoiding you, but well, only half.
It's just a game of cricket, Ewan. It's not life and death, except for the fact that it is.
Yes, yes.
Woo! Look at those people. They
go.
are hyped. Now, you know what? They've been having the original recipe Coca-Cola out there.
Yes, they have. Because they're not wearing enough clothes for the conditions.
No, 4:54 a.m. and they are hyped. I think they've been kicked out of one of the Le Mans nightclubs, but they're still buzzing, so they're looking for somewhere to kick on till sunrise, keep the party going.
Oh, we've all been there. Oh dear. Yeah, no, that looks like a chilly late evening. That does. Based on those people, he's a bit more well-rounded, wrapped up.
There's someone that Ramiro found on one of the cameras is hanging around the track, and they're not in any of the major spectator areas. They're just chilling. Just
What is
chilling.
that? It looks like a Photoshop picture, doesn't it?
Well, Ramiro doesn't know, and it's not young Steve Myers. It's not young Dale Jr.
That might be one of their kids.
Answers on the back of the postcard. I don't know how to explain this, but that looks like a English child, not an American child.
I do know the clothing looks a bit 2000s Britain to me.
It's got a little bit of, get the badge in about the jacket. Like, just the way that they're wearing the jacket. Like, they're proud of the jacket that they're wearing.
Very good. I know what you mean. Yeah.
It's just like he's real, like, got that sort of energy that's like, you're coming around my block, lad.
Yes. Yeah, a little bit. Although he does have a quite kind face, so I wouldn't assume I'm in immediate danger if I came across him. To be honest.
Lads.
Oh dear, that's one of the LMP2s going straight across the chicane there, just behind Ivory Balfour. Bit of miscommunication between the pair actually on the front straight. Thankfully, no harm done, but yeah, there was a little bit of a moment where they both thought they were going the same way, but all sorted. And, just in that last 5 minutes, 3 or 4 seconds lost. Another 3 or 4 seconds lost by car 98 as they chased down the race leaders, Taylor Mills Racing. But I don't think we're too far away from seeing that gap grow to more than 3 minutes. There's the class leader, Alex Ellis, of the Satellite Racing Nebula team. 4 laps in front of second in GT3, as I mentioned. An exhibition from them so far. I like the fact you brought up the cricket, David, just to rub that in and then not talk about it anymore. That was Very kind of you. I'd nearly forgotten.
What more did you want me to say? Like, I could keep going.
I was expecting you to do more gloating. Maybe that's an English thing.
All right, well, maybe if we look at those spectators in the grandstand one more, we'll find out that actually they've been partying with Harry Brook.
I'm sure they've had a great time. That's what it's all about.
So, this is a pretty significant lead gap as far as they go at 4 laps. Fuel strategy, I mean, I am seeing sometimes 12 laps, sometimes 13 laps from different cars in this class. Not as much variation happening in Hypercar or LMP2 as often. Okay, now with a hat here, Ewan, Bass Pro Shops. Where is the biggest Bass Pro Shops in the US?
I mean,
It's in the Giant Pyramid in Memphis, Tennessee.
What's the Giant Pyramid?
Well, dude, there's a giant pyramid in Memphis, Tennessee.
What?
When the aliens come down, all they really want to see is the pyramid by the river down in Memphis, Tennessee.
What? Like one of the ones in Egypt?
It's the second biggest pyramid in the world.
Goodness me.
Used to be a basketball stadium. Then the basketball team moved, and they were just left with a giant glass pyramid. And they're like, oh, what are we going to do here? And then they turned it into a gigantic fishing and outdoor store. There's like 6 ponds inside of the pyramid with fish in them, and also a hotel. And you can stay in the hotel that is inside the shop.
I mean, that is America gone mad, isn't it?
There's something beautiful about it.
Well, if it hosted, something other than a fishing shop.
Oh, hey man,
maybe.
where you going?
Oh. Okay.
It's better be to let a dog in.
Oh,
hello!
Is the cat completely uninterested in coming in by the looks of it?
From what I'm going to guess, what I know about cats is that cat was seconds ago clawing at the door, and this person has opened the door, and the cat's like, "Oh, what are you doing? I didn't want to come in."
I must say, I'm not a cat fan, if I'm honest with you.
Oh, this is going to happen against your will now.
It is.
Yeah.
Say ready to race. Imagine they put the cat down rather before racing, and yeah, the cat is not interested. Camera shy. Oh, there's another one.
Is that a 5-string bass?
Oh, you're on your own with that.
Right, goodbye, cat. It was nice to see you briefly. Pit stop's done for the race leader, and Anna Klemic stays in. Taylor Mills Racing 41. Paint me surprised that the New Zealand flag driver isn't the driver with the worst ping.
Are they famous for having worse internet even than Australians?
Well, they're further away from Europe, if you've ever looked at a map or a globe. And if you have, you wouldn't be the first, English person to do so and call dibs.
Yes. Deciding where my next holiday is going to be, that's all.
Well, few things are probably off limits that you could have selected 6 months ago.
Well, yes. I was thinking about that actually when I was thinking about where to go this summer. I thought maybe I'll stay in Europe this time.
Oh my gosh! Hello, Roxy. Roxy the dinosaur.
Oh, look at that!
Oh, wow.
That's good.
Yeah,
oh.
no, we're waiting. We're paying attention.
We're not in a rush.
now. Guess what we're about to see? Is it going to be an animal, a shark, or... Oh, no. Okay.
Complete the set.
Okay, so Rexy, Roxy, and Spike.
Yes, indeed.
Second place pits, Prismatic Motorsports, 98. So we just had the stop from the leader, and this is how it's been going the last couple of pit cycles for quite a while.
Okay, so, and number 13 as well from 4th is in after 12. That's Arctic Sim Racing from 3rd, probably only a lap or 2 away from a stop themselves. It is quite nice to see that despite all the time we've had in this race, nearly 16 hours, and the trials and tribulations that have come with it, that we've got a race where the pit strategy is sort of comparable between the two, or between the top two. Oh, more animals here. That's a proper dinosaur. Less cuddly one.
Take that back.
Oh dear. Zach Volk's just showing us everything he's got in his house.
I'm Ewan O'Leary. I don't think Rex is a real dinosaur, but I think that one is. Wash your mouth out. Has that dinosaur ever won GTD Pro? I don't think so.
No. Well, no. That is true. Didn't realise I was going to get so much flack from you for that. Quick to jump to the defence.
We all know dinosaurs aren't real. They were, planted by the government to test our faith in God.
Yes. DJ Trout's meanwhile been off through, looks like the end of the... Oh no, that's the first chicane. I'd say the course curves, but no, that's the first chicane. Oh, and here's a bigger spin. That's a pretty hard hit with the wall for Justin Elliott Rude in the 06 LMP2. They were already second last of those running, and they were behind the GT3 class leader anyway. Well, got a meatball flag now of Savage Sim Racing, so they're going to be even further behind.
Yeah, meatball on thought it was an Aston Martin. Second place. Got to be careful on these cold tyres still. We've seen so many hypercars get binned on the outlap because they're just not ready for how challenging those cold tyres are going to be. Super Bowl champions.
Do you know the sports team there?
If the cap will sit still, I'll have a better chance of reading it.
Go on, Zach.
But, see, that says Super Bowl, but the one that I'm thinking of when I see that is Pittsburgh Pirates, but aren't they a baseball team? So it's got to be some other nautically themed NFL team that's won a big game.
A big game. The big game.
I mean, you know what it's like. You have the boys around. You have a couple of cold ones, and you watch a big game.
A big game and big game.
Actually, it's wild because that game happens at 10 a.m. on Monday morning in Australia, and I went down to the pub, and there's grown men drinking like 20 beers at 9:30 a.m. on Monday.
Oh no, that's not a
grown
nice time.
Men, Australian NFL fans. So I don't know how that works. That's a type of person.
Dear.
I had a hot dog. I didn't order a beer. I just had a hot dog.
Did you watch the game this year?
I saw the back half of it, and the guy, the Bad Bunny.
Oh yeah, I skipped the halftime show, to be honest with you.
Yeah, you were watching your favourite artist instead.
Yeah, Vincent van Gogh. It's the first artist I could think of.
you were telling me off air, you know, Kid Rock, I can't stand his music, but I love his political views. So, no, sorry.
I don't know what his music or political views are, so I can't contribute on either front.
Everyone will tell you that one of them are bad. Some people might support the other half of his career, though, and it depends where you fall on that. Another look at a bunch of our drivers on their webcams.
Can you like both?
Only if you have no taste.
Oh dear, I can't remember what I was doing during the halftime show this year. Normally I do put something else on for 25 minutes.
Late-ish for you, so...
Oh, yeah, it starts at 1:30.
Maybe you were just enjoying a refreshing original recipe Coca-Cola. We're well zoomed in on some of these cameras as well, by the way, so that looks like there's snacks happening back there. We've got friends, dogs, races, and is that a cheeky little slice of pizza?
Looks like it. Oh.
Zoom out, Ramiro.
That was badly timed. It looks like there's a stop happening there, I guess, then, in that case. But anyway.
What are acceptable pizza toppings, Ewan?
Whatever you want, I don't care. But I'm going to have... I don't know. I quite enjoyed it, actually. I had quite recently a pizza with tomato base, then pepperoni, minced beef, and ham and sausage on. So all the meats, all the animals in one pizza. I quite enjoyed it.
I recently bought 2 kilograms of diced ham. You know, like little ham pieces, like little bacon bits type situation.
Oh yeah.
For like $3, mega deal. So I'm putting that on everything. So if I'm making a pizza, and I do have some frozen pizza bases, if I was going to make a pizza today, I would put on the bases come with the tomato on them, and then I'm going mushrooms, ham, red onion, extra cheese, little sprinkle of parmesan on top of the mozzarella, and a bit of barbecue sauce.
I get the sense you're a more extravagant cook than I am. Because I bought
I made
that pizza.
bibimbap last night.
Sorry?
I made a bibimbap last night. It was awesome.
What is that?
Okay, it's food. I'm aware I'm speaking to an English person that has colour and flavour.
Right, no. I don't know what you're... I don't know. I've never heard that as a food, though. What is that?
It's a type of Korean rice bowl.
Okay. Yeah, I am too English for that. You're right. Oh, there's the GT3 leader stopping. Oh, I've just been sent a picture. I'm allergic to egg in that form, so that would be off limits for me anyway. But I'm saying that like I would have it otherwise.
Ellis stays in the leading GT3. They go past Savage Sim Racing LMP2, who is still having damage repaired there, unfortunately. Second in GT3 had some repairs not that long ago too, so that's contributed to the extensive lead that Ellis is currently basking in.
It's almost at the stage where we're not wondering whether they're going to win the race, but how large the winning margin is going to be at this point.
Every lap lead is a blanket, and let me tell you, they are very cozy right now.
Too hot, almost.
time to make a blanket fort.
Yes. They have rather guarded themselves from the rest of the field. 10 points to Matthew Duchesne, by the way. Correctly identified the Tampa Bay Buccaneers on that hat. We never got to the answer.
I've been to Tampa Bay, but I've never buccaneered.
Have you really been to Tampa Bay?
Yep. I stayed with my friend who lives in St. Petersburg. He lived on the south side of Thrill Hill.
Well, shows you
Noted
my
St. Petersburg landmark, Thrill Hill.
I didn't even realise St. Petersburg was in Tampa Bay. So that's very English of me.
Can you name one other town on Tampa Bay?
One other town in Tampa Bay?
Yeah.
I mean, as you asked,
it's like a reverse trick question.
As he said that, I was looking at a map of Tampa Bay, so I feel like I'm cheating, but I still don't really know what you're alluding to be honest.
Well, gee, the easy answer is Tampa.
Right. Well, that is a trick question. You can't be fooling me like that. I'm getting the answers wrong with normal questions.
My favourite thing about Tampa Bay is the really long bridges over the bay. They got bridges that are like, 10 kilometres long. And there's signs before you drive onto the bridge that's like, don't drive onto this bridge if your low fuel light is on.
Yeah.
Because what used to happen is people with not much fuel in their car would drive onto the bridge and then run out of fuel and stop on the bridge and cause a traffic jam on the bridge, which would cause everyone else on the bridge to, idle in the traffic and also run out of fuel until there were 50 cars on the bridge that were all out of fuel in a cascading failure mode.
Sounds about right. They've got a lot of bridges going to the same place, haven't they? I mean, there's two very close together there. They could have done without building one of those.
I don't know if you know this about America, but they like driving places, and they all drive lots of places, and if they can't, they complain and ask for more roads to be built so they can drive more places.
I have heard of that phenomenon.
Pit stop for the LMP2 leader. 11 laps, 11 laps, 11 laps. So they're actually... Yeah, okay. Some have been 10-lap stints in this class, but it was 11 for Nekomata most recently.
Yeah, padding that lead a little bit more for Queen's Design. They're really at the opposite end of a stint to Over the Top, who are currently second. Twin Turn SR are just inside 3 minutes of the class lead in third now. And they're the only ones on the lead lap as Queen's Design get passed by a number of cars down towards the first chicane there, probably mercifully, as they are then allowed to see off the cold tyres without people around them.
So, for example, of some teams in LMP2 that have done 10-lap stints, the number 11 Lame Sheep Racing, I think Twin Turn SR had one a previous stint ago, Prismatic before that, most getting to 11. That is a little early, perhaps not completely on schedule for 006 Dog Box Racing Alpha. Or did they have a drive-through to serve and they're just taking that now?
We'll find out in a second.
I think that might have been what's going on.
13? Oh no, they have stopped. It says 13 laps on my screen for them. It's not that short, is it? For a hypercar?
I think it said 11 or 12, and we were looking at them after their not all that long ago.
We've got Zach Bork waiting for us in the waiting room, by the way. Should we bring him in for a chat? I'm not sure how long we've got actually before Zach goes to drive, so we might as well get on with it and have a chat. Zach, welcome in. Good to have you with us. Good to talk to you with just over 8 hours to go in the race. So we've seen you getting ready to get into the car. It looked at one point like it was going to be quite soon, but when are you driving next?
Not for another few hours, I don't believe. Yeah.
I like how you don't know.
Yeah, about 2.5 hours.
2.5 hours. How has the race been so far? How have you been finding it?
It's a hard track to get used to. My first stint wasn't great, but the second stint, like, the comfort levels rise quite a lot after you've been on track for a while. So the confidence comes in the car the longer you drive it as well. So for us, it's going pretty well.
In terms of that, how has the night been? Because the temperatures are quite low now, and we've seen everybody really, doesn't matter what class, struggling to get up to speed in terms of cold tyres, warming up the tyres. How are those sort of opening laps? How can you describe those opening laps to actually get up to speed?
I think the first two is just full caution. You've got to be easy on the throttle coming, even in these GT3 cars that aren't half as hard to drive as the other two classes on the grid. It's still some sketchy moments out there, especially in the slower speed corners, to try and put traction down. But pretty much in the GT3s, you're pretty much one lap and you're up to temperature, so we're quite lucky in that sense. But once you get up to temperature, especially during the night, at a track like this, it's pretty hard to see where you're going. You get lost pretty easily in the darkness. But once you find your groove and all that, it's the time comes, the lap times come at this time of night and this temperature on the track compared to it being in the day.
We've seen, obviously you're on camera with your cat pottering around. I did a race quite recently where a pole sitter was coming to the green in a race. This is quite some time ago actually, and they crashed in front of the field because their cat jumped on them while they were coming to the green. What are yours like when you're racing? Do you shut them away? Do you welcome them in? Want to wander around? What's the situation?
Majority of the time they're actually my brother's cats, who are just home for the weekend. So usually I usually have my door shut when I'm racing just to keep any distractions out. But I've not. Well, I say that one of them was under my pedal set about 15 minutes before I got in the car earlier. So I didn't realise I'd left my door open and one had wandered in. But no, usually they're all right. They don't really cause too much faff. So I struggled to find them earlier. It was only when I went and got myself a drink and then came back and they were both stood out the door, which I think is when you caught it on camera, because I was talking to a couple of my teammates and I was like, oh, I'll see if there's any at the door, and there was one laying out the front.
Yes, we were watching it at that stage, and a little bit later you brought us a hat with a sports team that David Haynes didn't recognise. I must tell you that. Maybe you didn't hear, but
yep, I did. I was listening.
Oh, you did. Yeah, shocking American football knowledge. Are you? I've got to ask you, where in the world are you? Because when you opened the door, it looked like it was the middle of the day.
Nope, it is 5:05 in the morning in the UK.
I was going to say, when you opened the door, it looked like there was daylight outside, but you just got some very good lighting, it seems.
I think there's like a night light thing at the top of the stairs that comes on.
So you're in the same boat as me. I was going to ask you about David's phenomenon about watching the Super Bowl on a Monday morning, which sounds pretty horrific. I know we've got to stay up quite late where we live in the world, but I'd much prefer that, to be honest with you, as an experience than a Monday morning, I must say. So,
yeah, I'd much rather. Well, I think for us this year, Super Bowl kicked off about 11 p.m, so it was done 2-3 a.m. Monday morning, but it's not that bad.
No.
When you get the enjoyment out of it, well, not many British people get the enjoyment out of the sport. They all think it's stupid.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad to know that I'm not the only one who doesn't think it's completely stupid. Well, I do think it's stupid actually, but I enjoy it. So there you go. It could be the same.
It's good to have other Brits in the same boat.
I know, yeah. But there we go. Thanks to Zach for coming and popping in.
Thank you for having me.
For entertaining us as well with the cats and so on.
It's the middle of the night. You got to keep something going.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Especially for those of us in Europe who are either waking up early or very tired, staying up late tonight. But yeah, thanks for chatting to us, Zach. We look forward to seeing you out there on the circuit again soon.
Yeah, right. Take care, guys.
Cheers. Thanks very much. That's Zach Bork joining us here on the Race for a Cause 24 on RaceSpotTV here in 2026. It is just under 8 hours to go, just less than a third of this race remaining at Le Mans. Myself, Ian O'Leary and David Haynes going to be taking you to almost the sunrise. The sunrise this morning and today's date, and we are using today's date in Sim, is just after 7 in the morning. So it will get a bit lighter before then, but it is not too far away from a little bit of daylight. There you go, 5:30 in the morning in Sim. So just as myself and David leave the commentary box for Jake and Nathan to take you to the checkered flag, we'll start to see the sunrise. But it's been a long night, David, and there'll be lots of teams very pleased to see the sunrise in about 90 minutes' time.
Yes, no doubt. It'll make things a little bit easier for tyre warm-up. It'll make visibility way easier. There's Le Mans FC League 2 Stadium. As our drone goes over it. Oh, hello. Hang on. Let me just fix that.
This is live adjustments.
But wait, there's an alien invasion.
You have got quite a collection, I must say.
Yeah.
As if it wasn't...
So,
go on. Go on.
Got Blauhai, Jungelskog, Mini Jungelskog, Kramig the Panda. The blue whale has a name that I forget. And Afton Spav is the alien.
Talk us through the naming process for that. How...
Mainly just the product name at IKEA, isn't it?
That's something I can imagine. Of all the people I know, something I can only imagine you doing is keeping the actual product name as as the name for an animal. Do you do that if you get a species of pet?
I think the funniest name for a dog is Dog.
It's a good name. That's course from Retail Motorsports. Oh well, that joke writes itself, doesn't it? I'm sure you can work it out. Through the second chicane, rather.
560, more like 360.
Well done. And just before that, we did see another half spin through the third chicane live with one of the GT3 Porsches. It was this one, actually. Savage Sim Racing, 4th place. Very helpfully illuminated at this time of night. Venra Ponzi.
The ACO are big about that. You can get black flagged for not having an illuminated number panel and position indicator.
Didn't Ferrari lose GT Pro one year for that?
I was about to say that's the controversial one. Is that
right.
The one of the position indicators on the Ferrari had gone out and Ford protested it the year that they arrived with their heavily sandbagged Ford GT.
Scripted victory.
Yeah, well, sometimes the plot armor is real, so.
So with a nice car, shame they bent the rules. to almost breaking point.
Well, we have bordering on a full and legitimate battle on track here. As Team Sakura Engineering catch Multi-Viewer Motorsports. Slight offset in the pit stops. Just out of the pits recently for Multi-Viewer, while behind them their number 7 car can only go a couple of laps longer before they'll need to pit. So that will be reassuring to Aspen Martin driving the Multi-Viewer Motorsports. But yeah, still to be like, oh, here you are, chasing me for this position, even if I've got a slight strategy advantage. You're like, oh, we're battling hand to hand.
And by the way, this is not the only one either, because a couple of laps further behind, the 89 Lilac Zier is being caught by Bailey Thompson for 8th position. So that's 2 gaps, but less than a second in LMP2 at the moment, which is unusual to see after more than 16 hours, but we're very pleased to see it. A couple of battles on the circuit. Ironically, even though there are on different laps, these 2 battles, they've got the same offset in terms of the fuel load, so both chasing cars in both pairs are 6 laps lighter on fuel at this stage.
Can I just say, you and Zach having your little NFL geek out together was so cute.
Thank you. Accepting that
It's a
we're
big-
also nerds, because in Britain people do think it's a completely stupid sport.
Yeah, it's a big scary world out there, so it's nice when you can find someone who matches your freak.
Thanks. That was the 5th place car going up there at Mulsanne Corner. Peter Enser. Lap behind though, so no chance of losing that top 5. I thought you were away, to be honest. I thought it was safe.
Oh. Yeah, no.
Always listen.
So, last lap.
Oh!
Out. That's with the
Sorry.
driver change. Yep.
Straight off. Lilac Zier under the pressure. Bailey Thompson had been closer than ever, actually, and immediately in towards the Porsche curves. Zier went, almost straight on. Didn't get the turn in right for the first part of the Porsche curves there, run straight through the gravel. A bit of gravel brought onto the racetrack, actually. Coming now through the middle of the Porsche curves, but that's quite an easy way to make an overtake.
Say the outlap, and then recently installed into the car, taking over the 89, and the pressure just got a little bit too much.
Yeah. Well, as I say, it's the easy way to make a move. If you can force the driver in front to make a mistake, then it's much easier than making the pass properly. But as we're about to see, James Whitehead is going to have to make this pass properly. Down the inside, on the way towards Mulsanne Corner. The 7 car had been gaining in the slipstream for some time. And now Whitehead moves down the inside. He's now 8 laps into this stint, going to be 9 at the end of this lap, so might only be a couple of laps away from a pit stop. However, to move up into 4th place is still a nice place to be, although Multi-Viewer Motorsports going to get back in the slipstream and get a bit closer towards Indianapolis again there. Not close enough, though, for a return of serve.
No, and I think they'll only have to wait about 2 laps to see that car in front of them pit out of their way. But with 8 hours to go, kind of an offset can be overcome if you can get 1 or 2 seconds of extra pace per lap.
We've got, while we continue to watch this battle, we'll keep an eye on it. We've got Niels Cole waiting for us as well to have a chat from the Satellite Racing leading GT3. We'll bring in as well. Niels, welcome in. Good to have you with us here in the early morning over here in Europe of this now less than 8 hours to go race this morning. you guys are a very long way at the front in GT3, so you must be very pleased with how things have gone so far. How have you all been finding it?
Good morning, guys. Yeah, it has been quite smooth sailing so far. Alex have done a great job at the start when all the others were still running in the Venra Club Sport series, and I just basically had to take over the lead, and now we're quite a few laps ahead, so it's just trying to get it home now.
I mean, yeah, you were a long way in the lead, and so therefore that must release some pressure. But what has the race been like so far in the way of mistakes? We've seen, you know, it's a difficult racetrack. Cold tyres especially very difficult. Night time's very difficult, and we've seen a lot of drivers have issues, spins, so on, crashes even. Have you guys had any problems in the way of that? Because it doesn't seem like it, looking at the results at the moment.
Earlier, Ben had a crash in the Porsche curves actually, but we got very lucky away with that, with not much damage really. And apart from that, for me, I have just done 4 stints in a row, and I didn't have any major issues apart from some slowdowns.
Well, yeah, I suppose that's been the case for everybody. Talk us through staying motivated when you're so far in front in a GT3 class in such a long race like this, with so long to go.